Hello and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 2024 Summerset Open National Championships, broadcasting live from the Burnside Bowling Club. We've reached finals day, which means we're going to see the Open Disability Pairs Final, the Women's Pairs Final and the Men's Singles Final. So first up, the Open Disability Pairs with Phil Huella and Julie O'Connell taking on John Lavelle and Linda Bennett. Back to you in the commentary booth. Yes, and welcome to the Burnside Bowling Club. As you heard me say just before, we've got a bit of rain coming down, so I would say the conditions are cold and a little bit damp, but looking forward to a very good game here between John Lavelle and Linda Bennett from the Sumner and Te Awamutu Bowling Club, who are taking on Phil Huella and Julie O'Connell in the final of this Open Disability Pairs. So we just await the jack to be delivered by Linda Bennett. There it is, the first of three finals today to be broadcast. Following this, we will have the Women's Pairs Final, and following that, the Men's Singles Final. So three great games to come here at the Burnside Bowling Club. You can see here the path through to the final. Linda and John won their semi-final comfortably 22-10, and Phil Huella and Julie O'Connell won their semi-final 16-12 on the broadcast match. And just awaiting the first bowl to be delivered here. It is, as I said, I mean the weather's not bad, but it's not as bright and sunny as we have seen the previous 3 days here in Christchurch. So the Open Disability Pairs, we're just waiting for that first bowl to get underway. 18 ends, they will play no time limit. And sure to be a good game, a good matchup. John Lavelle there making sure he's got all the requisite wet weather gear on. So just waiting to be given the go-ahead by the umpire, I think, Kevin, here on the broadcast rink.
They were told they could start whenever they were ready, mate.
You can see there the view over the Burnside Bowling Club. The Women's Pairs getting going there, Kevin. The semi-final, and it's going to be four great semi-finals on the Women's Pairs side of the draw. You've got Sandra Keith and Bev Morrell taking on the young guns, Tanith and Breyer. It'll be a very interesting game, and we've been informed that the weather's supposed to get better as well, so that's good news.
I was just talking to the greenkeeper but a few moments ago, and he'd looked at the weather maps as greenkeepers do, Alex, and he's quite confident that after that, as we move into the PM stage of the day, that we will get some clearance. And by goodness, there was some upsets in the round of 16 as well in the men's singles this morning, where we saw Ali Forsyth, after having a very handy lead against Riker Gregory, couldn't hold on and he disappeared, as did Ryan Bester, of course, the current world champion. He went out to one of the locals. It was Joseph Van Penen, and Krista Leave of Musgrave Hills. He was defeated by the fellow Australian Dean McWhinney Shillington. So, and Shannon McElroy did win his game, but remember, just go to the Bowls New Zealand, the Bowls Hub Aotearoa, and you'll see all of those results as they come through from the round of 16, because they're playing on the back green here at Burnside, and there's still games in progress.
Yeah, and a good place to go have a look. And what a magnificent, if you look at the post section this finals day, we've got a great final in front of us here between Phil, Julie, John and Linda with good pedigree, and then you look across to the women's pairs and there's depth there, and that men's singles field, the last 16. I had a glance and I thought about 6 of them have won the New Zealand singles before. We had 2 world champions playing in the last 16. What more could you ask for?
Yeah, and also I think a very pleasing thing as well that we had got a blend of the local people in there as well. Plus we've got a number of the youngsters, the likes of the Aidan Takarua, Taylor Horn, Sheldon Bagley-Howley. We call them the youngsters, so to speak. So this afternoon we're going to see Shannon McElroy at the top of the draw, and he'll play the winner of the Taylor Horn Sheldon Bagley-Howley game, and Joseph Van Penen will play Riker Gregory, which one would have assumed, well, not assumed, but the favouritism would have been Ryan Bester to play Ali Forsyth.
Yeah. It's a crazy game we play, isn't it? Fascinating sport, lawn bowls.
And of course, yesterday we covered the match with Phil Julia and Julie O'Connell in their semi-final match against the Burnside combination, Ross Bell and Bruce Wakefield. As we see a toucher come in there from Julie O'Connell, the current world champion, of course, with Terry Blackburn, won the world para pairs at Broadbeach late last year.
And Linda Bennett leading against Julie. And Linda Bennett, a very well-known name in the Parabowls world, has had a lot of success. I think she's won the Australian Open para singles before, amongst other international and national accolades. So a lot of experience down that end of the rink as Julie O'Connell prepares to play her third bowl. And for those who didn't watch yesterday, we did see a game where Phil and Julie played. It went right down to the wire. And it was sort of a game of thirds, wasn't it, Kev? We saw
it certainly was.
Julie started off incredible at the beginning, and then she sort of faded in the middle and finished strong. And we saw Phil Huella start off a little bit looser, I would say, and then he was put under pressure and really rose to the occasion.
Well, he played about 6 ends at the back end of the game when it was the crunch time, so to speak, and he came out and on top played some great pressure bowls. And then in the mid phase as well, we saw Bruce Wakefield dominate the front. He got on top of, his lead bowls were heading off Julie O'Connell's. So yeah, it was a game. Well, it was also the same in the quarterfinal in the morning, of course, where we went to an extra end as well. So
it's been wonderful to be able to bring you days of live broadcast here at the Summerset Nationals as Linda stands directly in front of the camera there, but it's okay, we've got another one we can switch to, Kev, and it was a good thing too because that was a great bowl to watch.
Well, just got the inside flick off the jack level bowl and moved it around the corner to hold shot for the Lavelle Bennett combination.
Excuse me. And Phil Huella on his forehand now, the current Bowls New Zealand president, and I would hazard a guess that it's not very often that a current Bowls New Zealand president finds themselves in a national final, Kev.
I certainly, I've been going to national championships since 1976, I think it is, and no, I can't ever recollect a New Zealand president playing in a final.
Fantastic stuff, isn't it? Often we find the administration comes after the playing career.
Yeah, correct. Well, of course, Phil's son, Kalen, he's also a very top player, top golfer, and a very promising young bowler as well. As you see that rain coming down there, and we'll see whether.
Just watch it from this angle.
He's going to be under the hit. Now, it's ironical, Alex said. Phil started the game like that yesterday. He started like that where he was sort of unders and overs, but all around the place, so to speak. Thanks, Colin. I'm pretty sure Colin might be delivering that message out there.
Just watch Julie's left knee. I think that's where we're going to see the bolt come underneath. Yeah, look at that. What a good shot that was from John Lavelle. And you're right, Phil took a while to warm to his task yesterday, didn't he, Kev? But once he was there, goodness, he played some great bowls.
He certainly did. They're more than they're looking at a couple down and what, 3 down.
Only 2 down.
2 down was the call.
So we'll just see it from the player's point of view. This is what Phil sees, and we'll see his bowl hopefully break back into the head in a sec. Oh, no, it hit a short one. So a disappointing start there for Phil and Julie, and a good start, conversely, for John Lavelle and Julie O'Connor, who look like they're going to pick up a number on this first end of this national final.
Could well be 3. I think we'll see the umpire, the tape come out early, I think. So the umpire comes out, puts the blocks under the bowl so that they can't move. And as Alex said, also underway on one of the other greens here at Burnside, we have got the semi-final of the women's pairs. And we're just completing the round of 16 in the men's singles. Most of those games are completed now. And they'll well, not immediately, but very shortly, they'll be in action in the quarterfinals on the back green behind us here. And of course, at the end of that, we'll be bringing you 2 finals. The women's pairs final we'll be bringing you this afternoon, and of course the men's singles final as well. We'll be bringing you that final as well later this afternoon. But just remember, it was 3. There's the signals from the 2 leads. See that rain coming down.
And we're joined now, Kev, by Mark Noble to continue or finish off the commentary on this Open Disability Pairs.
So good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Kevin and Alex.
Now,
looks like Alex has made a mistake today, talking about the rain yesterday.
Yep.
Well, I'll leave you to converse through the rain with Alex, all right? and I'll,
thank you, Kevin.
And I'll come back later, all right?
Sounds like a plan. We'll see you soon, Kev.
Yeah, I think this is all your fault it's raining today, Alex.
Yeah, it's always a super duper commentator's curse, isn't it? I talk about how nice the weather's been, and the bowls guides go, well, you don't get it that easy. But we have been assured, Mark, that the weather is going to clear as we continue on, and I'm optimistic that the rain won't last very long.
That's brilliant.
I hope.
Yeah, commentators anyway.
So this being an Open Disability final, Mark, of which you're a member of you're the longest standing member of the Para Blackjacks. When it rains, even a little bit like this, how does that affect you guys as players?
When it gets wet for us, when we're stepping out, I know that might not sound that hard, but when we're stepping out and we've only got one real leg to land on, this is where it gets really hard. Like Julie, when she's got to walk up and down the green,
yes.
It's not so much her delivery because it's fixed, but when we're walking up and down the green, we can lose some balance. And even for Linda here with one arm, it's, as you saw there trying to dry her bowls, it's really, really hard for her to dry her bowls to be able to play.
Yeah.
And they're small things that the able-bodied don't have to worry about, but for us, they affect us big time.
Yeah, and I can see Julie O'Connell has a walking stick, which she doesn't usually have. So that must be just because, as you say, with the bit of rain, the surface becomes more unstable.
Yeah, see there, Linda, having to hold the bowl with her legs to be able to, and so it's really quite tough for the players. And we're all used to being able to have two hands and 2 arms and being able to drive bowls and do as we like. Yeah. But this certainly makes it hard. Let's played a pretty good bowl here.
Yeah, lovely shot. She's a very determined, both her and Julie both share that trait. You can just about tell just by looking at them. They're both very determined bowlers, aren't they, Mark?
Yeah,
Tenacious is the word
they're
I'm
both
looking for.
Yeah, they're both very good players too. Linda is one of, I'm not sure how many centre titles, but I'm pretty sure it's at least 3 or 4 centre titles. I might be corrected on that. And Julie as well. So both accomplished leads. They both lead all the time.
We're talking open competition as well. And I
Correct.
recall I commentated on a Taranaki Fours final that Linda was a part of. I think she won, actually, so she's a holder of a Taranaki Fours title as well, which is one of the biggest Fours competitions you can win in bowls.
You are correct. They did win the Taranaki Women's Fours.
So Linda on the forehand here.
So I actually think we'll have a great battle between the two leaders. And it's only the weather that will slow the great fight between the two of them, where it's really hard to hold bowls and walk up and down the green.
Here we go. So this is Julie O'Connell. You can see, to be fair, our cameras are extremely good cameras. So when they pick up rain like this, it's not actually, I wouldn't say that it's hoofing down with rain, but there's definitely a light drizzle happening.
Yeah, and we like to think that's unpleasant. It's unpleasant for me when I'm out there playing in these conditions. I know, like for me, with just the one leg to stand on, it's where it's at its most dangerous when I'm stepping out off the mat. If I lose my foot when I'm on my plant foot, I'll just fall straight over.
So
and most disabled players are like that.
Do you find that just adds, is there some anxiety then when if you're playing a day of bowls, Mark, so let's put ourselves in the shoes of these players. You've got about to contest a national final and you get to Burnside and there's a light drizzle. As long with the anxiety of contesting a final, is there also the anxiety of well, now I have to worry about whether I can execute just a simple walk even?
Yeah, I think, for me, I'd be worried about falling over when I step out. So, it can get slippery, and especially if I'm having to drive or something like that, the power behind a drive, and so you're a big chance to fall over.
See this
and
bowl
all
of John.
all these players will have that problem, having to deal with that.
One of the interesting things too, just taking a slight segue, I was just thinking about how the green's playing, we shouldn't see it slow down unless it gets properly bogged, which is different to some other countries, isn't it? When we have the Manitoto weed in New Zealand that holds the speed quite well. Yeah,
it will still be reasonably quick out here, and it's only when the what we call the green starts to pull with water, but it does take a lot of water to make the green pull. Most of the draining systems on these greens are really good.
Exceptional, aren't they? Yeah.
Correct.
John Lavelle.
Not bad here. Might be a bit over. Chance. Yeah, it might count. So I've been lucky enough to play with all these players, apart from John Lavelle. I've not played with him before, but the other 3 players I've all played events with.
And how many events are there available, Mark? Because I know we play open competition just as well, but there is a Parabowls New Zealand organisation as well as some other events scattered around the country, I presume?
Yeah, their nationals are held in November. It's early November from memory. I was due to play on those this year, but had a bit of a health scare, so elected to withdraw from that. But it's good. They're good events to be playing in, and you get to meet lots of different people.
Here we go. So this is Phil Huella on the backhand side. He's not been playing bowls for very long, Mark, from memory, I think. Oh, dear.
Oh, here's a wrong bias. Live on TV.
Oh, dear.
I'm wondering wondering if our son's there watching that. I wonder if Kaylin's there at the venue.
That's unfortunate. There's not what you want to do. He'll just think, well, I won't repeat that.
Oh, I can't wait to see him next and ask him about that one.
So there was his last
So,
bowls.
Yeah, so Philip won this event. I think it was either 2 years ago. I think he won this event, the Peers.
Yes. Yep. And he's centre title holder himself.
Yes, correct. He's won at least one, maybe even centre titles.
So we'll just have a look at how these players, or these teams, got through. So at the bottom of the draw, Phil Hewella and Julie O'Connell, we know their semi-final. We saw that yesterday, 16-12, and they defeated Walker and Patterson 18-17 in the quarterfinal. So they've had close games all the way through. And then if we look at the top of the draw, Lavelle and Bennett defeated Peterson and Henderson 22-10, so a comfortable win in their semi-final, and in their quarterfinal a 19-5 win. So fair to say they haven't really been troubled on their way through this event yet, Mark, and they've got off to a good start here as well.
Yeah, like I said, Linda is definitely a specialist lead. And I played with Linda earlier this year in Australia in the Aussie Open Disabled Pairs, and she led spectacular for me. She can actually play good. Make no mistake, especially on the speed green.
So we just wait for that bowl to come in.
So both Linda and, of course, Julie's a current New Zealand player. Linda has been in the New Zealand team.
It's as good as it gets. And talk us through, actually, Mark, you're in a good position to do so because you've been in the team for what feels like ever and a day. But Parabowls at an international level, what does it look like?
Look, it's actually just like playing normal able-bodied centre events or higher, because the opposition you're playing, they go really good. Like, if you're not inside 2 feet, you're 2 or 3 down. The Aussies in particular, they're very strong, and hence that's why they've won the World Champs earlier this year.
John steers this bowl down. We'll just have a look from the players' end. This is what you see from the players' side. That's a lovely bowl there.
Pretty handy bowl. Yeah, 3 really good bowls already played on this end, all within about 18 inches of the jack. So it is a bit of a shame we've got rain today, because I think both players would prefer no rain, clearly.
Yeah. Like I said, we just cross our fingers. It'd be nice. The overcast weather is fine in bowls. If we could just get the drizzle to stop, it then becomes actually quite nice conditions to play in, but not the case at the moment, unfortunately. You can see the challenges there. You were talking with Linda, to even dry a bowl. It's something you wouldn't really consider or think of if you weren't in that situation.
Yeah, because otherwise the bowl becomes hard to hold clearly as well. So she's down a reasonably good line again here.
This is very close. Oh,
It's
not quite.
A little quick.
I would say that Julie O'Connell's bowl that sits at 9 o'clock to the jack is holding the shot, holding one, which will be pleasing to Julie and Phil if they could cross over holding and just get on that scoreboard.
Yeah, a bit like yesterday's game. There's no hurry to get. As long as you don't get too far behind and you can string a couple of ends. I think yesterday, they ended up at 9 all at one stage after it was 6-0. So there's no need to panic just this early in the game, dropping a couple of ends.
See them cross over it. So we look at that head. Julia O'Connell's holding 1. Linda Bennett's got a blue bowl that sits at 8 o'clock and a blue bowl that sits at 1 o'clock to the jack. Would we expect to see John play his forehand side here, do you think, Mark?
I think he'd be on the same hand as what Linda just played, just trying to touch the jack on the draw for 3, or just draw a shot. Doesn't need to play much weight. It's just like 6 inches through the jack, small trail, and 3. Might be a little bit here.
Willing it down. Oh, this could go horrendously.
Doesn't want to hit this, and that's now 2.
Oh, dear.
It's
It's a crazy game, isn't it?
Yeah, like you would never think that bowl would ever be a shot bowl, and here it is now within 6 inches of the jack.
And you and I, Mark, we look for some crazy shots, and I don't think even we would have looked for that one.
No, correct.
Good line here from Phil Hewella.
Yeah, just a fraction short. And now a little tricky now. Might pay to change hands. Yeah, that's what sit the front bowl over, drop under it, and land one of the 2 shot bowls. Oh, that looks very narrow.
Underneath the line, so an opportunity here. Oh, it feels like an opportunity here to get on the board. I know John's got another bowl to go, but surely if you're Phil and Julie, you're thinking, well, here's actually a chance. We could probably score a 2 or 3 here on this end.
Although this is a little scary too.
He needs
though.
to get this one square. Well, he survived. That was
Wait.
that would have been a heart and mouth moment.
Yeah, if he'd trailed the jack back, he would have been 2 down. So still just 2, I think. It looks like a nice inviting shot now to reach on the backhand, even ditch weight, where you can come off your own bowl, sit the 2 shot bowls out or trail jack.
That's correct.
Certainly will be up. I certainly won't be short here. Better line.
Steering it down. He
He's
should be close.
No, he's close. He's got something. The jack, I think. He has.
Out to the side. That was a good shot.
That was a great shot. Might be a measure still. I don't know.
Hard to tell. So this is from the player's end.
Might be one to the red disc bowl. We can't physically tell from this angle where we're looking at it from. Yeah, it could be one red.
Well, we'll find out in a second. Great shot from John Lavelle to spit the jack out, and it looks like I can't tell, Mark. I don't want to make a call here.
Yeah, I just can't tell how far away that front red bowl is. I guess call an umpire here, because I don't think either. Well, Linda certainly can't measure, only having the one arm, and Julie can't get down very well. So we'll have an umpire come out and help us here. And I think we'll measure the front red that we can't sit at the top of our screen.
Yeah, I agree.
That's the one bowl I think that may be shot, and they'll probably measure one of these back bowls.
You were saying yesterday, Mark, that in the Parabowls world, often you just call an umpire. It's the easier thing to do.
Well, we have to. Like here, Linda's, got one arm, so she can't measure in any shape or form. And Julie, of course, with her disability, if she was to get down on the ground, she'd be wondering how she's getting back up. So rather than actually put ourselves through all that, we just call the umpire. And it's quite good here. We have no time limit, so it's no big deal. So here's the test on these bowls in front. It's hard to tell where we were on our angles clearly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks I'm still going with one red at the moment.
So just going around in circles.
Oh no, hang on. This looks like it might be shot. It might actually blues now that I'm seeing this angle.
Yeah, it's in by a margin by the looks.
Yeah. And our camera angles made that hard to work out, but this back blue will be in as well, I would think, going by what we just saw. So it'll be 2 blue. Linda's watching intently.
Very intense.
Oh, there's another one back there, so it might actually be 3 blue. Oh, no, it's 2 blue.
2 blue. 2 blue, which are red. So two to the red side of the scoreboard. 8-0 after 4 ends.
Yeah, maybe we should have given the blue stickers to the team using the blue bowls.
And we've got a replay queued up of the shot that John played to spit the jack out. So let's sit back and have a look at that.
He's got something.
He's down, gets a feather of the jack, and then comes off the red bowl itself to move over to the right, or the left as we see it. Very good shot there from John Lavelle.
That was a great shot.
Just like I was saying, try and reach through to the ditch. He probably would have hit the back of the ditch, but wouldn't have been hard. So that was definitely the shot to play. And he played it well.
So Linda now on her forehand. I suppose for Linda and John, they're 8-0 up on this, the 4th end of a national final. You make hay while the sun shines, don't you?
Yes, momentum is a good thing. Like, the more ends you can play while you're winning, just keep racking them through as quick as we can.
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah, it's pretty hard for the players there. I just see them all moving over, so realising they might be in the way of the camera. It's hard if you haven't played in front of the cameras before.
Just overplaying that one. You can see in the background there some hardy spectators watching on, including Mark Cameron and Crash Lander, 2 Bowls New Zealand staff members in the background.
I'm pretty standing under the shelter. They're not standing in the rain. I can give you the tip there.
And I'd be watching the live stream if I was then. No rain if you watch it inside on Sky Sport or the YouTube channel.
Correct.
A loose start to this end.
And like I say, the conditions will get harder and harder for the players to hold the bowls.
Very determined, Julie O'Connell. This is a good bowl, Mark.
Very good here, right next to the jack by the looks of it, or on top of it.
That's brilliant, a beautiful shot.
That's brilliant. That's why she's world champion.
Just tenacious.
One of the champions, one of the current world champions New Zealand have at the moment.
And look at the
Linda's
reply
not too
here.
Far away. Yeah, Linda's not too far away here. It's a nice second shot.
Yeah, good response. But it doesn't change Julie's shot, does it? Julie can stay on the backhand side because Linda's bowl's sitting flat. So just rinse and repeat and you'll sit with a nice 2.
Correct. That's something that we need to, when we're holding shot, we've got to keep attacking the areas. I know when we play overseas, we hold one shot and we back off. Over in Australia, you need to keep attacking.
Oh, if you blink, you'll be that'll be that, won't it?
Yes, correct.
See this bowl just fall a little bit shy, so slightly underplayed, and that means that we will see John Lavelle on his backhand, I would imagine. Playing a bowl, you could almost get away with weight to the 2 metre, although that would be a little bit excessive, but he won't be short here on his backhand, will he?
No, I think I think this is a bit like the other end. We're just drawing a foot past to start with, so about a foot past where the jack is, and you can get a nice little rub off the front blue bowl and land. That would be the perfect shot, just to get a little wick and land the jack and trail it a fraction.
That'll be what he's visualising.
It looks like he's under again. I think he's trying to play this just a little too quick. I could be wrong. Yeah, this is too quick for the shot.
Yeah. And so it means he actually needs to change 2 things, which will be a challenge.
Yep. I mean, it's easy to sit here and say he's too quick, but it's hard to play that sort of shot with the first bowl. But you learn from the first bowl, and I think we'll see a reasonable correction. Phil's going to be in a little bit quick, but he will be passed.
So correction time here for John Lavelle. He's got it away. Looks like it's on a tight line again.
Yeah, he's still well under. I think his weight's getting close to better though here, Alex.
Well, if anything, he's a little bit short now, but a much more in the area, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a much better attempt at weight.
That one came out nicely from Phil Hewella. And Phil here, wouldn't imagine he'd be trying super duper hard. If he swings across the head, that's actually quite good because it could act as a block.
Yeah, no, it's coming from a little bit short here.
So 3rd time lucky here for John Lavelle on this final of the Open Disability Pairs. Oh, he's let it go. You saw...
he's still well under, Alex.
Yeah, I think that one slipped in the rain.
He might knock the red in for 2 down here. Well, he got close to knocking it in.
And, well, they're holding the shot here. Phil and Julie will be thinking that they've scored on this end.
Ends to go. So once you get on the board, now it's about accumulation. Just try and win 3 or 4 ends of singles or something, and before you know it, it's 8-5 or 8-6.
It's amazing, isn't it, the psychology? And while we await the next end, I'll just do a quick report for those viewers tuning in and looking forward to a full day, a full finals day, because of course we have the women's pairs semi-finals progressing that you can see on your screen at the moment, and also the men's singles quarter-final. And we were down to the last 16 this morning, and I can report that Shannon McElroy, Sheldon Bagri-Howley, Joseph van der Pennen, Riker Gregory, Aidan Takadua, Craig Tinker, Dale McWhinney-Shillington, and either the winner of Elliot Mason and Stephen Godfrey are going to be our quarter-finalists playing off shortly, and from those 8 we will get the 2 that contest the final. It's been a fantastic day already here at the Burnside Bowling Club.
I guess that means that Ryan Bester lost this morning, Alex.
Yes, that's correct. He was defeated by Joseph van der Pennen, 21 shots to 13. So it was a comfortable win at the end.
The current world champion is eliminated.
Correct. It's, I think, testament to the strength of the field. You can see the rain's beginning to come down a little bit heavier.
Julie's just a little bit narrow here.
We'll keep an eye too on the women's peer semi-finals that are ongoing on this green at the moment and let you know how they're progressing. Because from those semi-finals we will find out finalists to be broadcast after this match.
I've heard a bit of a rumour that Phil Weller yesterday played a wrong bias as well, so that's back-to-back days for him.
Well, he's into the final.
That's what happens when people have my phone number to tell me that information. I won't mention who it is, that way there Philip won't be upset with him.
I think that's the safest option.
Julie's got pretty close to good weight, just a little under again.
Just under the line.
Yeah, maybe a couple of feet away too, Alex. Yeah, Linda's really struggling to dry the bowls.
So we see a good bowl though. She's playing exceptionally well considering.
Nice, yeah.
It's a lovely shot.
At the moment, it looks like Linda's winning the battle off the front at the moment.
Both struggling a little. It's Julie O'Connell. She does have a very a pretty grooved action, static delivery, so it's just the arm that moves. Plays in the senior rep team for Southland, does Julie O'Connell. You can see this.
Down to weight here. The line is very good.
A lovely effort that was too. Surely they can. Can't we just put someone by the bank to dry the bowls?
Well, that's a funny story. A couple of years ago, I played in Australia, and my wife in the rain, and so
Yes.
I just came out and stood on the bank and wiped all the bowls for her and handed them to her in the rain. So, but the good news is at least she could then chuck the bowls down the green.
Bowls cleaner.
So, yeah, someone to help.
Why not?
Maybe we could send someone out there like Colin, maybe.
Yeah, well, I won't be
to
going.
help them. Yeah, I wasn't suggesting me or you going out there to help. We've got Colin there.
You can see the Sandra Keith there. Who's my you're not allowed to have a pick as a commentator, but I wouldn't be upset to see Sandra and Bev win today. I think it'd be a really cool bit of history to have them both win their gold stars together, and Bev Morell, who's been around for so long, to win another national title.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago where she won as well, was it? A couple of years ago, I believe, maybe 2 or 3.
3 years ago, I think.
They won. Yeah.
Or 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I've just remembered.
It's hard to keep track of some of the results, isn't it?
If I just remembered, I mean someone tapped me on the shoulder and told me, but it's close enough. So we'll just watch this from the player's point of view. This is what they can see down this end. And Colin Williams actually in the background. He's too busy to clean bowls because he's cleaning the camera lenses by the looks.
Oh, that's good to see. We've got him out there doing some work.
Phil Huella on his backhand. Again, we'll just watch it from the player's point of view. So this is what they can see. Their bowl tracks back into the head.
Hitting one of them in.
Well, that's gone
Oh, it's
exceptionally
close.
well. I think he's in for the shot.
Yeah,
We'll
he's
see
close.
See what Linda indicates. But may have done enough there. One down, she says.
Yes.
So Phil will be thrilled with that result.
Great. Yeah, he was in the area, and they were both his bowls to knock up. So, I think good shot.
Just keep your eyes peeled. You should see the bowl start on the bottom left of your screen. That's good timing.
Not sure it's quite there. This one.
He had the right line. You can see he's finished essentially on the centre line, but short.
I think much of the same from Philip down there where he's got his own red bowl to knock in. Just around the red bowl, landing the other measure bowl.
And then from the right of your screen to the left, we'll see Phil Huella's bowl. There it always
It's
tight.
a bit narrow here. Yeah, might get a rub. Not quite.
Isn't that fascinating? He's put a bowl on the ditch and a bowl just about out of bounds, but he's drawn the shot. He's got the shot. So it doesn't really matter, does it?
No, correct.
Let's watch this again from
So,
the player's point of view.
This is close to setting the shot bowl, is it?
Trying to remove the shot bowl. He's close.
It's close. Yes, I believe that will be enough.
Should be enough. That was a great shot.
Might even be 2 here. Oh, we have an umpire, so... Yeah,
Fair
I
enough.
do believe that might be enough from our angle at the moment, but clearly it's to tell at the moment with the cameras not at that end.
Julie just removing the bowls.
That was a good effort from John, regardless of what this outcome is. He was in the area and he was very close to seeing out clean for at least maybe 3. I think he will. I'm pretty confident he'll get a shot here.
Just keep an eye on the players. They'll tell us what's what, I would imagine. Colin Williams still working away on the camera in the background.
Yeah, that's one. Yeah, no, just a single.
So
That was a good shot from John.
a 9-1 lead opens up now. John Lavelle and Linda Bennett over Phil Huella and Julie O'Connell. They're on the 6th end of 18. Still plenty of time, but if you're Phil and Julie, you're probably thinking we need to score just a little bit more than what we are at the moment.
Yeah, but like I just said, Alex, there's still a long way to go in this game. 12 odd ends, 12 singles, you win the game comfortably.
And to
No
be
time to panic.
yeah.
Just yet.
Exactly, and they've all been around long enough. To be fair, it could be something as simple as the sun actually coming out, right? You know, if it stops raining and the conditions change, that may often changes the way a game of bowls is going for you.
Correct. Could even be the fact that Colin's cleaned the lenses for us. That might even change.
Oh, let's not go too far. Did Caleb Hope ever thank you for winning in that game of singles earlier on, Mark?
No, I've clearly got to catch up with him.
For those who
I'm pretty sure I'll see him in a couple of weeks in Nainai, I'm sure.
For those who didn't tune in on, I think it was the first day we covered the section play of the men's singles, the Summerset men's singles, and Caleb Hope was playing one of the televised games on Sky Sport, and Mark Noble joined us halfway through the match, at which point Caleb Hope was playing not as well as he would have liked to, and he wasn't winning. And Mark Noble turned up, and Caleb, it's like he'd flicked a switch, he couldn't miss, and sort of went on to win the game. So we decided that meant he owed Mark a thanks.
Yeah, it's amazing how something like that can happen. But it actually happens on the green sometimes. Someone walks in and all of a sudden you never score again.
Yeah.
Or all of a sudden you score every end. It's funny how that happens.
Fickle sport. Under Bennett with the microfiber cloth.
Here you go. I think Colin's finished with our cameras, so that should be good. Just a little bit quick here, but in a good area. Balls past the jack, we always say, are in good playing positions.
Julie looking to make her correction. So the Summerset National Open Disability Pairs is open to everyone, Mark, but there's also some more specific gradings if you want to play sort of internationally or sort of your more serious, your B1 to B8 situation. Can you talk us through how those gradings work, please?
Thanks for that, Alex.
You're welcome. I just thought I'd just throw that straight at you.
Beautiful. So clearly, well, not clearly, but B1 to B4 is visually impaired, and B5 through to B8 is just. So there are some tests you actually have to do for the disabled, and they will give you a grading. Like I know that Linda is a B8, missing the one limb, and I can't tell you the grading of the other players at the moment. I think there may be a B6, but I could be incorrect with that. And they vary on what your disability is. So clearly, the more disabled you are, normally the disability is like B5 and B6 are the most disabled. B7 and B8 closer to the most stable. That makes some sense. And with the vision impaired, B1 I believe is fully blind, and then B2 you can have some vision that's not very far as well, and then through to B4, which is where you can see the best out of all the players playing. It doesn't mean to say it just means that you may have tunnel vision, or might be able to only see three meters in front of you, or Kevin talked a little bit about that yesterday. But that's roughly how those gradings go. Like the Commonwealth Games, you have to have a B6 player in the team, and B6, the other two players can be B8s.
Oh, you've done a fantastic job of explaining that, Mark, considering the fact that you got absolutely no warning. Intrigues me just at that international level. It's just what it has to be, but that little bit more regulated. And you may see someone play the Commonwealth Games and think, well, what's up with that? Trust me when we say they've been through some very stringent tests, right? To get graded, it's not sign a bit of paper and say, well, there's your B whatever grading. You go through a lot of tests.
Like I can speak for myself. Like I've done the test, I think now 6 times, and every test has come out identical. So they've all come out as the same result, and now my grading has been changed to permanent. So unless I have either an operation or something brilliant happens to me, my grading will always remain that. And it's the same for all players. They'll have their gradings. They may be permanent and they may not be. Like I'm pretty confident its grading will be permanent.
Yes.
At B8. Unless she ends up having some back issues or other issues because of the fact she's only got one arm, then it may downgrade to B7.
Look at this here from Phil Huella.
This is good. This is brilliant from Philip.
Beautiful bowl.
Side toucher. Outstanding. In fact, I'm pretty sure they might be holding a few shots here.
Yeah, it looks like a good end building for Phil and Julie. I distracted us with all this talk about the gradings, and suddenly it is looking
might be 4 up.
It's looking healthy, isn't it?
And this is looking a little narrow. Needs to get past the front bowl, or it will be 4 or 3 at least.
Oh, this is a huge end for Phil and Julie. How badly would you want to add a bonus bowl here?
Yeah, this is 3 or 4 already. So as long as Philip takes his green here, he'll be good.
You're just thinking miss wide, right? You want to come back into... You could even draw that bowl that sits at 3 o'clock to the jack. Julie's or his bowl.
Played good for width.
Oh, no.
What, Scott? At least he was not narrow.
True.
I think it'll be 3 or 4. I wouldn't be surprised if it's 4 here.
2, 3. Let's see if the fourth bowl counts.
We'll have the umpire out here on picking. Oh, and the bowl just fell in. And
4.
So it's 4. After all that time, the bowl just leaning there like that and then falls over.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
That must be the greens playing more than 16 seconds, Alex.
Yes, yeah. Clearly that's what it means, that nugget of gold. That may or may not be true. we shared a couple of days ago. So we see the semi-finals continue in the women's pairs. Everyone looking nice and dry.
Well, that's a turnaround now, 9-5, and like I said, it only takes one or two ends and the game turns very quickly.
Absolutely.
Julie and Philip turn this next end over and they get one or two, will be a very close game. That's the one good thing about our sport. If you blink, you could be behind.
Yep. You have to stay focused the entire time. Tell you what, on a slightly different note, I was just thinking about those microfiber cloths, and we're not sponsored or anything, but the best microfiber cloths I've ever found are at what's now Woolworths. About $4 for a little pack of those 3 microfiber cloths in the cleaning aisle. And every time I walk, I just chuck those into the shopping basket, and they do a fantastic job.
Brilliant.
Good for cleaning glasses too. If you've got glasses, I find those ones. The ones you find in the countdown aisles. Under Bennett.
Close with this. That's a great shot.
That's a lovely bowl, isn't it?
Yeah, Julie wasn't bad. She had nice weight, just a fraction more green. Should have been by the jack as well. Still looks a little narrow.
Well, that's frustrating because it's the perfect weight. If you look at where those bowls are in relation to the jack, weight is absolutely spot on there.
Lynn went down on a great track again. This won't be far away if it's got the weight.
Oh, beautiful bowl. This is the perfect way to respond. Linda Bennett is responding as well as you possibly could to dropping a 4. You
Correct.
Bang, bang, 2 bowls right on the centre line within a foot and a half of the jack. That's all you could hope to do.
Still feel that this might be the right line, but I don't think it's here. Still, yeah, a little bit of both really with this one. I think Linda's got to swap hands here. And John's just indicated that.
Just wait for that. Well, you look at those 3 bowls from Julie O'Connell. Well, all 5 of these bowls are good weight, but those 3 bowls from Julie O'Connell, as a player, you think, well, I've had the perfect weight 3 times in a row, and I've just been that smidgen narrow.
Yeah, Linda's similar as well. There's 6 bowls within a foot of being jack level.
This is an impressive end here from these players. If we look where those bowls are finished, although it is going to be the 3, I think, to John and Linda on the crossover, holding 3 on the crossover.
And this is where the games are really important. We've just got a good 4. It's now time for Philip Huela to play a bomb and turn this head over. Because they don't want to get 4 and then drop 4.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
the worst thing we can do in a game.
So you've just worked and worked and worked to finally score that number. You've got to defend the number.
Yep, he'll be okay if he drops a single. That he would have done the job. But as long as it's not 3 or 4, then it sort of takes away from the 4 we just got. He might be having a run here, you know. He looks like he's on the backhand.
That's an interesting decision.
Well, it looks that way.
on the backhand side.
He is. He's attacking. He looks well under, though.
Well, let's see where the bowl finishes in relation to the head. If he stays in bounds, he might make it better for himself. That's an intriguing decision there, Mark.
Yeah, I'm not too sure I sort of agree with that shot, but...
Maybe it looked better. Sometimes it looks different from the mat, doesn't it? You think, well, there's a nice shot there for me to play.
Yeah, and it's hard to tell exactly from where we're actually lined up watching this end to whether that is the right shot. But it does look like the hand that John's just played, to play down and try and land a bowl or draw a shot. And this is how we will drop 4 or 5 if we keep running at this and we keep missing. We'll drop a 4 or 5. So if this one is not effective, he's got to have a rethink about it. This is not going to be effective either. Oh, he's got a little result out of it. Yeah, he's got a little result. Might still be a couple, 2 and a measure. I just think there's more bowls on that hand to run into and not score, so I do like the other hand. Right or wrong, that's the hand I would be playing. The same hand that John just played. I'd be drawing down there.
On the on his forehand
on the forehand
side. So our right as we see it.
Yeah, it's just like if he's a bit wide here again, he's going to knock another one in.
What's he doing?
And this is how we drop shots. So, but anyway, until he's played and finished, he looks well under again.
It's yeah, I don't know what to say. So I will say nothing. We'll watch John Lavelle look to add a bonus shot here. I've also been reliably informed, Mark, that the best microfiber cloths are actually from the New World Isles, not Countdown. So each to their own. I think in particular the Te Puke New World has the best microfiber cloths for bowls. Look at this.
Brilliant. That's come from John Gray, I guess.
I couldn't possibly comment, but what a shot that was from John Lavelle.
Yeah, and so here they are close to dropping the 4 back.
Yeah, and that's a great way to respond. If you're in a national final and you've dropped a 4, a great way to respond there. I think that was that indication of a 3.
Yes, looks like
3
it.
To the team on the red side.
Yeah, it makes the 4 and then we get 3. We've only dropped 1 over, which sort of cancels out the 4.
Yeah.
I just think wrong shot selection there from Philip. So I'm sure he'll tell me next time I see him why he played 3 runners in it. I guess the good thing is he chose what shot he was playing and he went for it. And that is the one good thing. At least that's the best thing about it is if you're going to play something, try and play it with confidence, even if it isn't the right shot.
Linda here on the back end.
Nice again from Linda.
So I've been able to obtain some updates from the women's pairs, and then I'll get some updates from the men's singles a bit later on. But women's pairs, Breyer and Tanith lead 22-0 after 8 ends, according to the person who sent me that update. 22-0 after 8, Brian Tanith. So you would think that unless there's some sort of, something dramatic happens, they're through to the New Zealand Women's Pairs final. And on the other side of the draw, Pam and Fee lead Sandra and Bev 6-3 after 8 ends. So a closer game going on there. And over the next end, I will give you some updates on the men's singles.
Yeah, thanks for that, Alex.
Certainly an exciting day going on at the Burnside Bowling Club. If you are in the Christchurch area, you could do worse than come down and check out the finals here at Burnside. The weather's clearing. I can see the sky, the blue sky, metaphorically behind the grey clouds outside the window at Burnside. It's coming. It's coming. I assure you, we'll have a nice end to the day. Women's pairs final and a men's singles final to come.
This is where I'm going to tell you, Alex, it's nice here in Palmerston North today.
Oh, great. Thanks, Mark. That's really helpful.
And it's probably, dare I say, it's raining in Auckland still.
Oh, it's always raining in Auckland, isn't it?
Nice again from Linda. Yeah, not too bad a track here from Julie. It's down to... Oh, it's not coming back as much as I thought it might.
It's almost... I'm hesitant to say that the rink is slowing down, but it almost has just lost that little, maybe a foot of running in the last 3-4 ends here, or maybe even just compared to yesterday and the day before, Mark, when we've been watching bowls here at Burnside. You just seem to, I expect the bowl just to go just a little bit further than what they actually are going today.
Yeah, so I would expect it to drop a second or so over the rain. This is a great shot from Linda. This is right, it's just about right smack next to the jack.
Good bowl.
That was brilliant.
Bring your line in a bit, Billy. You're reaching through those bowls now. We're going to catch it at the back. Tip the bowl will be really nice and move the kitty.
So there's Phil asking Julie to reach with probably a yard. Yep, and looks like she's reaching. Just a little wide again.
Good, all good.
So another big end on the turnover where Phil's going to be 2 or 3 down again. So this is definitely an end that Phil has to turn, Alex. Otherwise, the scoreboard will blow out.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's a lovely 3 bowls there from Linda Bennett, but an opportunity for this is the time where it's actually quite open and easy enough for Phil to have a nibble at this on his backhand, which is to the left as we see it, because even if he misses wide or narrow, you'd be unlucky to find a gap there and not either hit the bowl or the jack on your way through.
Correct. I know you mentioned the backhand there. I'm actually tempted to play this actually on the well.
Or his backhand, because he's a lefty.
Oh, he's a lefty. Okay.
Yeah.
I should have known that. I have played bowls with him before.
That's
yes,
fine.
he's on the hand I was suggesting.
Yeah, we don't disagree with each other, so it's fine.
He's on the hand I thought he would play.
Yeah, that's what he's done too.
It's close here. He's just got a hold, and he's got the bowl.
Oh, that's
What
a beautiful
shot.
bowl. Isn't that interesting? Because the weight I envisage, that's the weight I thought he might play on the previous end.
Yes.
And on this end, I thought he might play the weight he ended up playing on the previous end. But I suppose that's the reason why I'm just at the mug in the commentary booth, and these people are actually out here playing the finals. So at the conclusion of this end, I'll give you some updates, and I'm also going to cheer up some people and disappoint some others, because I got a bit confused with the women's pairs result. So just stand by, and at the conclusion of this end, I'll let you know who's done what. All I'll say is the scores were right, but the teams I said it maybe the wrong way round in the women's pairs. So if you're a keen follower, Some of you are going to be happier than you were maybe 5 minutes ago, and some of you are going to be a little bit disappointed.
Well, I think John here needs to be attacking this bowl. Chance to get the bowl out for 3 or 4. He's got the back one, so definitely wants to be down to the ditch with this.
On the
big
forehand.
Opportunity here. Yeah, big opportunity. Big weight.
What's the plant?
He might get it. He's close to the rub. Oh, Linda's just close to the rub. Oh, just missed the rub.
Isn't it amazing how we move when we're watching bowls? And like you see legs kick out as if it's going to make a difference.
Yeah, I've got a bad habit of telling the bowl to hurry.
I do the same thing. Or I tell it to break or to bite, and
Yeah.
yeah, well, when it listens to you, you feel like you're God, eh? Go,
Yes.
I've made it do the thing. So 1 anyway to Phil and Julie on the
Yeah,
ninth.
bowls do have ears, is the theory.
I firmly believe so. Anyway, I can report that Fiona and Pam are playing Kelly and Jan, so that was that 6-3 match, which means that Tanith and Briar are currently beating Sandra and Bev 22 points to 0. And if you look really carefully on the scoreboard, you can see that there, the 22 on the right and the 0 on the left. So Tanith and Briar defeating Bev and Sandra 22-0. The other game a lot closer, 3 the difference. And sorry to those I've disappointed there, and you're welcome to those who I've chirped up. I can also tell you that Shannon is 5-6 down, playing Sheldon in the quarterfinal. Riker is 3-all with Joseph, and Aiden is 6-1 up over Craig Tinker. The other quarterfinal not yet begun because the last 16 match went on a long way, but the other quarterfinal will be between Stephen Godfrey and Dale McWhinney Shillington. You can find the updates through to the quarterfinal on Bowl Sub Aotearoa.
Brilliant, Alex. Thanks for those updates.
Yeah, well, I mean, as I said, I've made some people happy and some people less happy there, so apologies. Apologies for the women's pairs names.
We always make people happy or unhappy. Same thing happens on the green. That nice start there from Julie.
I suppose the beauty with the commentary team is you could always just put us on mute as we see that really good first bowl there from Julie O'Connell.
So the good news with that last shot to Julie and Phil, they've remained within the touching distance of the opposition at 12-6. And still a lot of ends to go.
See this ball come back into frame shortly.
I see Phil clapping it, so it can't be that
I was going to say, well, we should see it coming shortly.
Yeah, well, Phil was clapping, so I presumed it was going to be reasonably good.
Just waiting, eh? It's incredible. We've actually turned the heater on inside the commentary booth for the first time in 3 days. Makes me feel like I'm home.
Back in Auckland, eh?
Yep. Linda there on the back end.
How about this? How about this? Is it up? Oh, it's a mighty
Hard to
effort.
tell.
I think 1 red. I'm going with 1 red for now.
Well, Phil giving it a really good look.
Sounded like he said a measure.
Well, that's helpful. That's helpful.
That's
stuff.
helpful. Yeah.
So he's indicating that Julie played the shot on her forehand. That's wise enough. It's an interesting, when you start talking pairs theory, we often talk about the last bowl of the lead and the first bowl of the skip being the sort of changing bowls, a bit like the third bowl in a game of singles. So it's wise enough here that instead of asking Julie to draw another bowl to cover, he said, look, you can actually play the shot yourself here and get some jack movement with your third bowl, with your last one before we cross over.
Correct. And the last bowl, she's just chipped the front one, but landed in a good home, about 2 feet past the jack, out to the left of our screen.
Just have a look from the players' end. This is what the players can see.
The 2 blue bowls must look horrible from the mat for Philip, who's going to have to go down and try and play to that.
Yeah.
Oh, he's watching this one
That's
intently.
helpful. Yeah, well, he was able to watch it.
I think it was because Linda almost sold out there and chipped the jack back to the 2 red bowls.
Been an exciting second. When you see the players let a bowl go that's slightly on the tight side, you can see Linda there with a smile just saying, oh, don't panic, it's okay.
Never looked like it, Skipper. How are we looking to landing the bowl or the jack here?
Well, it's down
Are
to
we
his
up?
weight.
Not up, I don't think. Oh, we're close, though. It's a good
lovely
effort.
I'm not going to say it, but I was going to say something about the rain, but I won't say anything about the rain.
You're trying to tell me it stopped.
Well,
I'm thinking that's what you're telling me, Alex.
I'm feeling
The rain has
optimistic. I'm
stopped.
just feeling optimistic about how this game is progressing in regard to the amount of water coming out of the sky.
Brilliant.
So Phil now on his backhand, and he said it was a measure for shot, so he still has to play this with a bit of purpose, and you can see.
Oh, he's a lot wider.
Oh, he's just.
But hang on.
How's the weight? Look at this.
He's not here.
How's
I
the
think.
weight?
That's the problem. No,
That was the
there's not.
green. Oh, goodness. It's a lovely effort. It would almost be worth checking again, wouldn't it, before Phil's last bowl, just to see if you could make an absolute call as to whether you're up or down, because there's an opportunity to play with a bit of confidence if you're Phil Hewella, trailing 6-12. Looks like you could sit with a 3 to meet. Comes with a small bit of danger, but feels worthwhile.
Not a lot. I think you've got 3 or 4 seconds here, so there's no reason not to be up.
Actually decided you could get a 4 out of it, because if you flick the jack a little bit to our left as we see it, that brings that red bowl that sits at 8 o'clock to the jack in as well. So big opportunity here to score a number. How's your weight, Phil?
A little wide. He's
Onto the
close
back
to
of
hitting
your
his
own bowl.
For one.
Oh, that was a much better weight.
Just a fraction wider than he needed to be, because I think it was under the front blue bowl to be. I guess we'll have the umpire out telling us who's going to have the shot here.
Yeah.
Since neither skip could work out, unless this one changes it.
Look at this.
Doesn't want to trail the jack. Does
Look at
not
this.
want to trail the jack. Does not want the jack here.
And he didn't get the jack either.
Brilliant.
That's a great shot. So
Yeah,
Julie will
brilliant.
concede that. And then
That
we'll...
was starting to look a little scary.
You're just praying usually, aren't you? In the
Oh yeah, for sure.
one conceded, and we'll see the umpire called for the second shot. As we finish the 9th, the end of 18 in this Open Disability Pairs final. And 23-0
so
now
halfway
after 10.
through, halfway
one of-
through, only 6 or 7 are different.
Yeah. The other game mark I can see is 7-6 after 10, but I'm not sure to who. And you can see that just because our cameras are good enough that I can squint close to my screen and read those two scoreboards. And the umpire, you can see, is actually on the left of the screen. So being called left, right and centre, the umpires on the screen.
Just lucky we've got more than one umpire, aren't we?
Thank goodness. Just to wait that result, at least one conceded. And they're measuring for second shot here between the blue bowl at 1 o'clock and the red bowl of Judy O'Connell's that sits at 4 or 5 o'clock to your jack.
I'm still going with the red bowl. That's what I picked early on.
It looks like a red, doesn't it?
I'm just picking it because it's on its flat. There we go. So sometimes when the bowls are lying on their flat, they're just what we call the belly of the bowl sticks out a little bit more. Oh, no. Oh.
No, it is one red. She pointed at the red. She was just taking the chocks out.
Well, that's 13-6, so still 9 ends to go. A long way left in this game.
Yeah, 7 up. 7 up on the 10th end. I mean, you'd rather beat John and Linda at the moment, but Phil and Julie have made bigger comebacks than this in their time at bowls, so I won't be too concerned. And there's been some good signs in recent ends. You know, that end as well, there was an opportunity for Phil and Julie to make a number, and that's how it's felt the last 4 or 5 ends, like they've got these chances, and as long as you feel like that's there, you still feel like you can make a comeback in this situation.
Correct.
Just, what's happening here, Mark? Are we not sure?
Jack might not be up, so might be requiring umpire again here.
Oh, no, it looks like Linda's just making sure her bowl's dry.
Okay.
I wondered that too, if the jack, because it is a shorter jack than what we've seen. Linda just cleaning the bowls.
Yeah, not too bad. Maybe a little bit past, but it's going to be a good home.
Yeah, good shot. Julie O'Connell now, current world champion. What a mighty result that was for New Zealand. Mark, a good world championships we had, and I mean, you guys were literally a bowl away. Felt watching the results come in.
Thanks for reminding me
Sorry,
about that
Mark.
last bowl.
Yeah, apologies.
It seems to happens to me a little bit recently. Lost 2 Commonwealth Game gold medals on the last bowl as well, Alex. So things like that starting to rack up in the Commonwealth Game. 2 ups on the last bowl. And even the last world champs, we were qualified into the semi-finals. And then the opposing player picked up a beer jack and won the game. Stopped us making a medal match.
I don't really have the words for it, Mark, so we'll just move on. But it was a good World Championships for New Zealand. It was cool to see Julie and Terry come through and contest that World Championships, and nice to see Parabowls included in a World Championships. I think that's a really good step forward from World Bowls to have more and more para-disciplines to play. I think at international level can only be good for the sport.
Yeah, it was like even the visually impaired, they were virtually 1 bowl off actually qualifying for the semi-final as well. So, yeah, we missed out by 1 bowl. They missed out by 1 bowl. You turn those around and we're probably winning the team medal. So we were a chance to get 2 medals for the Parabowls or 3 medals, or maybe even 4 if you turn our 2 results around. So
Yeah.
good effort from everyone involved. And we actually had a lot of first-time players there, like Darren, and first-time player at World Champs. A great experience for him.
Yeah, it's cool to see, and to have that, to begin to develop that depth, I suppose, at the Parabowls level is quite helpful, isn't it?
For sure.
So Linda here on her backhand. She's led very well in this game. I've been very impressed by Linda's bowls. And again, we see just another great shot.
Yeah, I just feel she's had the best of the 2 leads. That Philip's been in more trouble heading into than John.
Yeah, I think that's fair call.
And we always say if the lead's going best, then it's a matter of how many we win by with the skip.
So Julie here with her third bowl. This is important. She's given it every chance in the world.
Just a little through, but great effort. Great try from Julie. And a very good spot, that bowl. So I think Phil can just play the same hand, draw down, land on the shot bowl, or touch jack for 2. I might play the other side of the rink and try and sit his front bowl down or get to the back red. Is what I'm predicting. So he'll play what we would say our forehand, the left of the screen.
Yes, yep.
But he's clearly not listening.
We should have the commentary on loudspeaker, Mark.
Well, if he trails the jack for 1 down, I'm sure Linda will tell him.
I agree. Now, John here.
He's safe. Yeah, no, he's safe. He's got nice green, so he's safe enough. So we'll see if I'm right about Phil playing that hand. Sorry, Alex.
No, it's fine. I just heard some clapping, so I wondered if one of the semi-finals has been concluded. I suspect it'll be Tanith and Breyer through to the final.
Chance. Have a look at this. Is he up?
Oh, beautiful. Wait.
Fair effort. I really think John needs to play the other hand here, but he doesn't want to trail the jack here. So he has to be very careful on the hand he's playing. And what he doesn't want to finish is jack level, helping Phil.
Make it easier to play the shot.
Yeah, make it easy, yeah. So if Phil gets hold of the jack here, he'll have at least 3.
Oh, that came out nice and smooth.
Oh, his chance if he's up. Oh, he's still just lacking a fraction of weight. What a great track he's on. If he can just get the weight right, he'll make 3 shots with his last bowl. Right, this is a good time to play a good one, I'm thinking.
Right, so big opportunity here for Phil Hewella. 13-6 down, so time.
Chance. He's close, I believe.
Let's have a look at it.
It's not helping me much, but I believe he's got
Here we go.
He's got it, I think.
Oh, that's
no,
a calamity. Oh, that couldn't have gone worse.
He's made it worse. It's 4 down now, I think.
Oh, there couldn't have been a worse result for a bowl that was within half a bowl of perfection there. And I can report...
He's been very unlucky.
Oh, that's unbelievable. So 1, 2, 3. I think it's going to be 4. It is 4. What are they walking around for? 4.
They're quite agreeing.
Oh, I thought Linda had agreed. Oh, just wait. Oh, yeah, 4. There we go.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4. 17-6. It's a comfortable lead now for John Lavelle and Linda Bennett as we complete the 10th end. And I can report that Tanith and Breyer are through to the New Zealand Women's Pairs final. defeating Sandra Keith and Bev Morrell 24 points to 2. Remembering Sandra and Keith won this event last time it was held in Christchurch. That's a great win for the young guns, Tanith and Briar, and they'll be taking a lot of confidence coming through to the final, where they will play the winner of that semi-final that you can see going on to the left of your screen there. And it's still a close game, and we'll bring updates to you on that as the game progresses. Actually, I can bring it to you now. It's 13-6 to Kelly McKirahan and her skip, whose name has eluded me. Thank you, Jan Shirley, who I wish good luck this morning, actually. So Jan and Kelly are leading 13-6 after 12 ends, and they're looking okay too. So at the moment, we're tracking for a Jan Shirley and Kelly McKirahan final, taking on the young guns of Tanith and Briar. Men's quarterfinal results to come through in a couple of ends.
Yeah, Briar as well just won the New Zealand singles.
Yeah, she's
at Hawke's Bay last year, so brilliant. She's on a bit of a roll.
That was her breakthrough, wasn't it? And from there, she's just been success after success. Went to Hong Kong and played with Selena Goddard in the last month or two, where she experienced what we could charitably call some greens over there, and has just been sort of going strength to strength.
And into the New Zealand development team now too, to play Australia in 3 or 4 weeks. So very lucky, and got a lot of good bowls coming up for her, and playing good to deserve all that.
Absolutely. So for Linda Bennett and John Lavelle now, it's just about keeping the foot down. You are 17-6 up in a national final. This is the 11th end of 18. You just want to keep going.
Yeah, you win a couple more ends from here, and you know you're just about what we call home. Linda's stretched this right out. We're almost tee to tee here, Alex.
Do you think that was intentional, or do you think it just happened?
It is an interesting question.
I know.
Maybe a little bit by mistake. Don't know. Maybe a mistake of a jack throw. But
I don't know. I think it must be a mistake, right? Because they're 17-6 up, so there's no reason to change anything. But as it turns out, it's not going badly.
Not at the moment. Linda's not either. In fact, Linda's very good with this bowl. Maybe a little bit past.
Just see if it stays up on the rink. It has done, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a yard or past, with the jack being on the tee, so.
Looking for a correction here. Julie O'Connell probably drawing the shot, but I mean that won't be holding at the end of the seam, will it?
No, I think the back bowl will be the shot, Alex. The jack's on the tee, the other bowl, the back bowl's on the rink. It will be the closest. That's how I. So that's the bowl we actually can't see at the moment.
We just see it from the player's point of view. So we're talking about that back bowl that sits at 1 o'clock to the jack, as you see it on screen, and we'll see.
Correct.
Linda Bennett's bowl. She's overplayed that one. That's a perfect example of one that's probably just slipped out of their hand in this weather. On the back end again, Julie O'Connell, and it's time. I mean, it's scoring time for Phil and Julie. They're trailing by 11.
This will be good.
This is a good bowl here.
Yeah, this is the shot bowl coming in. Well
Lovely
done.
bowl. Just fighting away. This blue stickered bowls. If Julie O'Connell is drawing the shot, I wouldn't say there's a target there. So For John, is he just trying to draw second mark?
Correct. I mean, for Julian, that you don't become world champion by not giving up. So they'll fight right to the end.
See
Yeah, as long
in
as
the background.
I think John should just be trying to draw a good second here, rather than doesn't want to start charging at it and give Phil a chance to draw 3 shots. $17-6 up, dropping 1.
Our camera is
not
in
the wrong
danger.
bias. That's
No,
just
it
the
came
wrong
out.
bias.
It came out with a wobble. It's going to come back a little
Oh,
bit.
okay.
It's not a wrong bias. It's
Okay.
not the second wrong bias of the final mark.
Okay.
But seriously
Okay.
concerned for camera number 5. Briefly.
I didn't see Colin getting out there to chase it. It's a little bit narrow here from Phil. So the conditions are clearly really tough for these players
Yeah, we'll
to
just
hang on to the bowls.
watch this, guys. Watch John's delivery. So he let it go. It wobbled out of his hand the first time. So just watch this really carefully. See if he gets it out a bit smoother on this occasion. Still a bit of a wobble, but that's what happened before. It's just too much wobble, and the bowl's bias was unable to bite back in time, and that's why he lost his
Bit
bowl.
like this. Yeah, this is the same.
Let's put that wobble on the bowl. And
It
2
could
down
be-
now.
Yeah, it's counting now. Yep. Phil needs to swap hands here. There's an open hand on the other side where he's got his own bowl. I don't like the hand he's actually choosing to play here because there's
Was
a
that-
blue bowl out there.
Only possible hand you could hit the opposition up.
Yes, correct. He's
Inside
only
out
got
off
to beat
here.
this front bowl. I mean, that could be in the count.
Look, I know it sounds weird to say because you look at how it's a loose head, but they're holding 3 here, which is what they needed to do. So let's see if John can cut it down. That came out smoother.
Chance for 4 if John does not change this. How are we looking? He looks good unless he's too quick. This will be second shot. Or will it?
If it can be rested through,
Or will it? No, it's second shot.
if it's second shot, you need to get rid of that somehow.
On the other hand,
I would
between
suggest
the
it's on
red-
here. Yep.
between the red on the other hand, down there and sit it back 2 feet for 4.
To the right as we see it, eh? Yeah, he's going to do
Correct.
that too. I think. Is he?
No, he's on the backhand still.
Right.
He's on the wrong side of the rink. I believe he's on the wrong side of the rink.
You'd still push that bowl out.
Yeah, it's a lot harder shot on that hand. Yeah, I think he's missed an opportunity here, as Phil.
Perhaps just didn't ask the right question. But we're going to see one anyway to Phil and Julie. So 7-17-10 the difference now as we enter at the 12th end of this game. And irritatingly, Mark, there's absolutely no wind here at Burnside Bowling Club. And the one rain cloud in Christchurch has decided to park itself over top of us. And it doesn't look like it's moving, but I remain hopeful.
I won't say we've got a nice sunny day in Palmerston because we don't, but it is no rain. There is no rain here.
Yeah, it's just about as good, isn't it? A shorty, a very
windy
short.
outside. Yeah, this. Oh no, this might be out. It's marginal.
Well,
Might
the
not be
Mets-
in the rink.
The mat's right back. Well,
It wasn't even in the rink.
I hope it was out of the rink because John shouldn't have picked that up and thrown it back if it was in the rink and he just thought it was short. So we'll just we'll presume that it was out of the rink and we'll leave that there.
Yes. I'm sure Linda overchucked the jack last end, so I don't think it'll be by the tee. It'll be back to the 3/4 length end, I think.
Yeah. And that, even taking the time with the jack throw, which is good. Good to see.
She almost looks like she fell over there soon. Looks like she lost a little bit of balance.
It's gone out of
Yeah,
bounds
she
as
did.
well.
She did lose some balance, and that's why it's gone out of bounds. Now we'll have the jack way back on the tee.
And
But Julie's like the mat.
move
so
the
Julie
mat.
can pick up the mat now and bring it all the way up to what we call the front
Move the
tee.
mat.
Yeah, Julie, I'd be moving the mat.
I don't understand. So one of the laws of the game, if it's thrown out of bounds twice, the jack gets placed on the what we call the 2 metre mark. and then you're allowed to move the mat to wherever you want. So you could bring it up as short as you want, or you could put it as long as you want, and it's essentially been given a free go at whatever. To be honest, it's quite
Correct.
a cool it's a cool rule. So you'd want to change it. I don't really understand why it wasn't moved. You can see now also the chalk lines are just starting to disappear, which is usually an indication that's about when the green should start slowing down a little bit, because it means there's some water that's beginning to come up. Unlike the 16-second statement when the bowls sit down mark, I'm more confident with the chalk lines disappearing.
Beautiful.
And you see there, Julie has perfect green, but it's fallen short. If the mat was up 3 or 4 a metre and a half, it could have been a front toucher.
Yeah, you're correct there. I think Julie's just forgotten. I'm pretty sure.
Maybe,
she could have read the mat
yeah.
then. It's easy to get wound up in the game and just sort of forget a couple of things as we go along. Although they did win the last end where the jack was on the tee, so that's a good bowl from Linda, though.
That's a good shot. A good shot.
Yeah, that's very good.
Showing a bit of frustration there.
Yeah, just a little bit wide. Lovely weight, though, Alex.
The completion of this end, I will give you some more updates as to how the quarterfinals of the Open Summerset Men's Singles National Championships are going. Some interesting scores coming through, and of course the final to be broadcast later on today after the New Zealand Women's Pairs final, live on Sky Sport 4 and the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel. And if you want to get the best seat in the house, you could do worse than coming down to the Burnside Bowling Club, where there is wonderful food, coffee cart outside, the bar's open, and good viewing platforms. Julie on the back end.
What's the speed like? Pretty good, isn't it? This is going to be a good shot from Julie.
Beautiful bowl. What a shot.
Outstanding.
A resting toucher.
It's going to fall over, I believe.
It looks like
green, 16-second green.
Or maybe it slowed down, Mark.
The bowl will fall over.
Oh, the things you say that haunt you and haunt you, eh?
See, there you go, bowl out to the right.
One set over. 16-second green, I'm telling you right now.
Oh, there we go. Fall over.
I'm claiming that as a win for the commentary.
Yes, correct.
And Linda looks to be underneath the line here. See the crossover.
think Phil's just started to play quite narrow the last. He might get a great result here, though.
That's a miracle.
Let's clap that.
That couldn't have gone better.
He'll be very happy. He'll be very happy with that.
Only thing I would say is you could get the red now to the left, and the reds will both go quite easily. But I mean, it couldn't have gone better for him, Phil's bowl. Giving himself half a chance here.
He's got this.
Great shot. Lovely
And
bowl.
he might even have shot too, I think. I'm pretty sure they had one right on the edge of the ditch and just got shot.
He's got it square and popped the jack back.
That was a marvellous bowl.
Yeah, good bowl under pressure is probably an exaggeration, but it's a nice shot to play, isn't it? When you're leading 17-7 in a national final and you're a couple down, a couple of good bowls down on the head just to go, no, I've got this under control, this game, and I want to keep it under control, and he's done that, John. You can see Phil Huella's bowl there just falls short and a bit narrow, so Linda Bennett going to ask John Lavelle to play a bowl to there, and keep your eyes on the screen. You'll see the bowl enter to the right of your screen and go to the left. You can see the jack there as well, just to the right of the rink marker, the 10.
I know Phil's one down here, but I'm wondering if they considered having a crack at that one bowl for 3.
Yeah, yep.
Maybe. I'm not sure. I know we can't see all the bowls there.
So there's that bowl. I think
it
it's
might
the
not
only
be
bowl.
worth 3. Oh, it might only be worth 1. Oh, 2 seconds, Julie just said. So Julie's just asked.
We're talking about the bowl at the very bottom of your screen.
Yeah, down straight through that front gap and take it out for the 2 or 3 if you stay. We are getting to not quite to the real desperate stage, but we are 10 behind with only 6 odd ends, and so you drop another thing. Could play a goodie and make 2 or 3.
Yeah, it's worthwhile having a look.
I think this is a good idea to come down and have a look at that front gap. He's going to walk up by that front gap in a minute. Right through there, where he's just walked away from it, but through that gap and land the shot bowl out and get 3 shots. I don't know what it looks like from the mat either, Alex, but certainly if it's on to get to it, I would be having a look.
I mean, it feels like it's a tempting shot to play, doesn't it?
Oh, the scoreboard. That's the only reason why I'm suggesting the shot. Like if
you're 10 down.
There's only 1 or 2 the diff, I might not play it, but I'm 10 behind. I've got to make something. Something's got to happen for me to win this game. So I'm thinking if I could play a bomb now, I might change what's going on.
Makes his way down. And
so we'll see which way he's going to play, and that will tell us what shot he's playing. Yeah, he may be having a crack. Yeah, he may be having a crack here looking at it.
Right. We'll just... he's going reasonably quick here, I think.
Yeah.
We'll see it from the players.
We'll
see it from the players.
He's having a go.
Watch this.
Can't tell yet. Oh, no, he's under. He's narrow.
Disappointed with that.
Unfortunately narrow. I see the green behind is underwater there, Alex.
Yeah, interesting.
So clearly there's been a lot of rain in Christchurch.
Very steady amount of... Yeah, just steady. It's been steady, which is infuriating. The green still looks like it's playing nicely enough, and I remain hopeful that the rain cloud will move along. See John here looking to make it 2. Just see if the bowl does come back in bounds. You see the jack to the right, and here's John's bowl.
No, it's not quite there, Alex. Oops, Julie just about fell over trying to get down onto the green then.
Yeah, it's the dangers, isn't it? So 18-7 the score.
Well, that's...
Oh, no, wrong way around, Alex. Trying to be kind.
That's what I say about for the disabled players is when we step off the banks and it's wet, we just don't have the balance. And as you saw there with Julie, it was needing a little bit of help to get down there. And that's what we don't want to see, is someone fall over in these wet conditions.
I can give you some updates from around the traps. The quarterfinals of the men's singles, Sheldon Baggery-Howley is leading Shannon McElroy 15 points to 9. And remember, they contested the New Zealand singles final last year, Sheldon the defending champion. Joseph van der Pennen, who took out Ryan Bester earlier on today, is leading Riker Gregory 14 points to 5. Dale McWhinney Shillington trails Stephen Godfrey 3 points to 6. And Aidan Takarua leads Craig Tinker 10 points to 7. So some good games going on at the back green here at the Burnside Bowling Club.
So just a question on that, Alex, that you might better tell the viewers. Will the final of the singles for the men be played on this screen, or
Yes. Yep.
is it played on the other? Oh, it is.
Yep.
So they get moved over to here?
Screen. Yep.
Is that for the semi-final they're moving over there, or is it just the final they're going to move over to the screen?
That's my understanding. So they'll be
Okay.
used to the green by the time they get to the final.
So semi-final.
Yep.
Just for the viewers, so the viewers are aware that they'll be on the screen the next round.
Yeah, and if you're in the Christchurch area, the Burnside area, it's worthwhile coming down. Linda on the forehand, and unfortunately, we'll watch it from this angle. Can't show you the head from the skip's point of view because they want to watch it. So we'll see it from the leads direction.
Yeah, I think you just forget sometimes when you're out there. It's easy to forget.
Where are we? There we go.
Nice.
Oh, lovely shot.
Yeah. Good bowl, Julie. They need to keep scoring from here on in, so I feel that Julie and Phil are going to have to start getting some goodies in.
Right, let's just watch this bowl. Oh, interesting. This feels like the last opportunity in the game that Phil and Julie may have to score a number. Julie should be able to draw a second shot here.
Yeah, we've got to the point where we need two an end, Alex. So once we start to needing two or more an end, it starts to get hard in bowls. While it's still at single figures, we're always a chance. So yeah, Julie needs to capitalise on Linda's not quite so good end.
Right, what would you be playing here if you were John, Mark?
Oh, I think we've got to play where Julie's just walking up there now. That's the hand to play. You're down there just trying to beat the bowl on the left-hand side on the right-hand side of our screen, or just a small touch on the jack for 2 shots.
Not far away.
And this is close.
Down,
How
he
about that
says.
for an attempt?
Oh, lovely
That
shot.
is a brilliant attempt. And that's the perfect weight for it, so that if you landed on the jack, you trail the jack to your own bowl.
Really classy stuff from these two. Phil on the forehand side now.
Yeah, it just looks a little bit narrow. He might get away with it, though. No, just not quite the weight. So virtually the same bowl from John, and he will make 2 shots at least.
So you got that one away nice and smoothly on the running surface. Didn't wobble at all upon
he's a
release.
Chance if he's up. He's not quite here.
Oh, just shy, short of a gallop. He's got the right line, Mark. How's
I
the
don't
weight
think he's here. No, he's not. Oh, he's still
How's
going.
the weight?
Oh, no, he is good enough.
Yeah, that's a good bowl.
2 shots. Brilliant. John definitely needs to be up now. Right, sit either bowl out, drop it to 1, trail jack for 2 or 3. He's got the 3 backest bowls. So make sure you're here and sit a bowl or trail.
He's wide out of the hand. I thought. Maybe he's not. We'll just wait and sit. Thanks, Linda. That's really
He's
helpful.
not looking wide now. Oh, he is wide. He's a bowl wide, I believe.
That was a beautiful effort.
There. Not more. It's a good effort. He just needed to be in the area there. He was going to make 2 or 3. So can Phil get the bonus and get 18-10 on the scoreboard?
How's the weight?
He's a little narrow, is he?
Could get a feather off this front bowl. Oh, not enough of a feather. So I think we'll see 2 to Phil and Julie. 9-18 on the 14th end. Remember, we have 2 more games to broadcast today, so don't stray too far from your television sets. There's nothing else, nothing better to do on the 5th of January. I don't even know what day it is, Mark. What day is it? No, but what's
I don't know.
It's a Friday. On a Friday,
I believe.
It's the festive period, It just does it in. So on a Friday day, sit down at your television, check it out. There's going to be some great games. We've got a women's pairs final coming up, followed by the men's singles final. Yeah, good day, bowls.
Yeah, it is a bit like that when you're doing bowls commentaries or running a chess tournament like I'm running at the moment. Every day is the same day.
Yep, you just
So
lose
you lose
perspective.
track of the actual. Yeah. Like for us here at Manawatu with the National Chess Championships on, we don't finish till the 12th of January, so we've still got over a week.
Oh.
So it makes the bowls sound really quick because you guys go from the second to the second, from we're the 2nd to the 12th.
How's the weather been inside the chess halls, Mark?
Funnily enough, a couple of years ago we had rain inside our venue, but this year there was none.
Oh, that's good. I'm pleased to hear it. And a good bowl there from Julie O'Connell. They are still battling away, right? So it's 9 points. 9 points to get in 5 ends. So
yeah, they're just like 2 in the end. Yep, 2 in the end. But they've got to be set up by Julie here. She's got to continue to. She's got to try and dominate these last 4 or 5 ends on Linda and aim on if she can. I mean, to state the obvious, if you're holding shot every time you swap over, it's much easier skipping.
Yeah.
And certainly in these conditions are even harder because it's harder to hold the bowls and everything. It wouldn't matter who was out here playing.
Exactly. So Julie's got 1 close already. will be looking to make it 2. I like your cricket analogy that you use reasonably often, Mark, and thinking about in the games that aren't singles, by which I mean you've got a set number of ends to play, you can look, and this is a great shot, you can look at it and think, well, what's my required run rate here? How many points do I need to score per end to catch up? I think that's a nice analogy to use, and easy. When you're skipping, it's a really handy tool, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. It's like this. Let's not overthink it and go, oh goodness, we're 9 behind. Let's just go to an end. Like I'm happy even like if we need singles, if we need 6 singles and 6 ends, if I get them, I draw the game, and then I can win on the extra end, and that's the best way to look at it. You start panicking about being 6 behind is where some errors can come into the game.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a way just to remove the emotion from it, I suppose.
Yeah, how good's this from Linda?
Pretty good.
How good? How good?
Lovely shot.
That's a great bowl. Just pop the jack out into the open. Gives her skip John a great chance from there on in now to score. But Julie's going to swap hands. Hopefully draw another one near the jack.
On the forehand side. Didn't like it upon release. We just see it from the player's side.
Yeah, she just looked like she lost a fraction bit of balance, I think.
Sorry, team. Be disappointed with that. You can see that bowl is just finished high and wide. Still in the... No, it's out.
So Linda might swap hands here as well, indirectly, and play the other side of the rink.
So Linda has delivered her bowl. We'll just see if we can find an angle that doesn't have people standing in front of it. Have a look at this one. So from the right to the left, that bowl, she's picked up the jack, so it's a good time to switch. And is it going to sit down?
She's still down. Still down. Might be 2 down. Oh no, 1 down. 1 red.
1 red. So Phil and Julie holding one. That bowl that sits at 11 o'clock.
I mean 1 red bowl. Of course, not 1 red stickered bowl. It's
yes.
A little bit confusing with the colour of the bowls, but...
The bowl that is red. But it's blue.
The bowl that actually is red, which is the blue side of the scoreboard. If I confuse myself now, if I'm not careful.
Yeah, we're just keeping people on their toes. So Phil with the bottle play, holding 1 on the head. He's trailing by 9 on the scorecard. So we spoke about Phil and Julie will be trying to score about 2 points per end, and that'll get them enough to catch up on his forehand side.
Yeah, I like the line. I'm liking the chance of the weight too.
That's a good bowl. Very nice first bowl there from Phil Hewella.
Just out of the count, I think. But very good attempt.
John Lavelle on his backhand got that one away nice and smooth. We've seen him get a couple away with a bit of a wobble in these conditions, but it's not one of those bowls, and he's not far away.
How about this? How about this?
That's beautiful. Really classy stuff there from John Lavelle.
Got to be the shot, I think. So if it is the shot, Phil definitely has to be up now. Cannot off short. He is up, I think. He's just a bit wide. Yeah, I like the weight to reach that last bowl, to sit it out for a couple.
Got chances then. It's easier shot to play than a dead draw, and the dead draw, the reward for a dead draw is only 1 shot, isn't it? You're reaching through, your reward is 2, and it's an easier shot to reach through than it is to dead draw, so that sort of makes its own decision.
Yeah, I think an important last bowl here from Phil, just to keep that scoreboard ticking over and keep a little bit of pressure on the opposition. Right, there's a chance on this line.
Not far away. He's not far away here. Needs to sit down for the shot. Oh, well,
Yep, that's good enough.
Julie's indicated that it's one.
Julie's put the finger up. And a single here is okay. So they'll need eight shots from 4 ends, which is still 2 an end. Still within that range. And you know, there's always a chance John might be heavy here and take his own bowl out and drop 2. So just got to keep putting pressure on the opposition and hope for errors.
Yeah, it's what you're secretly hoping, Phil, or we're just thinking, come on. In the background.
Help me.
On the backhand.
He's on a good line. It's down to speed now, Alex. He's close if he's got the right way.
Just have a look from this angle. He's going to
close.
get the wrong half. Well, he's definitely one down now. You see that indicated there by Julie O'Connell. So the runway rate goes up slightly because they were thinking about going up in 2s and they've just got a 1 there. So trailing by 8.
So they still need 2 an end.
Yeah.
That's for the draw. 2 an end before was for the win. Now we're actually just trying to get 2 an end to draw the game.
And that jack thrown probably shorter than what they have been.
Weight's pretty good here, I think, isn't it? A little bit short.
Yeah, just underneath in both the ways. She's got a new microfiber cloth out. I wonder if it's one from New World.
You should be able to get sponsorship from New World with your promotion.
It's the best bowls microfiber cloths. I'm sure you could find, I think, of some sort of tagline.
Yeah, I'd be hitting John Gray up right now about it.
Looking to make a slight correction, really. Julie O'Connell.
Yeah, not a lot to change here.
Just making the correction. It's interesting in the rain. I was talking to someone. So all bowlers are played in the rain, and there gets to a point when you start wrinkling up, when your fingers start wrinkling up. If it's been that rainy, it's actually easier then to not bother drying the bowl, and you get a bit of grip on it. But there is a few ends in between where it's can be quite challenging.
Yeah, you're correct. It's at some stage you don't want to dry them. They're easy to hold wet.
It's about sort of finding that time. And often bowlers we're eternal optimists, aren't we? So we dry the bowls in the hope that the weather's going to turn. But eventually your fingers get that sort of your wrinkly fingered situation, and then it's actually easier to hold the bowl if you just leave them damp. Look at this here. Being very consistent in this game, Linda Bennett. Very consistent.
Yeah, how about this? Great shot from Linda.
That's an impressive bowl.
What a shot.
Not quite a toucher.
Phil and that are going to have to change this up at some stage, clearly, during this end. Otherwise, I'm feeling the game will be sort of out.
Yeah, every end feels like a must-win end, doesn't it, for Phil and Julie? And the more ends in a row they can win, the closer they get, the more chance of a crack shown in the armour. But, I mean, look at this head at the moment. Linda's got one right on top, one just past. There needs to be an effective bowl coming in the next
Surely.
4.
Yeah, shortly. It's all about scoreboard pressure, the game of bowls anyway. If we can put scoreboard pressure on our opposition, that's how we get action and catch up teams.
Yeah, and Julie would be disappointed she's missed that one short. She would have been thinking, oh, look, I could miss 3 or 4 feet past. If I connect it, move something. If I miss past, then it's an easier shot for Phil to play. But instead, she's fallen a bit short there and hasn't really helped the cause.
So the key here for Linda is not to actually touch the actual bowl that's next to the jack, because she doesn't want to, what we call, open up the jack so that Phil can score some points. But don't help the opposition with this one. So in other words, don't be narrow in this case. Played it well, though.
Lovely bowl.
I'm thinking Phil needs to attack this. Try and kill it maybe, and we'll start again. Like, we're in or out right now. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you.
But one's no good here. Well, it's okay. One's better than the 3 down they are. But he certainly has to change up here, and attacking has got to be the go.
Yeah, you may as well go down all guns blazing in this situation. Phil and Julie, they know they have to score on this end if they entertain a hope of still winning this title. So we'll see 3 aggressive bowls, I feel.
He's on the backhand, I think, which is the hand to attack it on. Yeah, looks like he's got some aggression. Just needs to get under or promote that red bowl. And he's in that.
Good try.
He's pushed the red bowl to a great spot. That's where the jack will go, right to that bowl. Linda's just putting a foot there to virtually say that. Yeah, Linda's got it right. Need to get to that red disc, the red bowl. Well, he's going to draw a shot by mistake. He was actually trying to get to the red bowl. He's played.
Oh, what an
played
absolute bomb.
A good one, but maybe not a good one. It's hard to explain that, Alex, because he does open up a shot on the other hand.
Yeah, arguably made it a slightly easier shot, isn't it, for Phil? I mean, it's still hard, ironically, because of Phil's bowl that sits at 12 o'clock. If that wasn't there, it would be a much easier shot to play, but a huge end.
Four down, and like if he does not turn this head over in some shape or form, we could even see a shake of hands early here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
If this stays as 4, it'll be 12 and only 3. I can actually see a shake of hands in that case. So let's hope Phil can play down now on his forehand and land the jack and score a shot or 2.
Right, what's happening? So
he's not sure where the jack was, I think, Alex. Needs to be a goodie, I think. Well, he's aggressive. I think he's just a little wide, is he?
Needs it to break back into the head.
He's just a little wide. Beautiful weight to be able to get the jack.
Really nice weight for the shot.
I feel that John should just chuck a back one in, just in case.
Yeah, that's because you've got a nice narrow target. You're holding a bundle. You're leading by 8. Why would you go close?
Yes. Yeah, what he does not want to do here is drop one just short of the jack that Phil can wick off to get the jack. So I'd be actually trying to get to the backist and go, good luck.
Let's see what he opts to play. So he's on the backhand. He's he's trying to draw close for reasons.
Does not want to move the jack here again.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Holding 5. Suppose you just go, look, we'll put you under all the pressure in the world, and if you miss, we'll shake hands. Might be what he's thinking.
Yeah, Phil, but you shouldn't underestimate the opposition. If Phil plays the jack trail, he can get it through, and he holds 3 or 4. He's not looking at trailing at the moment. But if he was to get the jack back, I still like the forehand jack past all the bowls for 3 or 4 shots.
That's what I'm expecting to see. And as you say, Mark, it's one of the most dangerous things you can do in bowls is back someone to miss. So you can be sure that if you back someone to miss a bowl, they'll get it. And it hurts a lot for you, and it doesn't hurt for them at all because they understand what's happened.
Yeah, like if Phil plays it, it's 18-14 because I didn't cover it. So it does worry me that he didn't. It looks like he's actually playing the backhand and he's driving at the front bowl. That's what I think he's doing.
Okay.
Driving for the kill. He's well under.
We'll see that bowl just go underneath the head.
Yeah, and I feel that is the game, I feel, after that, on this end.
You'd have to think so.
You're 4 or 5 down. Yeah.
You'd have to think so.
I won't be surprised. Yeah, I won't be surprised to shake your hands here.
Yeah, it could be the full 6 scored here. I will give some updates before we check out. Remember, folks, that there's 2 more finals to be broadcast live on Sky Sport 4 and the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel. We'll watch it from another angle because, again, the people in the way. Oh, look at that. That's brilliant. Really good stuff.
Got to be close to 6.
It's a full count. Has to be a full count there.
I feel we're definitely looking at shaking hands here. Do I say that? It's a goal. I think that's what.
So there we have it. I think.
They're going to. Are we? I don't know. They look like they're going to play them back.
Okay.
14 shots and 3 ends.
I'll just talk through
the averages. Sorry, Alex.
I'll just talk through some results. We've got the some quarterfinal results coming through, or not completed results, but as they come in, Sheldon Bagri-Howley is leading Shannon McElroy 18 points to 15. Remember, Sheldon is the defending title holder. Shannon, a former world champion. 18-15 to Sheldon in that one. Joseph van der Pennen, who's proven to be a giant killer today, who defeated Ryan Bester, the world champion in the first round, is leading Riker Gregory 19 points to 8. Dale McWhinney Shillington, which is a longer name than Sheldon Bagri-Howley, and goodness help us if they both make the final, because that's going to take up the full board. Dale McWhinney Shillington is leading 12-10 over Stephen Godfrey, and Aidan Takarua 17 points to 11 up over Craig Tinker. And it looks like the women's pairs semi-final has been completed to the left, so I'll get you an update on that as soon as I can, and we will know who we will watch in the women's pairs final to be played in about 45 minutes. But in the meantime, let's watch the final end of this Open Disability pairs final.
Thanks for those updates, Alex. Great work from the team getting those to you.
And I can confirm that Jan Shirley and Kelly McKerahan are through to the final of the women's pairs, winning 18-11 over Fiona Frew and Pam Fair. It was a good game by the looks, just looking at the scorecard in front of me, but they had a run of ends, I think 5 or 6 ends in a row, were just able to get their noses far enough in front to hold on. So we will see a final between the young guns, Byra Atkinson and Tanith Potgieter, playing Kelly McKerahan and Jan Shirley next. And looking forward to that. What a final that's going to be. Jan Shirley, a former New Zealand player. Kelly McKerahan, the losing World Championship singles finalist last year to New Zealander Taylor Bruce, and two of the rising stars of bowls in New Zealand, Tanith and Raya.
Brilliant. Right, they've all got a count here from Julie and Phil.
I mean, yeah, it's not beyond the realms of possibility. I understand why they're playing it back towards their bowling bags, but they need to find a 6 here. So you want the first bowl to be passed, which it is from Harry.
3 5s. Yeah, 3 5s to win 25-24.
Yeah.
So we can afford one slip up each end, Alex.
Yeah. And that's legitimately what you're thinking, because you don't entertain when you've made the decision to continue to play, you don't entertain the possibility that might not happen. Otherwise, what's the point of playing? So they'll be looking to build ahead for 5 here. And it's the sort of thing where you'd expect if they cross over, and it looks like they might cross over with Linda Bennett having the better of Julie O'Connell, Phil Huela will probably have 3 drives at this and try and kill the end. Because you need to create a 5. If you don't score a 5, you can't win the game, and if you can't win the game, why are you playing the end? So we'll see Phil have 3 drives at this, I think, if Julie crosses over in a bit of trouble.
You should be correct with that.
There you go. I mean, I've been right. Would not be the first time I've been wrong. Certainly won't be the last.
Certainly, I certainly know if it was me out there in the situation, we're driving and killing, or trying to anyway. Making an attempt to. There's one of the 5.
Yeah, it's a good start, so they'll be happy with that. So Julie needs to make it a couple. Just add the pressure on, see what you can manage. Linda Bennett has played very well in this game.
Yeah, I definitely think Linda's had the better off the 2 leaders here. She's played well against our world champion.
Yeah, been very consistent. Managed the conditions. Probably the best out of all 4 of these players, I would say, Linda Bennett.
Correct.
There's been moments of brilliance from all 4. You can see how both of these teams have made it through to this national final. Linda Bennett's bowl here coming back into screen. Just past, so by John's left knee. Julie on the back end.
Well, chance. Heading the right way to be 2 shots.
Keep running, keep running. Yeah, so
Needs
now
to
you
hurry.
have to, if you're Phil, you have to try and kill this. There's 2 short bowls. A 4 is possible still, but a 4 isn't good enough. It's not good enough to try and kick on and win this game. So I think it's you drive it at 3 times. You might get a miracle result if you're driving for the jack and you get Linda's bowl that sits at 1 o'clock. Something interesting might happen. It's technically possible that it could disappear and take maybe 1 other blue with it somehow, and you could sit with 2.5. But you've got to be having a go at this, and then shake hands if you've missed all 3. What's your record amount of kills, Mark, when you've been trying to win a game in this situation?
I had a game a long time ago against Nick Unkovich.
Yes.
It's a name from certainly the past. That was at Wainui, and Nick was leading by 7 up playing the last end against us, and I killed it 5 times in a row. And Nick told me to stop being silly. He thought it was a bit silly at that stage.
That's fantastic.
And that was actually at the Nationals in Wellington. We're talking a lot of years ago.
I'm sure Nick would have done exactly the same if he was in that situation, Mark. There's plenty of stories.
I don't think we were ever going to be 7 up playing maybe Nick Unkovich on the last end. But anyway, you never know in bowls. I did say to him, if you stop getting him close, I'll stop driving.
That seems like a fair enough argument to me.
Yeah, here Phil does have to drive and kill it. There is just no future here. He doesn't look like he is. But if you're going to have a crack at trying to get the fives, you've got to try and kill it and start again.
Yeah,
And
I
hope for the
mean,
best.
based on this, I think they've probably just maybe had a chat and said, look, well, there's all the bowls down that end, so why don't we play them in this direction
play
and,
'em
and then shake hands? Because there's been absolutely no intention to score a number here from Phil and Julie, so I think we'll just see the hands shaken and the congratulations given. And remember, folks, don't stray too far because we do have a women's pairs final and the Open men's singles final to follow today. Broadcasting live on Sky Sport from the Burnside Bowling Club, and looking forward to those two games.
Although Phil does have two, which means they could get back-to-back sixes. It is 24-12 with 2 to go after this. So, could happen.
Right, let's see. So,
They need back-to-back sixes.
are they going to keep playing, Mark? So 2. So
That's what I think. That's what I think's happening.
It's now 12 the difference. And we're on the 17th end, and we're still going. We're still going here, the Open Disability Pairs final. Well, I mean, we saw...
I think Linda just mentioned my name then.
Do we want to...
She just said... I'm not sure I want to know what Linda would have said.
Do we want to know what context that was mentioned in?
Probably because she knows I'm doing the commentary. So
yeah. Okay, well, they're continuing on, right, Mark? So they need the required run rate is literally a full count, followed by a full count here.
Count.
We're going to see exactly the same logic that we've just spoken about. If Julie does not leave Phil in a position where a 6 is possible, he needs to drive 3 times and try and kill it, or there's no point in playing this end.
Correct.
Rightio. So, where are we? This one. Julie O'Connell. Well, I suppose we have seen, I've shared this anecdote I think every day to be fair, but there was a interclub, a New Zealand national interclub, where there were 2 consecutive 8s scored by a 4s team, so 16 points in 2 ends has happened. I remember a story from the South Island Championships for indoor bowls, Mark, where a 6 was scored on the first end and the last end, and that team won 12-11. So some strange things do happen in bowls.
That can't happen in indoor bowls, surely, because doesn't the lead just get up and kill it twice, and it's only 4 away?
That's what you'd think, but obviously on that occasion...
That's what I'd be doing. That's what I'd be doing. Get up, smack it off the mat twice with the lead, and then shake hands.
Thanks you very much. Yeah. I've seen that happen before as well.
I think I might have done it in my day a long time ago when I was playing indoor.
Why not? Right. So, Julie's first bowl. Finish at 12 o'clock. Foot away.
Yep, that's definitely one of the 6 clearly at the moment.
On the forehand.
That's not bad. That's definitely the 2 of them.
Yeah, very good bowl there from Julie.
Would it be good if we got the first 6? Because then that would make the last 10 really
Oh,
entertaining.
how exciting would that be?
Linda's not too far away here, although we're not going to... Oh, yeah, we can see it now. This is a great shot. Now we're working overtime.
Right, so we'll have a look from the players' end. Which is this button, Alex?
Yeah, that started to make it hard, that last bowl.
Of course, the rules of the game now, Mark, is that if it's in post-section play like we are now, and you can't win the game has to stop, doesn't it? So if 6 isn't scored on this end, the game has to stop. And the umpire would probably, if they look like they're going to play, the umpire go, look, guys, here's the rules.
Yes, you are correct.
Well, interesting. I'll segue a little bit. So those who hear me commentate reasonably often will know I talk a little bit about indoor bowls, which is the one on the 24-foot long mats. And the international game for indoor is really interesting because there is a penalty applied to a kill, but that end is replayed. So the penalty is just added to the end, and it goes on and on and on until the end is finished. So if I was playing you, Mark, and I killed it, I think you'd say you get 3 points, then we play the end again and I kill it. You then have a 6-point advantage when we play it. I think the record is there was an international test match. The New Zealand men's fours team were like 18-1 up, and in one end they dropped 17 points.
No.
they kept on killing it, and that was added to the end. So they scored 17 points was scored in one end or something ridiculous. So there is a form of bowls in which it can happen, but it's not this one.
Oh, hilarious. Yeah, so Phil should be trying to kill this. He shouldn't just be trying to get a couple of shots. And with that bowl there, you have to kill it from here on in. There's just no point in playing this end if we're not going to attempt to get the 6. John's handy-ish here too, so they're playing a reasonably good bowl here.
Yeah.
Got to swap hands, Phil, and kill the jack.
Here we go. I think that's what he's looking to do. Yeah, this is more like it. On the backhand side, trying to kill it.
This is what you take, isn't it?
Oh dear.
Yeah. This is how it works when you're behind on the scoreboard too.
Yeah. Why would you be calling someone up?
Yeah, there's no way they can score 6 back there. There are 2 red bowls at the front.
John Lavelle on the forehand. You can see Jan Shirley in the background cleaning the bowls. We'll see her soon. The women's peers final, her lead Kelly McKerahan against the 2 young ones, Tanith Potgieter and Briar Atkinson. And Phil on the backhand. On the forehand, sorry. Looking for a kill on the forehand side.
He's trying to kill it. He's close. This is really close to the kill. Oh, the one time you do in the ditch.
Isn't that typical?
And
there we go. There we go. There we have it. Congratulations to our Open Disability Peers winners, who are John Lavelle and Linda Bennett. A good final here in trying conditions at the Burnside Bowling Club. And again, we've got 2 more finals to come today, the Women's Open Pairs and the Men's Open Singles. So don't stray too far. We'll be back soon.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Summerset Retirement Villages.
Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared out in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are
And welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 2024 Summerset Nationals being held in the beautiful Canterbury region. We've had nearly 800 individual entries to this event, and we find ourselves at the halfway point at the finals day, playing live and broadcasting live from the Burnside Bowling Club. The weather here, not quite as good as the weather we've just seen, Kev, but the green well and truly playable, and looking forward to this match. We're going to see youth versus experience, and Tanith Potgieter and Briar Atkinson from the Dury Hill Bowling Club and the Paratutu Bowling Club take on the team of Jan Shirley and Kelly McKerahan, who've both represented their country. What are your thoughts on this game, Kev? What do you think we can expect to see?
Well, Briar Atkinson and Tanith, of course, have been gone pretty well throughout this event so far. The 19-year-old Briar Atkinson from Taranaki, no doubt one of the youngest ever to hold a Taranaki Gold Star at 19 years of age, and is, of course, is part of the Blackjacks, the New Zealand Women's Emerging Player of the Player of the Year, just back from Hong Kong, where she played with Selena Goddard. She's in the development side for the Trans-Tasman. Tanith Potgieter, the 22-year-old, moved over here from South Africa as a youngster, and commercial airline pilot, and now in fact trains airline pilots out of Whanganui, and plays out of Dury Hill, and actually started her bowls at Plymouton when she was at secondary school. She started her bowls, in fact, with Seamus Curtin and Finbar McGuigan, so she's come through that secondary school program. Kelly McKerahan, of course, the Canadian player from Toronto, but plays out of the Clayton Club in Melbourne, needs no introduction. Of course, she went to played in the World Champs in 2012 and 2016, where she won a bronze medal. 2023, a silver in the singles, of course, when she was defeated by Taylor Bruce. And she has been playing 14 years now in the Canadian side. Jan Shirley, blackjack number 47. She went to Delhi in 2010 to the Commonwealth Games and won the Peers, New Zealand Peers, way back in 2012, and holds 12 Canterbury Centre titles. So a very, very good combination is the McKerahan and Shirley side. But these two youngsters have been impressive. They lost a couple of games in section play. They had a convincing win in their semi-final over Sandra Keith and Bev Morrell, and the Jan Shirley skip side, they had an 18-11 win over Fiona Frew and Pam Fair of Canterbury. So let's hope that we're in for a good final. And of course, the men's semi-finals as well will be underway shortly. And let's just hope that this weather blows away.
Yes, and my job in this commentary, Kev, I'm going to be the continuity announcer. So I'll let us know how the men's semi-finals are getting on as we progress, and yourself and Mark Noble, who's just joined us in the commentary booth, can call the shots. So we've heard Kevin's summary. We know the pedigree of these bowlers, Mark, so I'm going to put you on the spot. Who do you think is going to win?
Thanks for that.
No worries.
This is how we make friends live on TV, isn't it? Let's see. The young guns have been spectacular on the way here, so don't be surprised to see them win. I'm going to have $1 each way here, Alex. And Kelly is just hot off beating the World Singles Final. Can probably win the game on her own. And we've also got Jan, who's more than adequate at drawing shots. I expect a draw. How about that?
A draw. And then replay the entire game, or if we move past that?
No, we're past those play, but we'll have an extra end. That's my prediction.
Well, you'd be pleased to know, Mark, that when I did a preview with Jason Pine before this event started, and I can confirm it with Alex so he knows, I've got it written down here, I picked 5 women's pairs to make their way through to the finals, and in those combinations, there they are. There is there's the Briar Atkinson and Kelly McKerahan. They are 2 of my 5 that I picked.
Well, there's Kevin's pick.
Right. So there you go. That was. I thought 2 out of 5 isn't a bad effort, and they were in the final.
Well done, Kevin.
And both the Taranaki, it's interesting as well, Mark, just seeing if we can get through the hole here. She does. Does Jan Shirley rest on the jack? Should have been a couple down then. And It's interesting just looking, Mark, through the records, and for those watching now, that with Briar Atkinson and Tanith Potgota, neither in Taranaki from our records or in Whanganui has there been a winning women's pair from those two provinces. So there could be a bit of history created today as we watch Tanith now trying to run down to this shot bowl. Coming close. She's close. She's close to the jack. What a shot. What a shot on the first end. Chipped the bowl out. Had little or no room to move. Got the side of the bowl. Took it cleanly out of the head.
Well, might actually still be one down, but that was spectacular.
Kelly having a really good look at the head to try and ascertain. You might have heard through the microphone there that we might just be down the one. So Jan Shirley, who drew that superb bowl, but equal to the occasion was Tanith Potgota with her run shot on the backhand is Jan Shirley. Playing with her Taylor Redline SRs.
Good chance here too, right in the area to promoting or wicking off one of these bowls. Great effort this.
Well,
here we go. That was a good effort.
Well, one of the things, Mark, now that we've got this dampness, that you get a slide off a bowl, it can be beneficial to you because the bowls won't travel as far as what they would normally do if one was to get a slide off them. So, you know, you might see a few slips and slides during this game. As I look out, it's incredible though. I look out at one green right out in front of us here, which is completely underwater, and I look to my right, and there's no water on that green as the rain continues here.
Yeah, in case you didn't know, Kevin, it's all Alex's fault, the rain, because he called it yesterday that it wouldn't happen.
Thanks, Mark. I'm happy to take responsibility for the weather.
Well, I just hope that it's a once-up, Mark. We've got another 4 or 5 days to go yet, so
yeah,
I do believe
I don't think
that,
you want this.
No, it reminds me of something last year that was held on the North Shore.
No, we don't talk about it, Kev.
So we'll leave it at that, Mark. All right.
Yeah, I think the rumour is it's never going back to Auckland ever again. Is the rumour going round? But a nice start there from both teams. Yeah, great shot to work that bowl out of the head to get the shot. So great start for the youngsters.
3/4 length head. On the backhand is the Taranaki player. One of the Taranaki's Junior Sportsman of the Year as well. Has had a fantastic couple of years. Has the 19-year-old. As has, of course, her lead against her, Kelly McCarrahan, runner-up in the Taylor Bruce in that final at Helensvale. And
had some chances to be world champion. She wasn't far off winning that game, so it was a great game of bowls.
It was one of those games, it was a couple of end result, really, Mark. It's really what it came down to. So, as you see, Atkinson on her backhand went under the line with the first and was short. This looks a better line and weight as this comes down to the head now. Just going to stay out on the wide side.
Yeah, that's the other thing is the amount of green we're taking today is nowhere near where we've had to go, and that's the rain slowing down the green. And I expect we'll have some good heads with the green being a little bit slower as well.
Yeah, correct, Mark. You'll see there, just that yard of finish is not going to fly through the head. It will sort of cruise its way towards the jack, and the lines to the jack will definitely be of a different line to what they were yesterday. And we'll see here that Briar Atkinson on her backhand, she's brought that line in, but she's brought it in too much, but may get down for second shot.
Whereas, like yesterday, that bowl would have run almost out to the rink peg.
Absolutely,
on that green line. So, yeah.
I'm sure the
good end here for Kelly.
Well, of course, Kelly, as well, plays the bowls at the Clayton Club in Melbourne. And it's fair to say, used to playing on, let's say, heavier type greens in Melbourne, not as free running in Melbourne as what we normally got here in Burnside. So these green conditions right now will be more what Kelly McKerrahan is used to. And in fairness, also to Briar Atkinson, it's pretty similar in Taranaki.
Yeah. If we look in the background here, Kev, we can see what you were talking about, and just huge kudos to Jamie Ferris and his greenkeeping staff. That green adjacent to this one is underwater. This green looking absolutely magnificent. They did a good job in the break, and the weather will clear, he says with confidence.
So here's Tanith on the backhand. We'll need to start moving inwards now. Staying, as we said, Mark, that line will be different to what it weight's fine. But as we just spoke about, that line will be about a foot to 18 inches different to what it was yesterday.
Yeah, you're correct there, Kevin. But all the players here will be able to adapt to that. They're all very, very good players. They're all rep players in their own right, or international players.
And also in these conditions as well, it's your delivery becomes so important that with the holding on to getting a good grip on the bowl, because we all know in these sort of wet conditions it can cause it can be challenging, and if you don't get that delivery right in these conditions, you'll pay the price very quickly.
Correct.
So Tanith Pottinger changing her hand now, trying to get under the Briar Atkinson bowl. Is she going to do it again? She got the weight, trying hard. Will she get all the way? Will she get all the way down? Not quite. Good effort though from the Drury Hill player.
Yeah, this is the second final in a row we've had a Drury Hill player. So 2 from 2 for them, with Philip Huela in the last game, playing the final of the disabled pairs.
Big day on the hill. Yeah, this bowl from Jan Shirley may have good weight, but I don't think it won't get back inside really has to get back inside the 2 bowls of Kelly McKerrahan's to be a counter. Just looking on the angle here, the jack level bowl of Kelly's looks to be shot. Tanith Potgite, if she can get even a touch or a roll on her bowl, could just about make shot of it. She's on that same line again.
Chance, if she's got the weight here, this will be the shot, I reckon.
There's a good bowl coming in here. Has it got the weight to get all the way down? If it gets in front of that bowl, which it did, it'll be shot. Well played.
Very close to definitely the shot. So if it's not shot, it's only 1 down now. They could have been 2 and a measure down prior to that bowl.
Yeah, it was definitely.
If they're 1 down.
I agree.
Sorry, Kev, they'll play with weight.
I agree, Mark. It was definitely more than 1 down. They're now looking. The other thing which is interesting in these conditions as well, we may well see more like weighted shots across the head, because the green may hold a wee bit for them to be able to play those sorts of shots. And Kelly's was talking to Jan Shirley about actually playing that sort of shot to the pink bowl, because we don't think she'll count or get to the counting area around that very front orange bowl of hers.
Yeah, I think it's under the front orange, trying to push the last bowl out and sit for 4. Narrow, you might trail the jack for a couple, so looks like a pretty good shot to play.
So here is Shirley playing that shot on the backhand as we spoke about, Mark.
Close to the jack here.
How far is it going to hold? Just going to run by.
Mighty effort. Great weight to play either of those 2 shots too, which is one really good thing.
And it was the one. Just got a text through from Alan Batley of Paratutu, who's had a lot to do with Briar Atkinson in her early days coming through the ranks at Paratutu. When the big urge on, because a big year for Paratutu with their centennial coming up in Easter next year. And going literally the full length head here, just below the 2 metre mark. Got a very short delivery out of the hand is Briar Atkinson. Of course, Morris Symes is her coach, and a very short arm delivery. Quite a tall girl.
Yeah, a lot of New Zealand players have that short swing. It's due to the fact we're playing in greens all the time.
Absolutely. Good opening bowl here from Kelly, coming down towards the jack now, and we'll get right to the jack and sit right on top of it. Very good opening bowl. You can see the jack just below the 2 metre mark. Change of hand from Briar Atkinson, trying to get down to that shot bowl, or get as close as she can for her skip to be able to attack the head. Looks to have weight that's going to place it over the head, which is nothing wrong with that at all.
Now that's in the pocket area, probably just over a yard through that bowl, but in a good spot for later on.
So, Kelly McKirahan, she's out wider with this bowl, and just see how far it comes back, moving back now, but it won't come back all the way. Had good scoring weight, but just on that wider side. So Briar Atkinson, see how this bowl of hers, Taylor red line, is over the head as well. And that's okay. That's for, although you're down on the head, they're far more effective for your team being there than being short of the jack.
Yeah, both like it's 2 second shots is what she's got at the moment, and 2 bowls past the jack. So it's a good head for Tanith to play to here.
So Tanith will be looking as they change over on this, the third of 18 ends in the Summerset Women's National Peers Final. She'll be looking to get up to that shot bowl. You see the yellow jack there just in front of it, on the number under the number 2. Any touch on the jack is advantageous to the composite, well, Taranaki Wanganui.
Yeah, I think, like for me, it's probably an 18-inch past the jack draw. So if you land on the bowl or the jack, you get 1. And if you don't, you get a good second shot in play.
Well, if you're on the draw to the jack, you're going to move it 6 inches anyway, Mark, aren't you? So, that's what Tanith will try and do here on her forehand.
What you don't want to do here, Kevin, is just have 3 rakes at the head with a yard and a half and miss with all 3 and let the opposition draw 3 good shots. So look, this was the right idea, just probably lacking a couple of feet to a yard on that, and would have been really good.
I've been impressed early on in this match, although we've only played 2 ends. I've been impressed with Tanith, with her delivery and green that she takes. I think every bowl that she's played so far has been out on the arc. Nothing's been under the head, which augurs well for that effectiveness and consistency.
Yeah, you're correct there, Kevin. So if you get the lines right, you're normally in the area all day.
And this will be short, this bowl here. See what? Not many shot options on here, really.
Got 2 seconds, so if Jan doesn't get another close one, we might see a shot in anger with the last bowl.
Last bowl, correct. That's out on the wider side, that bowl of tennis, and I don't think that will get it. She knows that as well. You just saw the old hip shake there. She knew that wasn't get all the way back. Holding 1 is the Jan Shirley Kelly McKirahan combination.
And pretty close, Kevin, here to having 3 seconds. So a pretty important bowl here from Jan.
Yeah,
if Jan doesn't get another one in the area,
you'd certainly be having a crack at it, wouldn't you?
Do you think her bowl's cloth's big enough?
It's
I'm just here to provide occasional comments, team. Continue.
They need,
Loving your work, Alex.
they need beach towels, actually. Well, so here, Mark, this isn't going to get back to the centre, and I agree. Here's a chance now. I'd be playing with quick weight down under the line to get to that counting bowl.
I think 3 seconds. Yeah,
That's
3 seconds. Let's go.
It's a shot that they're looking at playing for sure.
Oh, no, they're playing forehand. I'm not sure what the shot is overly playing here. Oh, they were running at it.
They were running
I
at
actually
it.
would have gone. I would have played the other hand for that
Most-
myself. But anyway,
I agree, Mark, because to actually chip the bowl out of the head was a shot on the other hand, wasn't it? And Briar Atkinson had a bowl at the deep on the rink as well.
here's one of these bonus bowls we talk about, and here we've got almost a yard. So this is really important bowl for Jan to draw. Looks a little wide again.
I should be disappointed with that bowl with Jan Shirley because, as you rightly said, Mark, there was the meter there to draw what we'd term as the bonus bowl, really. But a 1 to the composite combination of Jan Shirley and Kelly McKirahan. 2-1 as we play end 4 of 18 as this sun shower just sort of goes over the green. But as Alex rightly said, big credit to the greenkeeper. They got the squeegees out there before, and by goodness, that's pretty good conditions as far as the green surface is concerned. We're shortening it up here.
It's beautiful, isn't it? And I mean, we've said it. It looks worse on the cameras than it is in real life because they're very good cameras, although it is absolutely raining, and we can't disagree with that. It's fascinating that we had a look on the rain radar, and literally just above the Burnside Bowling Club seems to be the only cloud in Christchurch. So I don't know what we've done to annoy the omnipotent, maybe, but we've done something.
So here's Briar Atkinson endeavouring to draw inside the Kelly McKirahan bowls, not far away on that backhand side of the rink, shorter end we're playing this time.
Yeah, both first 2 bowls are very effective, Kevin. Just past the jack, and what we like to say in play.
You'll notice then, Mark, just what we spoke about earlier. You saw Kelly, when she delivered that bowl straight away, went to her hand. She knew, so the old grip wasn't quite right because of the rain, and it went out, just moved out wider out of the hand. This looks a pretty good ball. Not going to get inside. Yes, it will. No, it won't, but tips the bowl over. It's certainly...
Oh, this is a tighter line, isn't it?
This is definitely a tighter line. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
A tighter line can be played down there, but certainly not that tight.
And that's probably because of the last bowl being just a fraction wide. Tried to just overcorrect a fraction too much. This is a nice track coming in here.
I think here we're seeing Briar Atkinson. She's going to draw the shot here. She has done. Draws right on jack level. It's amazing effort, really, Mark, a 19-year-old to have a gold star, isn't it? That's a pretty good achievement, isn't it?
Look, at Gold Stars 5, winning 5 open titles, it's pretty impressive for sure. But I think for anyone, that's impressive on its own. So great for Briar having the gold star. But any other player that gets a gold star, you should be really, really happy with your performances.
Certainly, yeah, for sure. Jan Shirley's got 12 Canterbury titles, and Kelly McKirahan has been playing for Canada for 14 years. So, they have been rewarded for their ability over the years. Here's the chance here for Tennant to add to the head after the Jan Shirley bolts went by out on the backhand side.
Yeah, they're all just over greening just that little bit. Every single bowl, which is never a bad thing to be on that side of the jack. So
Well, it's easier to adjust back, isn't it, Mark, than throwing them up there narrow and under the head. So
It'll be interesting to watch where the players position their feet on that hand. We may see them begin to move to the right as we see it a little.
Yeah.
this is under the line. I feel like this one will drop away, and that's, and then you maybe have to ask, are we actually all on the right hand? A little bit trickier this side of the rink, and should we give the other hand a go?
Because you are right, Mark. It just seems if they don't get that line exactly right on that backhand side, and we'll get an idea now where that you can see that line now. I'd call it
Just holding away a little bit on that side.
it's a bit of a lazy line.
Yeah, I just wonder whether maybe they'll all consider having a crack at the other rink pretty early on. Clearly not this end, but the next end they might play the other hand coming this way.
Classic delivery from Jan Shirley. All in line, gets it out pretty good.
Well, that's a better line.
I still think a little narrow, but might hold up. Trying to hold up. I know that's perfect line in the end.
So here's the
There is a fine line down there.
Oh, there's a fine line. It's we'll see whether Kenneth can draw really in that port. Oh, that looks is that line too tight as well? No, he needs to get past.
Doesn't want to knock
She's going to get
Oh,
past.
that's good.
She's going to get past and draw another one.
Great shot there. We're not sure what that was, whether it was 2 or 3.
I think it was 2.
I'll put 2 up until someone says otherwise.
Well, Skips will do the board for us at some stage, so we'll be right.
There we are. They're going to do it. Oh no, that's because the men's semi-finals as well is just getting underway, of which Alex will keep updates of those scores.
I shall.
I must say though, that round of 16 in the men's singles this morning, was that a killer round? It sure was, because we saw Ryan Bester depart, losing to Joseph van der Pennen, who's gone on and beat Riker Gregory to be out there in the semi-finals. Ali Forsyth, of course, as well, defeated by Riker Gregory. Crystal Eve from Musgrave Hill, defeated by Dale McWhinney Shillington. So, and then in the second round, we had the next round, we had the big clash between Shannon McElroy and Sheldon Bagley Howley, which came out as a 21-20 result, a last bowl result, I think it was
yes.
Alex, wasn't it?
Some
and
great
that's
games.
a repeat of last year's final.
Yep.
And Sheldon Bagley Howley came out on top again on this particular occasion.
Testament to the strength of the field, isn't it? That you had a look at the 16 and any of them could and did beat any of them.
They did.
It's just staggering. Staggering.
Of course, tomorrow we will start the men's pairs and women's singles around the greens of Christchurch. Okay, McCarran very quickly turned it back on that one. That was short. Here's a chance now for Briar Atkinson with her third, if she can nail the jack very quickly on this end. The fifth end puts the pressure right onto the Jan Shirley skip side, and it's on a fairly good line. It's coming back now, needs to get inside this bowl. Going to tip it over once, does so.
Yeah, nice bowl though. It was right in the right area, so good shot that.
It's all right. McCarran on her backhand. There's a tighter line again.
Don't think this is here, Kevin.
No, it's fallen about a metre short, I would say. Changing over now, definitely the Tanith Potgota side, they're holding at least a couple.
It is 4-1 after 4 there. You can see the board in the background.
Players certainly decked out for this weather. So Tenneth now on her backhand. Nice release, nice delivery.
Yeah, down a good track too. Speed. And that's good enough to count.
Well, and again, Mark, that was heading in that dead line to the jack, wasn't it? It was on a perfect scoring line. So early pressure on this, the 15 on Jan Shirley on her backhand.
Yep, this is down good line as well. So this is just down to speed.
Line. This is a good line. Hasn't got the weight, has it? Has it got the weight to get all the way? No, it won't. Which made that really make that bowl started to make the head difficult for the McKerra and Shirley side, really, because that bowl's locked on the tennis pot. Sorry,
We got there.
pot bowl. Sorry, it's locked right on top of it, so it makes it a wee bit difficult for Jan Shirley to get connection of that bowl to roll it into the head.
It's gone wide on the sticky hand. How much is it going to turn coming back in this direction?
Oh, I think this is okay from Tanif. Like, she doesn't want to be narrow here, so only has to finish jack level, far away from counting. It's a good effort to count, perfect weight. Holding probably 3 or 4, so it doesn't want to do anything too silly.
All right, Jan Shirley on that back end, I'd say trying to get to her own orange bowl. It looks tight under the line to me.
Needs big weight to be able to push a bowl up.
What about the lucky slide?
Might get the rub. Yeah, got the lucky slide.
Yeah, definite lucky slide. Well, here's the chance for Tenneth to play right through that. Oh, yeah, just
might
here.
Still be, yeah.
Briar Atkinson's
the holding
confident.
shot given.
I've still got one, yes.
Yeah, if you're one down, you'd be looking for that bowl with at least 4 seconds. So she just needs to barely miss that front bowl around it, and she will draw a second here.
She's not trying for
She's
that
under.
shot, is she? She's not trying for that shot. Accidentally.
No, I think she was trying to just draw a bowl, and she's just been a little bit narrow.
I'm sure, Mark, your eyes would have lit up like neon signs of seeing that one.
That's what we've learnt over the, particularly over the last 3 days. I've found, Kevin, is that Mark, and then he drags me along with him. We go, oh, hit that bowl onto that bowl and play that plant there. It all looks great on television.
Yeah,
And
Look,
much
I think
much easier to play.
Yeah, look, if there's an opportunity for 4, you've got to play them.
Yeah.
There's no point in just taking, especially if you're one down, we'll have a crack. I don't, if we're holding shot, it's a little different, Alex. But why we've got a bowl to get out for 4?
Oh, you're not going to find any argument from me, Mark. Although I'm a far more aggressive bowler in the commentary booth than I am on the green due to a lack of talent. Commentary booth, much easier to call those shots.
To be fair, Mark, if there's a scoring chance with yourself, no, I'm sure even if you were holding the shot, you'd be going for the scoring chance.
As long as I think the odds are in my favour, you don't want to be playing shots just for the sake of it.
Jan here on the backhand, what's she looking to do? They're the red stickered bowls are against them, remember? Blue stickered bowls are for them.
Yep. So reaching the back red bowl, trying to sit out the shot bowl for 2, like this. And it's too close here. This is close to sitting it out.
Coming now.
This is close.
Coming now.
Got it. What a shot.
It was well played.
And it was sort of what I was saying, down to the back bowl, sit it out for a couple.
Could be 3.
Absolutely beautiful.
Played that shot perfectly, did Jan Shirley.
I think that was a 3 there.
Yeah, it was 3. You just heard on the microphones there. Definitely 3.
And look at that, Jan doing the score. So it can be challenging in the rain, actually, to keep the scorecard. There you go, fold it in half. Very good. Jan was part of the Elmwood Park team that participated in the televised Bowls 3-5 competition, and she always had her fingernails specially painted in varying a multitude of different colours to match whatever the theme of the week was.
Colourful lady. Good bowl, opening bowl here from Kelly McKerahan. Just going to drift past the jack, but a very, very good opening bowl on the end, 6 of 18. And we're locked up at 4 apiece.
Yeah, I remember Jan probably about 15 to 20 years ago coming down to Wellington for a couple of years playing interclub and playing for a club in Wellington. I'm sure someone will let me know what club it was.
Yeah, correct. But
It is a wee while ago.
Good bowl as well. Response from Briar Atkinson. Another good bowl
This
coming
is good
in
as
here
well.
from Kelly McKerahan. Going to sit inside the bowl as it touches it.
That's
Very
all
good
brilliant
bowl.
stuff. Just about 3 perfect bowls.
So
Doesn't matter who has shot here. It's all about building the head up for the skipper.
So Briar Atkinson needs to get that bowl to work now. And it's what we were talking about before, Mark, about that backhand side. Just you've got to get that line absolutely spot on, don't you? Because it hasn't got what I'd say a generous pull back to the centre line.
And Kelly's picked that up in a couple of ends and down this other side where it's turning nice, and she's in the area again. So Kelly's actually got it right.
And
She's actually worked out this is the right hand.
You actually said
And
earlier on.
this proves it.
Yeah, well, you said earlier on the commentary, Mark, that you wondered how many ends they would persist on that hand because it was more challenging. And of course, what it does is it forces you to play a bowl like that, where you steer the bowl under the line. We saw there Kelly McKerahan with all of her experience. She knows the better side of the rink, and the bowl get the bowl out on the right line, and it'll work for you.
And we've been able to find a replay of that bomb that Jan Shirley played, so let's watch that now. Watch this. It's absolute perfection. Got a National Peers final square through
What a shot.
and behind the
That
jack.
was well played.
Beautiful stuff.
Great control of
And
weight.
it was
In fact,
sort of weight
this
of the
line,
same,
get
down
weight
to the
be
back
able
bowl,
to,
sit it out.
Turn that bowl through their head, and also
Up for a
bring in
couple.
her own front counter.
Could be
bowl
3.
as well.
Yeah, it was a great shot.
Really impressive as we see the skips make their way. And I can hear birds chirping, and that must mean that the weather's going right. Is that how it works, Kev? I don't know. It'll be fine.
That's something new.
I can 16-second greens, bowl, sit down. I'm a fountain of knowledge. Also, I can tell you that Jan Shirley, to answer your question, Mark, played for the Nai Bowling Club in Wellington. And thank you to Sue A for that piece of information. So the Nai Bowling Club is where Jan played.
Yeah, I did know that she played in Wellington for a couple of years.
Yeah,
Well, this is not bad if it misses the front bowl, but unfortunately,
timber.
and might be one down.
Well, it's turned out to be an advantageous bowl, really, hasn't it? And what it has enabled tennis to be able to do, Mark, has actually changed that line, play with a wee bit more weight on the other side, bring that line down, make some contact with those bowls, that red bowls at the back, and may well sit inside them, one of them for shot.
You might have 2 seconds now, so sitting one of those reds over, the shot red over, make it 2 or 3. So I do think Tanner fall through here.
Well, it will depend on that line, which we've spoken about. This looks a better line.
It might just not get back again.
Great attempt, perfect weight.
could, that's close to shot. There we go. We got it from Kelly that was still holding the shot. So Kelly and Jan holding one.
Certainly does give Kenneth the opportunity, Mark, with that yard of weight now through that to that red bowl, doesn't it?
Oh, through her own bowl virtually. Sit the bowl out for 3, trail jack for a couple. The key here is not to be wide, to be honest.
Well, you'll see halfway down the rink, there's a black mark out there on the rink, and the line is in fact just under that. See, it's out on that wide side. You'll see it's just about gone through that black rink mark that we were talking about.
Was that the right bias? Oh, it's coming back. Don't worry.
Well, she was playing with the weight that we were talking about, but there's that black ring, that black mark there on the which we can see here on the monitor. That's about the line down under there to the jack.
Just took I think it's probably breaking late, isn't it? So we saw that bowl there, which I at a glance thought was actually going against the bias. It's just breaking really late on that hand. So lazy is what we call it. See this bowl tracking
this is too
out
So
wide
first.
as well.
Just had that lazy yard out through that patch there. And that, I'm not casting any aspersion to the greenkeeper.
Oh, it's still a nice green, right?
It's a lovely green. But
the players will see that, or they will have figured it out by now, and then you just understand that that's just the lazier of the two hands. But it's going to consistently be lazy. It's not going to suddenly start hooking across.
Well, this is a better line. There's a chance. Needs to kick onto the bowl, though. Needs to kick onto her bowl.
Good weight to just sit that red bowl over once for 2 or 3.
So it is the 1 to Jan Shirley and Kelly McKerrahan. And they will now lead after 7 of the 18 ends. And it's good to see these girls, and they're getting through the ends. There's no horsing around. They're doing a good job. They're getting through the ends in these somewhat challenging weather conditions.
Briar looking very warm in the background.
That's cool. Well, I better not insult my old home province. I can say that's a Taranaki attire at certain times of the year.
We'd call this a nice day in Auckland, I can tell you that for free.
Loving your work there. So both leaders choosing to play on the opposite side of the rink, which is quite interesting at the moment.
Trying to get back is Briar Atkinson just going by. I personally feel, Mark and I may well be proven wrong, that I think the experience of Kelly McKerrahan she's picked this pretty right, I think.
Yeah, I think swapping over to this hand is the hand. It's just a little bit more finish there. You can see they're just dropping away a little better, whereas the other hand they're holding against the bias. Just making it a little bit harder to get the A to B right.
You can just see the bowl on that other hand, the last 6 feet, just sort of struggling to get that sort of movement towards the centre line. As we watched, Briar Atkinson was on a good line there, but dropped that metre of weight off it.
She did swap hands though, and that was mainly because of the last red bowl. So I think, it's not that bad. She's only a yard short. If she gets a yard on that, she'll be all over the jack.
We beat that last bowl for sure, Mark. That would be county. As we watch this bowl of Kelly's just drop by, and you're right, if you get past that front bowl, Briar Atkinson's own bowl, on that same line, it would be close to making shot.
It just looks like a kind of draw here. Like even this bowl will come all the way back to the centre line. If it's got good weight,
for sure.
It gets shot. Just looking like a slightly kind of hand, due to the weather conditions, I think, more than anything.
Well, the good thing, that hand definitely, Mark, is arcing back kindly, isn't it, to the centre line, with the other hand at this stage just not quite as generous in its finish. Of course, tomorrow we will get the men's pairs underway around the greens of Christchurch, and the women's singles. And we'll, of course, Bowls New Zealand will be bringing some coverage over the next few days of those pairs and right through to the finals on the 9th of January.
Yeah, we're really excited, Kev. It's been a really exciting week, actually, to have 8 days of live coverage televised on Sky Sport 4. If you suggested that that would be a thing that could happen to bowls 10 years ago, I think you would have been laughed at. I think it's fantastic. Really satisfying, really exciting for the sport to be able to provide that level of broadcast. We've had some great games on the broadcasts as well.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Jan Shirley just a metre over. Some very hardy people sitting out there, and as that rain continues, but it is going to stop at some point. So Tenneth now trying to get past the Briar Atkinson bowl, getting down to the shot. Wilton won't stop, I don't think. Sits inside the Jan Shirley bowl. It's a pretty good attempt.
Yeah, like I think the key here is to notice that every bowl played on that hand has been on the centre line, more or less. And when people have played the other hand, there hasn't been anywhere near a bowl on the centre line. But this is a good track as well. This hits the centre line all day long.
Yeah, this will come right back to the centre line for sure. And
yep, great shot. That counts.
And it hugs the Jack Low position as well. Tenneth staying on that backhand side, trying to get down to the Jan Shirley bowl.
Good line.
Oh, this is
big
a
chance.
Very good line. This is a big chance.
Look at
here.
this.
This is a big chance here.
Shots.
And sits right in behind the Jack. What a bowl.
Now over to this hand where it holds a little bit, so it'll be interesting to see what weight gets played at this.
Well, has to play it quicker really, Mark, don't you?
I think if it's holding as bad as it is, you should play quicker. Quicker the better, if that makes some sense. You don't want to give it a chance to run against the bias. Looks an okay line. This is close. Oh, this is close.
Under now.
Oh, what an attempt.
Goodness gracious me.
That was a massively good attempt.
So what does Tenneth do here? She's drawn a magnificent shot. I think she's...
Oh, it's pretty hard to sell out, I think, on either side of the rink, but she swapped hands. But be confident. There's no real danger of selling out here unless you're a yard through.
Well, she was on the wider side, but she played a magnificent bowl with the first bowl that comes through underneath the head to draw the shot and to score the one, lock it all up at five apiece in this final of the Summerset Nationals Open Women's Pairs. And
I can, Kev, give you some updates as to the men's semi-finals, and also for our listeners, these live scores are available on BowlSub. So if you've been checking BowlSub and you go to the match that's in play, which are the two semi-finals, and you click on that match, there are end-by-end updates available there. And I can tell you that Sheldon Baggery-Howley, who is the defending New Zealand singles champion, trails Joseph van der Pennen 4-0. And they've only played 3 ends. And in the other semi-final, Aidan Takarua leads Dale McWhinney-Shillington 4-0. And just as an aside, it has occurred to me that Sheldon Baggery-Howley and Dale McWhinney-Shillington have two of the longest names I've ever seen in bowls. They're on opposite sides of the drawer, and I'm not sure if they'll both fit onto our scoreboard.
No, you just put SBH and DMS.
That might be what we're doing. But anyway, if you're wondering where the live scoring is, the Bowls Hub Aotearoa, click on the matches, go to the semi-final stage. Click on the match that says Tweedledee versus Tweedledum, and that will give you the scoreboard there, live end-by-end updates.
So Briar Atkinson, very short with her first bowl. Needs now to...
Swapped over to this other hand too, just quietly.
Yeah.
That Kelly drew 3 shots on last time.
He's going to get a better result here. Came round the front bowl and draws just along. Great, very good opening second bowl.
And for some reason, Kelly's swapped back to the hand where it holds a little bit. I think that's probably because of Briar's first bowl, which is a little short. So I would have just persevered on the same hand. I'd drawn 3 within a foot, rather than having a crack back on this hand that's quite hard.
Well, even if you get something, Mark, around the target area, because the first bowl sure is an effective bowl in behind the head. The second bowl becomes non-effective. That hand's now literally closed off, so they have to go to this other hand. And how much weight has Briar Atkinson got?
It's clearly hard at this other side of the rink.
It certainly is.
Very visual for us to see. So the players are good enough to actually understand that. So you would think they'll work it out very quickly. Hopefully within the next couple of ends they'll work out the other side of the rinks much kinder.
Well, as you well know, Mark, that so often the challenge trying to fight a hand, it can get to you, can't it? Trying to fight a hand and find a line on it, and even if I maintain if you're leading and there's still the other hand's a generous hand, you still play it regardless of what's there.
Correct, because at least then you'll be bowl within a couple of feet and give your skip some play. Like here on Kelly's played 2 or 3 average bowls on a hand that she's struggling on, and so needs to get back. She'd drawn 3 within a foot.
And of course, the other thing that's happened is we've virtually closed the other hand off for the skips as well. It's a challenge.
Correct.
Just
but this is part of bowls part of bowls recognising the best hand.
Yeah,
my problem is I recognise the best hand and it isn't. But anyway, if we just look at the bowls, if you haven't noticed already, the top left scoreboard, there is a red and a blue, I don't know what you'd call it, colours, let's call them colours, red and blue colours at the top left scoreboard, but they match the stickers that are on the bowl, so you can see the shot bowl is a red stickered bowl. That means that it belongs to Tanith and Briar's team, and Jan and Kelly have the blue stickered bowls, and the reason it's red and blue the way it is because that's the where they were on the drawer. So the left of the drawer is the red and the right of the drawer is the blue.
Yeah, and this, I know it's early into the skips yet, but if I was Jan Shirley right now, I'd be having a crack at that bowl right away. And that's exactly what she's doing. And that's the shot to play.
You could commentate bowls, Kev.
And this will be reasonably good result.
Yeah, gets a second. Didn't get the target. Now got 2 seconds. So it was definitely the right shot to play.
Yeah, I think, Tanith is playing out on the full hand. Either side of that short bowl and she'll be right in the area here. It's not bad if it misses that front bowl.
Got that narrower line, and that's a pretty good line,
Yes.
actually, all the way down, and finished jack level on the other side. And
that's what we've been talking about. This hand is much kinder.
Jan Shirley now will follow that draw line that we just saw Tanith take. Holding 2 shots. Looks narrow though under the line. This one.
Narrow and short, I think, is it? Well, not short. More width. I'm picking Tanith will draw another one.
Got it out slightly wider, but can getting around the front bowl and getting down, can count from here. Gets past this with another yard, and it will certainly count, and won't do so. So there's an easy way. Kelly's saying, let's get the jack in the ditch. And you can play down with full weight on that backhand side rather than that, what I would call challenging line and weight to try and get down to the jack. Now, what described that bowling rag there, Alex? That bowling cloth there, describe that one. It's a beach towel.
Yep. That's better than description. That's better than any description I could have managed, Kev.
Looks like one of our hand towels from our kitchen, from our bathroom.
Jan Shirley trying hard here to get to the shot bowl, trying hard, controlled weight, and does so, gets one. That's got one out. That's a good shot. That's a one to the Wanganui Taranaki side, and they go to a 6-5 lead, but well played from Jan Shirley. I'm sure you'd agree, Mark, even under these trying conditions, the standard of the play's pretty good, really, from these four players.
Yeah, look, it's really, really clearly hard conditions. We've got to hold out. We've got wet conditions under feet. It's easy to slip. Got a lot of good bowls already been played. So let's see if they both play this, the backhand for the right-handers. Yep, so Briar's onto it. She's swapped over to this hand. We're drawn to the centre line.
Did our message get down to them, do you think, Mark?
Well, I'm just wondering if Morris Symes was listening to our commentary and zipped down and told the girls. I'm wondering whether that actually happened.
But there's the reward for exactly what we were talking about on that hand.
Yeah, it just looks like a kinder hand. If you play with nice line, Kelly's a little bit under here, but it's not going to drop away. It's just her weight more than anything. Another yard of weight, that would have only dropped away a little bit.
Yeah, certainly the backhand side here has got a generous line, generous arc back to that centre line. Kelly's saying, to hell with the weather, I'm going to get really wet now, and I'm taking one jacket off, and I'll worry about another good bowl here, though, from Briar Atkinson. Yep. Just coming to the centre line. Yeah, that's what you want when you've got your lead and pairs. That's a pretty good setup.
It will be interesting to find out if they swapped over on their own accord, or whether one of their coaches told them.
Good response here from Kelly McKerran. Just going to drop underneath, is it? Yes, it will. We'll finish Jack level.
Still pretty good.
Very good bowl from the Canadian player.
That actually could be shot, Kevin.
It could well be. Runner-up, of course, to Taylor Bruce in the World Singles final last year at Broadbeach. Another good bowl here. This is three good lead bowls from the young Taranaki lead from Briar Atkinson. Yeah, that's top lead in from the youngster.
Yeah, and it's no big deal if we're one down because we've got three bowls, what we call on the pocket. So all jack trails now create threes and fours. So really good leading from Briar. And Kelly's played bowls here too. So
good response here.
This is great attempt.
Great response here.
Lovely leading, isn't it?
It's fantastic leading in those conditions we've got here. 5 bowls all within, well, that bowling rag that they're carrying, if it laid it right out, they would cover those 5. It would cover those 5 bowls there.
Mm. Oh, I think it would cover the 6.
I think
now, it'll be interesting to see whether we get a forehand shot here from Tanif down to try and sit the shot bowl, pull the jack back. Bearing in mind the forehand has been a little bit harder, so we'll see.
So essentially aiming to come underneath that red bowl that sits at 10 o'clock on the screen will be a reasonably good track, won't it?
Certainly
Correct.
would be. That's the line, and it is that forehand shot that Mark rightly spoke about a moment ago, trying to get down to the jack or shot bowl.
Can't be far away here, team.
Close, very close,
4 shots.
really close, really close.
4 shots.
Yeah, good.
Oh, at least 2 shots. Great shot.
Well, another good thing about it, Mark, from the Taranaki Wanganui combination, it's moved the jack out to the side, so it's a limited scoring chance now for the Jan Shirley, Kelly McKerran side. It's
correct.
Oh, she just didn't let that one go.
Now, if Tanif can draw a toucher on the other hand now, she'll have. So it's not trying to trail the jack. It's just draw a touch, maybe move the jack 3 or 4 inches, and we'll have 5 shots.
Make it sound so easy, Mark.
On the backhand, Ben Vera.
I think she's a little bit narrow for that. She might count.
She might.
Doesn't want to tip the front red in.
Oh, a yard of weight would Jan Shirley, important here for Jan Shirley that she gets pretty close because there's a strong scoring chance, well, addition chance here, I should say, for Teneth Potgota. And this looks as though this is going to be...
Oh, it's narrowish. It's got the weight.
How far is it going to travel? Not enough.
No. Big chance, I think, to make a nice 5. If she just tucks the jack just 6 inches, it'll be hard for Jan to get out of.
The jack touch is literally 5 shots, Mark, isn't it?
Correct, and I think it'll be hard for Jan to get out of. It's a big opportunity here. I think she's a bit wider, which I start to like a little. She's got the weight to get down to the jack.
She's going to be in the
It's a
counting
great
area.
effort.
It's a counter.
That's perfect weight. That would have been 5.
Pressure's right on here. Let it go pretty good.
Oh, it's out on that good line. It's out on that wider drawing line. How's the weight? How's the weight?
Good. It's good. She's
Magnificent
trailing.
bowl.
Oh, look at
Magnificent
this.
bowl from
How
Jan
classy
Shirley.
is that?
Front toucher.
That's brilliant.
3 down, I would say, and draws a front toucher. There's Jan
And there was
Shirley.
a difference. If Tanif had played that shot, it would have been a lot harder for Jan to get out of.
Yeah, well, there were 2 great bowls from both skips on that last, on that last end, and putting on a pretty good exhibition in these very trying conditions.
Just class, really. All square on this, the 10th end.
So I'm going pretty good for my draw at the moment.
Yeah, it's chugging along right, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going good for me, predicting the draw.
Big,
I don't think either team wants a draw, but for it's great.
I can also report using the live scoring feature on Bowls Hub, which is now also being posted onto the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page, that Sheldon Begri-Halley, the defending champion, trails Joseph van der Pennen, the local hope, 3 points to 9 in the race to 21. And also that in the other game, Aidan Takarua leads Dale McWhinney Shillington 8 points to 3 in the race to 21. So some interesting singles games beginning to develop in the semi-finals, and of course we will bring you the final live here from the Burnside Bowling Club on Sky Sport 4 and the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel.
Alex, we're a long way away from this happening, all right? But
that's a good way to start.
What would the odds have been? Joseph van der Pennen, what's his name? Joseph van der Pennen,
yeah,
and Aidan Takarua in the final with that field.
Yeah, they would have been some good odds if you got on them, I would say. It's incredible, this game that we play, isn't it?
Oh, I'm not too sure, Aidan. Isn't he the under-25 champion?
Oh, no, I did commentate on that. It was here, wasn't it? Yeah, okay, fair call.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I'm pretty sure he's the under-25 champion.
Oh, that's no fun to go with that narrative, Mark. The game out this morning with Joseph van der Pennen and Ryan Bester, when he defeated the world champion, I think it was 21 points to 11 or 12. It was a comfortable win that he had.
I'm sure it was 21-11, I think. 21-13.
21-13. That must give you a bit of confidence, right? Going into it's your last 16, first round of the day, and you defeat the reigning world champion 21 points to 13. You'll be feeling pretty good about the rest of your day.
So here we've got 2 bowls literally on the jack and 4 bowls in behind the jack, and it would be the Briar Atkinson bowl, the charcoaly coloured bowl, which would be shot. Now we've got to give full marks, a big pat on the back to the greenkeeper here, Jamie Furis, to see that green, of which the girls are playing on now. with the rain that we've had, the rain that we still have, and there's no puddling compared to what we're looking at.
Absolutely brilliant. It's really good for the puddled green because it required a bit of water. So
It did actually. That's the green that was
it's
suffering.
all worked out well.
Yeah, that green had been suffering a wee bit from that over the last couple of days.
Yes.
So, and I see our catering officer's got Kit Kats in down the far end of the.
Wouldn't share them with the commentary staff though. That's okay. Thanks, Sarah. Oh.
Jan Shirley
Jan
looking for the shot bowl.
Got this, has she?
Look at this.
Just going to sit
just
underneath it. Another bowl on the head for the composite side.
Yeah, I think Tanif will probably play the backhand here, even though we know it's a little bit harder.
Well, you're away from danger on this particular hand, this particular end, actually, Mark, playing that shot, aren't you?
Yeah, you just got to back yourself to find the right line down there. Where clearly all the players have sort of struggled to find the right arc at it. And yeah, attack on her backhand. Probably looking to just draw and change the head up a fraction or beat a bowl.
Well, certainly got what I would regard as the line is pretty generous, pretty favourable, I would say. Here it comes now. Breaking
Yeah, this
back
is not
towards
too
the
far
head.
away.
Needs to sit inside the orange. Hasn't quite got the weight, but that was just about the line.
And you just saw there that last part of the bowl just sort of held its way against the bias, and that's the problem on that side of the rink that we're seeing.
Just it's that lazy fight the last couple of feet, Mark, isn't it?
Correct. And so sometimes maybe Tanif should just take the gamble and get on this other hand. And if she sells out, she sells out. Because if Jan sits this bowl out
Close again.
for four.
Oh, what a
that's
bowl.
shots.
Magnificent bowl, and
Yeah.
that's experience of, exactly what you were talking about, Mark, playing with confidence, with just weight to the bowl, just searching.
How impressive has Jan's weight control been when it comes to, the collision bowl that hangs around in the head and just that lovely weight control? Been some beautiful shots she's played this final.
Hold all tickets for the slide. Got the wrong slide. This is 4 shots at this stage.
It might sound a bit funny, but I just wonder whether Tanif should play the other hand and just try and get second or third shot rather than try and play this hand that's actually quite hard.
Yeah, fair call, Mark. Second shot's on that draw line with that bowl in the front of the head, isn't it? Just get to that bowl and you'll have second shot.
I mean, it's easy to go, it's wide open on the other hand, and we should be good enough to get it. But we haven't actually seen anyone nail it on that other side of the rink.
Certainly not.
And sometimes you just got to bite a bullet and go, we're going to play the other hand and get second shot and not drop 5.
Jan Shirley actually...
Because it is 5.
This is a huge moment in the context of the game.
Well, Jan Shirley's played 2 big bowls earlier on when she played a bowl out for 2. And now holding a bigger number. This looks...
Down to the weight. She's got the green right.
Will it turn?
Oh, this should cut some out, should it not? No, it won't. Or
No.
it might cut. No, it won't, I don't think.
I think that'll be 5. I think that's a little bit of experience showing actually here.
Correct.
That they didn't recognise they should play the other hand. That was easy to draw a shot on the other hand. But it's easy for us sitting here talking about it. So it's a 4.
So that's a 10-6 lead. Now that's a huge end of the context of the game.
That's a big break.
And what a shot that was from Jan Shirley to remove that bowl and sit with 4.
Well, Marcus, I'm sure you would agree, it's about the ability of a skip being able to play those conversion shots. If you can play 3 or 4 big conversion shots during a match, you're certainly going to put your side.
Speaking of conversion shots, Kev, we'll get to relive it in a second. Watch this. Perfect.
Brilliant.
And that's as Mark rightly pointed out, and you said, Alex, as well, about that weight control of getting to the bowl and getting a good conversion out of it.
Oh, She had bowls to come, right? And if she had missed that, her collision bowl was still making it a better result when she eventually would have hit it. So it's just well played. Really impressive.
And I also, endorsing what Mark said as well, I think the experience showing on what hand to play came out then, because a second shot option was still on that other hand. So as we see, Briar Atkinson now, after we saw it.
Back on that hard hand again. I just not quite I understand why they're persevering down a hand that no one. I'm just struggling to understand why that's happening.
Even though the Kelly McCarrahan bowl is a shot bowl on that other side, Mark, you still play that hand, don't you?
Correct. This is how you build up heads. Who cares that we're one down and we might knock it closer? I just think fighting a hand, which it looks like they are doing. I mean, they can prove me wrong and draw a shot here. There's no doubt about it. But we've not seen a good bowl played on this side of the rink other than a weighted shot. Well, she's pretty good here. So
there's your commentator's curse, Mark. Like a reverse
still one to
commentator's
read,
curse,
though.
isn't it?
I'd have to agree with Mark, because that's the first time I've seen a bowl actually come sweetly around a jack low bowl to arc back into the head. They've normally been just hanging out that fraction, but that arced its way, generously back towards the head. So
you can see this hand with Kelly. The bowl's just coming back really nice to the centre line. Whereas the other hand, it looks like it's just fighting. I mean, Briar can play a good one. There's no doubt about it. But we've seen more bowls played well on the other side of the rink. She's pretty good here, though. She has proved me wrong. Well,
Yeah, good stuff. Good bowls.
Jan Shirley having a close look to see what the story is. 10-6 as we play in 10 of 18 here in the Summerset National Women's Pairs Final at the Burnside Club here in Christchurch. And of course, running in conjunction with this is the semi-finals of the men's singles. And after this pairs game, and of course in the pairs semi-final, we will be bringing you the final of the men's singles as well.
Yeah, really looking forward to that game. This game's anything to go by. And if you are looking for live end-by-end updates on the semi-finals of the Open Summerset men's singles, they're available on Bowl Sub Aotearoa. There's 2 links there on our Bowls New Zealand Facebook page, and you can access it through all the normal ways. Just click on the semi-final match, and there you will find end-by-end updates as to how that's getting on.
So, Jan Shirley.
Good track again. Just might be a fraction quick. Not much, though. See, all 4 bowls on that hand have definitely hit the centre line.
Well, you can see just the way the bowls are faced, can't you, Mark, that they've all come back onto that centre line.
But Briar's played 2 good bowls here, so, on the other hand. So it's, certainly the other direction. No one has played.
More than likely, if she was playing for the red bowl there, Tanith needed another yard of weight really to turn the bowl. I'm not sure if that is the shot that she was endeavouring to play. 10-6 now, Jan Shirley and Kelly McCarrahan lead in this women's pairs final.
Yeah, down good tracks again. Just might be quick again here.
But they have
a lot
got
of nice bowls just past the jack. I mean, 4 bowls in a little pocket just past the jack.
Well, this also becomes possibly a bit of a dangerous shot, perhaps, that Kenneth's endeavouring to play, because if she slice the jack.
So here's a test on, will this actually hold for the bowl? It is close to holding for the bowl. This could be 3 shots. She played a monster, I think.
Well, regardless,
good bowl.
Regardless, it finishes in a very, very good spot.
Who's got shots still, though? That may be the shot.
No lollipops, Alex.
No. For the men's singles, we'll have them because there'll be a marker.
Okay.
Thanks for yeah.
More fun
A little
to
bit
guess.
narrow. A little bit narrow, but it's got a bit of weight.
Oh, get the
It's
hole
got all the
or
back
six
ones.
in that.
If
Or
this
back
gets
of the
the
jack.
Oh, no. That was so close.
Oh. That was going to be exciting if she got hold of the jack then.
Right, here we go. She's just played one
So
bomb.
if Tanifer's one down and she sits this bowl out, she'll get 4.
So here is that last bowl, but it's out on that wider side.
Might get a wick here.
We'll need some weight with the wick, though.
So we clearly, oh yes, it is one pink.
So
So
10-7.
great bowl.
10-7. So very tight still in this women's final. And you can see there the men on the adjacent rinks there playing their semi-final. So remembering, of course, when we started this event a long time ago, no, 4 or 5 days ago, whenever it was, we had 824 players line up in the women's pairs and men's singles around 18 greens of Christchurch, 18 clubs in Christchurch, using 24 greens. And great bowl here, good opener here.
On the forehand mark.
Yeah, and here I think Kelly should just follow that down. Don't try and get onto this hand. That's actually been hard. So I'll see if Kelly's listened to me.
She
Yep,
has.
she's listened to me.
Big thank you to all of those clubs. They've done a magnificent job in these days of the men's singles and women's pairs, providing fantastic greens to
Have
play
a look at
on.
this.
Beautiful
Well, that's what
bowl.
that's what we're talking about, Mark, isn't it? That you still get second shot there. No, don't change your hand. You know,
No, she's staying on the... Oh, she's not. Sorry, take it back. No, they've done a wonderful job, Kevin. And, we're only halfway through, but certainly from a Bowls New Zealand point of view, we just heartily thank all the clubs and all the volunteers who make the National Championship such a success, and a friendly nationals when we come down to the Christchurch region. They do a fantastic job of hosting. They really do.
they certainly are great hosts of all the clubs that we're fortunate enough to get around and watch the play.
So nice sort of trick again from Kelly. If she gets just round her own bowl, it'll be 2 very good seconds.
Really good bowls. That's great stuff.
And that's why we stay on that hand. Here's we're 1 down. We just build up the head, and hopefully our skip will play a bomb and we'll get 3 or 4.
You don't have to have the shot after your leads bowls, do you? Like,
You only have to
No,
have
you
the
only-
shot
you only
after you
count.
played your last bowl.
you only count after the end
When you
is
played your
finished.
last one. Yeah. It's just so much harder this other hand, isn't it, the entire game. This is a good home, though, from Briar to finish past the jack in case the jack gets moved here.
Well, it sits literally on the 2 metre mark, so, and where it's facing on the jack, you would think if played by weight, with weight onto it, that there would be some jack movement. And we'd say the charcoal bowl of Briar Atkinson, I don't think it would go out clean without some touching of the jack. But as you're saying, Mark, it's about building the head, and that hand that Kelly's playing, that's the hand to build it up on, even if you're down, isn't it?
Yeah, I just think there's a kinder arc, and we've seen a lot more closer bowls played on that side of the rink. The main reason for picking that hand. There's nothing wrong with playing the other hand, but it has seemed to be harder to get close. And Tanif will probably play the backhand here too, because she'll be conscious of not wanting to sell out or help Jan. And even if she gets past, it's another one past, which makes it harder for Jan to have a risk of trying to get that bowl out.
On the backhand. There's Tenneth. Oh, I know it's a different hand, but that's a really under the line. You can see out of the hand that was going to be under the line. Jan Shirley now making her way back.
Yeah, I guess we make decisions. That shot bowl's just fallen over since we're on a 16-second green, Alex.
Yep, that's that common bit of knowledge, Mark.
Yeah, I'm pleased to actually know that now, because when I'm playing, I'll actually remember that.
Well, now you know.
Yeah. 16 seconds.
Yeah. It's going to haunt me forever.
Made it a little harder to get that bowl out.
Well, it is,
So,
and it, as I said, Mark, it's a natural. One would think onto the jack with the bowl behind, and it's interesting that Jan's going to that backhand side to try and get to the shot bowl or draw the shot.
Yeah, because it looks like the right hand to play, but clearly no one's played it well, but we'll wait for one. Jan's on what I think's a good line here. This is close.
Very close here.
Who said we couldn't play the hand? Yeah. That's somebody here.
Is it going to sit? There we go. Good shot. Oh, one up, Bo says, right.
You see, Tanif, I'd be thinking about playing the other hand, trying to draw underneath the red. Yeah, there's the shot. Yeah. That looks like the right shot to play.
No,
Land on the last bowl in for 2.
And I agree totally there, Mark. Just playing through there.
No point in helping the opposition here.
Looks to be struggling to wait.
Yeah, not quite here from Tanif, but nice line. It's just, this could be useful bowl where it lands.
That could actually be in a good spot now. Just wonder now. There we go. This is the experience, the international experience. Yeah, play up to the red with weight, get the inside of it, and it'll propel through and take out the shot bowl.
And if she's a little bit under that, she could just chip the edge of the black bowl out. Could happen if she's got a yard at it.
It's a good
There's,
call.
and there's room between the orange bowl and the red bowl for a bowl to go through.
It's a good call from Kelly McCarrahan. Shirley endeavouring to play up, get the inside of the red bowl. Get the inside of the red bowl.
This is close.
How well have you called this?
Red bowl, inside of the red bowl.
Oh. Man,
I didn't think that was I don't even know what to say.
Well, I thought once you could see that line coming into the head, you'd thought it had to make contact with the red bowl, didn't you? Which was
literally millimetres away.
Couldn't have played
that brilliant effort.
Couldn't have played it really any better.
And that weight that she's been playing really well too throughout this game.
Well, Alex,
I still think
sorry, Mark, you would know, Alex. Playing that weight to still keep your bowl in the count, so to speak, it's not an easy shot.
It's not.
It might look an easy shot to play, but it's not an easy shot to get that line and that weight control to have an effective bowl.
Yeah, I think Tanif will still go forehand here and try and just draw under the third shot bowl for 2. And yeah, it looks like she's on the forehand.
I can assure you, Mark Noble would have gone quick at that. Actually,
You couldn't see it. You can't see the bowl. So she played last time. This is close. Apart from maybe the weight, the line is perfect here.
But that's a good home there, the way how the head's sitting, because
correct.
And I'm sure that Jan Shirley will be playing a similar shot. You'll see the orange bowl to the far on the right. That's the Jan Shirley bowl. The other 2 bowls, the pink and the charcoal bowl, belong to the Briar Atkinson side. So
that's what it looks like from the player's end.
But that inside chip off that bowl still looks pretty inviting, really.
Certainly does.
Yeah, it's still on. Still on. I think we'll just see. Hopefully she'll just chuck it down the same line. There's no point in changing what she actually did. If you can play the same bowl, that would be perfect, even if she missed by a millimetre again.
So, Jan Shirley, the Elmwood Club in Christchurch. winner of the New Zealand Peers in 2012.
Clears the front bowl, and she won't be far
Yeah, looks
away.
a chance. Oh no, she's under it, isn't she?
One bowl.
Uh-oh, 2 down coming up, is it?
Needs to get in front to make it count.
Oof.
Just the one.
So one there to Tanith and Breyer. 8-10 after 12 ends. And I can give you an update in the men's singles, and you can see there Sheldon Baggery-Howley playing a shot on the left of your screen that, based on that, the reaction, I would say, has not gone that well for him. But I can give you an update that Aiden Takaroa is leading 13-7 over Dale McWhinney Shillington. And in the other semi-final, Sheldon Baggery-Howley is 13-4 down against Joseph van der Pennen of Bowls Papanui. And based on his reaction there, I think that he's probably 14 or 15-4 down. So a big comeback required for the reigning New Zealand singles champion if he wants to hold on to his title. And a really good final is going to be in the mix. Whichever two of these four players come through, we're going to get a great singles final, as we're seeing a great women's pairs final in front of us here at the Burnside Bowling Club today.
So 10-8 we've got now in this women's final, that between the Tanith Potiga and Briar Atkinson, trailing Jan Shirley and Kelly McKerrahan, 10 shots to 8 at end 13 of 18. So anybody's game in this very tight encounter. And McKerrigan straight, another bowl back to that arc of the centre line. On the backhand is Briar Atkinson of the Paratutu Club in New Plymouth, the 19-year-old. Just how far is this going to track in towards the centre line now? Is it going to get inside or outside the bowl? Just gets outside the bowl, but in a good spot, just over the head.
Pretty handy coming in here again. This is
That's handy, and just in behind, just sitting, you can see, just outside the centre line.
Yeah, Bryce just dropped the line a little bit, but it will hang around on this hand. They don't. No, it's going away a little bit now. Beautiful weight too from Briar.
And this bowler, Kelly's, looks as though how far is this going to hold? Under that line, it's going to be short. But, well, definitely one anyway.
Yeah, it looks like 1 to Jan and Kelly.
6 bowls to come, of course. That's
Yeah, both skips will probably be happy going down to draw to this. You've still got room, and Tanith won't be too worried about being 1 down.
So, Tanith on the mat as we play in 13 of 18 of this Summerset National Final of the Women's Pairs. On the backhand is the Jury Hill player from Whanganui. And that's going to come under the centre line. So, big chance here for Jan Shirley to build this head in favour of the Kerrigan-Shirley combination, leading 10-8.
Yeah.
So it's a good target bowl, really, for Tanith, because if she's just inside that bowl of Jan Shirley's, she'll be very close to shot. Here it is, out on that backhand side. Definitely got a wider line than her first. How's this bowl tracking in towards the jack? Is it going to hold up or touch it? No, not quite. Jan Shirley now, and I just fear needs to come all the way back now.
Just heavy, I think, this one. Not much.
So Kenneth really needs to get another bowl on the head. Definitely out on a wider arc with this one now. It should start to come back.
This is close. This is close, Kevin.
Gets under the Jan
This is
Shirley
really
bowl.
good.
Will be
This
close.
is really
Got to
good.
get clean underneath it. Well,
It's second shot, if not shot.
definitely second
Probably
shot,
second
if not shot, as you say. Definitely, and Kelly indicating that they've got the shot.
Probably no way of scoring around on the forehand, trying to get between the two outsides. Right there, just where Jan's standing. Between those,
Turn the front
Keep your
bowl.
green.
As he turns the front bowl, Kelly's over. That would make another counter. See that red bowl in the front.
The one that sits at 11 o'clock to the jack.
Yeah, it's a couple of turns onto that bowl.
yeah, I don't think you want to be narrow here, though. I think you're better to keep good line and try and drift around rather than try and be under in case you're heavy.
It's quite
Don't
safe
want to
too, 'cause-
move up.
Yeah. If
You don't want to
do-
move the front pink bowl.
If you were to crash
That's
into
near the jack.
into the shortest pink, that's not going to. You'd be hideously unlucky to promote that in for shots. So just in that general areas, happy days here for Jan Shirley, who we've seen play so well in this final.
Yeah, this is a hard bonus, but no danger. And going from what we've seen, there will be no way that I'll get back.
Not from there, no. Kelly quickly indicating, yes, we've got one. They have now 11-8. 11-8 to the Shirley McCarrahan combination. As we come to end 14 of 18. So, to be fair, Mark, even though only 3 behind, you'd like to score on this end.
Yeah, the good news is, though, when we're dropping, it's just a 1, so it's not a big deal. But you are right, you don't want to get too problems. And we are starting to get to the nitty-gritty of the proceedings.
Well, you don't want to be big chasing 16, 17, 18, do you?
We don't want to be at 8 behind, no.
No.
But 11-8's nothing. You know, we picked up and it's game on again, so... They're both down onto this forehand again here, which definitely has looked like the kind of hand.
Certainly has. See, Briar Atkinson now. Which it looks just going to depend on the weight. Had the perfect track.
Yeah, Kelly won't swap hands. She'll just persevere down there.
Oh, even if she comes under it, but I'm sure she'll be endeavouring to come around that bowl.
Not far away.
Anything round it's going to be close.
Yeah, she's just going to sneak
There
around
we go.
and get into the counting area towards the jack.
Well played.
Well
There we
played. Well played.
Yeah, Briar, if she's got the weight, she'll be close. Has she got the weight to get round?
No.
Not quite.
Now the head's starting to get tacky early on for the
I think
Taranaki
I think
Wanganui
Kelly
combination.
Yeah, Kelly's going to swap, but I think the last bowl that's out wide isn't in the way if we were just dead drawing. But a wise swap, I suppose, while we've got a couple.
As long as you clear the front, you're fine.
Well, when you
Yep,
own,
and she
own-
has.
when you own the head which they do because they both of
So
the
come back into shot. That's
Yeah,
3
that'll
good
count.
bowls. It makes this bowl
Yeah,
super
and-
important.
And it's easy to swap hands like that over to a side that might not be as easy when you're holding as well. It's when you're 2 or 3 down and you try and swap over there, it becomes hard. This apart from being the weight, if the weight's good, this will get shot. How
it was
about
a great
this?
attempt.
Look at that.
Great attempt from Briar. It falls in.
Surely it'll
And
sit down.
16 seconds, or are we at 15 now, Alex?
Well,
Still
Can you
moving.
please let me know.
It would sit down if it was at 16 seconds, so we'll just have to wait and
Okay.
see.
If you clap Alex, maybe I'll fall over.
We'll see. We'll see.
That's a very good shot
That looks-
there from Briar Atkinson. Very good shot.
Yeah, and only 1 down now if we're down at all, so it's a good bowl.
What are the rules?
So will Jan,
if that
Jan
bowl
play
sits
under
down.
the front bowl?
Oh, Jan, maybe.
If the bowl sits down,
Well, if all the bowls have been played and you haven't conceded anything yet, and Briar's bowl sat down hypothetically, that then becomes the shot, doesn't it?
if the head hasn't been
Because
declared,
nothing's been conceded.
if the head hasn't been declared
Yes.
and it falls over,
Wouldn't that be interesting?
Not for the players. It might be in commentating, but the players won't have any
Be
sense of
great,
humour.
great to have on television.
So it's trying to get under the front bowl and sit that or trail jack.
Yeah, well called, mate.
Doesn't really want to knock that one in for 2 down.
just going to go past. Really had good weight to get a result of the head.
We're just presuming it's one to the grey or black and white disc bowl.
Oh, there it goes.
And there it
sat
goes.
down.
16-second green, Alex.
If there's one thing we know.
I can't wait to find out who told you that.
That's the thing, just in what we were talking about right then, Mark. But there, see that bowl of tennis
Yeah.
just down. It is one to the Taranaki Wanganui combination. That's the call from Kelly McCarrahan. It is one.
Yeah, it's sit the bowl out, trail jack. That's what Kelly's called. So we'll see at least a yard here. If not, maybe a little quicker, but certainly we'll have weight.
And it
On its
has.
way, looks narrow.
Just didn't come out
Didn't
of the
give that one a
hand.
chance.
Well,
Yeah, didn't give it. Got the back one out low.
Could have gone. Could have gone worse.
Yeah,
Means the-
it's got five out there now.
There's a shot for 6 on.
so tennis needs to get another bowl. Well, this is a better line on that hand. How's the weight?
Chance.
Far better
This is
line.
close. Tanif has got this, has she? Brilliant shot.
That's brilliantly
Beautiful
played.
bowl.
Brilliantly played.
Doesn't change the shot. Trail jack to where Kelly's got a foot for 6.
Certainly Jack through there. That's the big go, isn't it? Through the.
It could be another huge bowl.
Taking the time on the mat is Jan Shirley
A very experienced bowler.
on the forehand. Come down with weight, trying to get underneath and get to the jack. Just a few swings of the arm. Here she is now playing with that weight.
More weight rather than
Chance.
less.
Oh no, it's too quick.
Oh, not the dreadful
It's
front.
way too
Oh,
quick.
I thought she was going to use that bowl.
I can see the dreadful front having a result there.
Well. Isn't this interesting? This final's going to tighten up again. Bonus bowl time.
Could be 11 all. Could be 11 all, Alex.
Badly want this bowl to count if you're Tanith Potkaita.
Brought the
It's
line
down an
in, I
aggressive
think.
line.
Needs
Yep,
to get
it's down
past
aggressive
Briar.
line.
Played a very, very good bowl with the second now. 11-10, 11-10, and then 15 of 18.
Been a fascinating game of bowls.
I've still got my money on this draw, by the way.
Well, it's still looking okay for a draw. I can also report for those following the men's singles, updated score, Aidan Takarua leads Dale McWhinney Shillington 15 points to 9 in the race at 21. And Sheldon Baggery Howley trails Joseph van der Pennen 7 points to 15. Sheldon, the defending champion, and Joseph van der Pennen on a giant killing run today at Burnside, having knocked over the reigning world singles champion Ryan Bester convincingly 21-13 in the first round.
Well, you have a look at that run. You've got to remember then that earlier on we'd seen Ali Forsyth get defeated by Riker Gregory, and then Joseph, after defeating Bester, then went on and defeated Riker Gregory. So he's had a good day, good opening bowl here from... lovely
Brilliant.
opening bowl from Briar Atkinson.
Beautiful
Just
shot.
sits literally right on top of the jack. And at this stage of the game, Mark, it's the ideal lead bowl, starting first bowl from your lead, isn't it?
Oh, for sure. Well, and she'll make sure she's there, like anywhere a yard pass or less, and giving us something to play to. And that's what she's played. So just perfect lead bowl and reply. A yard pass, anything less would have been brilliant as well. So very experienced players we've got here, and we're getting great heads to play to.
Look at this.
Right, going to sit on the shot bowl, jack level. Just got a touch on her counting bowl, sits jack level, laying 2 shots.
Yeah, Kelly won't change too much with her last bowl. She'll just try and be a couple of feet, land a bowl, trail jack. That will be her aim. But unfortunately, she's just backed off a little bit here.
Now, 11-10, Jan Shirley and Kelly McCarrahan lead as we play in 15. And I'm sure that quite happy if this ball goes over the head, and it duly does. That's fine.
Yeah, three nice bowls from Briar.
Yeah, this stage of the game, Mark, they are really good, 3 good effective bowls.
Well, this is down to speed. It's on a good track.
On a
This
very
has got
good
the weight.
track.
This could be close.
On a
This
very
is,
good track.
just-
Just
good
drops
effort.
by.
Great effort. Great effort.
Don't forget, of course, after this final of the women's pairs, we will, on the completion of the semi-finals, we'll be bringing you live the final of the Summerset National Open Men's Blue Ribbon Singles. Quarterfinals well underway, getting in the race to 21, and they're getting well down the board.
Yeah, it should run quite nicely, I think. We've got 3 ends to go after this in the women's pairs, so the men will have a chance for a little bit of a break, and then we can kick back into bringing to you their final. And the standard of this final has been fantastic. Looking forward to the men's as well. Look at-
Magnificent
look
bowl.
at that bowl.
Because the good thing about that bowl, Mark, it's still, thought it might sit on the split for Jan Shirley, but it still remains really a 1 bowl target, doesn't it, really?
Yeah, it would have actually been nice if it stayed up and didn't fall down, but it's still a very good bowl. We've got 3 shots. Jan's going to have to put one in the area, or they'll be a couple behind very quickly. So the pressure's building in this game.
Been a great game.
In fact, for all 4 players. Yeah, all 4 players will be feeling it from here on in.
Be interesting to see as we get to the crunchy end, your youth versus experience, right? Because we've got Jan Shirley and Kelly McCarrahan who've been playing top-level bowls probably as long as both Tanith and Briar have been upright. Fascinating. It'll be a fascinating contrast.
If the weight is good here, this is close. Might just be quick, right? So, yeah, Jan's trying to make sure she's up, but not that far.
Well, the last thing you want to do here, of course, as well, is giving the anything that the opposition can rub off or run off on a jack low on that backhand side of the rink as well, Mark, because at the moment they're playing to a fairly small target.
Yeah, nice call there from Briar to get Tanif to head one out here on the left-hand side of the screen as we're watching. Don't help the opposition while you've got 3 goodies.
So on the backhand, Jan Shirley.
Following it down. I like the line.
This is that line's not bad, but is the weight
Is the weight good?
Is the weight there?
This is
the
close.
weight there? Is the
This is
weight
close,
there?
Jack, for
Have a look at
What a
this.
shot.
What a bowl.
What a shot. I thought it was going to grab the jack, but that's brilliant.
Jeez, played.
Kenneth's got a nice shot, though. Nice
Oh,
shot on here for Tanner.
Perfect shot. Perfect shot to play the bowl. Delay the
Can
bowl.
get the bowl clean. Yeah, get the bowl clean, no jack. That'd be a brilliant shot.
Well, mark that one
Right.
down, Mark, on the 15th end. That bowl of Jan Shirley's. Those are the big bowls. Oh, how's this
Oh.
playing with weight?
It's trying to
wide.
break. It's trying to break.
Looks, the split
Needs a
might
bit of
score.
luck. Needs a bit
The
of
split
luck.
might score.
Got the shot. It's the
Yeah,
shot.
the split was always a chance to score.
Fair enough.
I just saw Bryant indicate we've got the shot.
It's been quite exciting.
Yeah, there was always a chance of that happening off that outside black bowl and running in for one.
It's nice weight.
Might
she
have the
played it with.
umpire out here in a minute.
So Jan Shirley's got a bowl left to play.
Oh, it's,
And the problem for Jan here, she's got no position at all. All her bowls are in bad spots at the moment. So you've either got to dead draw this somehow or take your medicine and drop one. Doesn't want to take a risk and drop more.
because even if it came on the squeeze to try and play through those two bowls, marked as the two charcoal bowls out to the right of the head there, behind the head, which are both the Briar Atkinson bowls, and that's the likely path of the jack if you play on that hand with a yard of weight and got the split.
Yeah, you would expect a dead draw here from Jan Shirley.
I
Even
don't-
rocking a bowl can move
I
it
don't-
sometimes.
I don't think she's playing it. She's not playing her bowl.
She reckons she's got the
She's
shot.
elected.
Yeah, is
Well,
that what she's saying?
either one up, one down. I'm not playing the bowl.
Well, let's just wait and
Oh,
see
the
what's
umpire's
happened
getting
here.
ready.
Oh,
Umpires.
he was born ready, that man.
So, Mark, to be fair here to Briar Atkinson, I'll be calling the umpire regardless now. Just call the umpire. She's conceded it.
Under Jan.
1 to Jan. So 12-10.
Umpire puts away his bag of tricks again.
And looking very disappointed about it too. 12-10.
Yeah, because I guess when he's getting paid $20 a measure, he's not very happy about that.
That was a great bowl of Jan Shirley's, though, because that head was looking bad for them. Look very, very little on. Drew the shot 12-10 as we play in 16 of 18. And that was very, very well played by the Cantabrian.
Wonderful. See, is that mat upside down?
Yes,
Almost looks
most
like
likely.
it might be. So that's to do with the rain, isn't it? That's what players
Yes.
often do. You
Yeah.
flip the mat upside down. It's got more grip on the back of it.
Yeah, the hensolite, I think that's a hensolite mat.
Yes.
On the other side, it's one part of it that's very slippery. When it's wet over and it's fine to do that.
Yes, there's a space for advertising, isn't there, on the hensolite mats? So
Correct,
that's the
correct.
bit that
There
becomes quite slippery if it gets rainy. So often you see players flip the mat over, and that's what Kelly's done there.
So Jack Level, the Briar Atkinson bowl, with her first bowl on the 16th end after we saw Jan Shirley play a magnificent bowl. And to score,
It's quick in jack.
it's Jan Shirley endeavouring to get another New Zealand Peers title. She won back in 2012, and I don't want to say the wrong thing, but I think that was with Genevieve.
I think you're right, Kev, because I read that as well not that long ago.
I'm sure it was with Genevieve Bowden,
I think it was.
another ex-New Zealand player. Too many pages, can't find it.
I think it was Genevieve Bowden back in 2012.
And didn't Genevieve go on to play for New Zealand as well?
Certainly did.
I I vaguely remember seeing her name playing for New Zealand sometime.
Yes, we were just playing in Hamilton, and was pretty young really when she played for New Zealand. She was one of the younger players too, and I remember her being a very strong force in the old days of the Kitty Hawks tournament when they used to have the Kitty Hawk singles at the old Onehunga Club. I remember Genevieve playing in that when she was, 15, 16. And yes, then went on to play for New Zealand.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing a game with her. I think it was playing triples at the Trans-Tasman against Australia, clearly.
Yeah, definitely played for New Zealand.
Yeah. Someone will be able to tell us or help us out with some of that, I'm sure.
Alex Google's onto it right now, I think.
Yep.
I think. So, Jan Shirley, can she play another? She's played some big bowls in this match. She sits this bowl. She sits this bowl.
Oh.
Well, it was just the weight. I thought she was going to sit it clean. Briar Atkinson suggesting to Tanith come behind the head. The lane 3 is the Wanganui Taranaki.
Yeah, the problem with the back, I guess, is you don't have a real good one. Like, we don't have a really close one. But if you get to the back now and the opposition draw a shot, you can attack. So, interesting decision to go back. Or do we try and whack them all in on the jack and try and get 4 or 5?
Oh, we're going for a bit of history here. First possible win for Taranaki or Wanganui player.
Look at this.
Close.
Needs to get him behind the jack, though, clean and behind.
Beautiful
Does.
bowl.
Yeah, this is good. That's 4 shots.
Well, will we
Tanith has
see?
not helped them at all.
No, she hasn't. I thought it was going to finish just literally jack level mark, and it would have given Jan that opportunity to play to the bowl. So I know they'll be sitting at the Jury Hill and Paratutu Club. They'll be watching this, see if a bit of history can be created.
Really got to can't play with weight. Clearly Jan's having trouble drying this bowl. But
So,
as
Mark,
we've talked about, sometimes we shouldn't dry them.
Correct. There's always been that debate, isn't there? Should we or shouldn't we dry them? And the old...
Thinking...
What about the old
Yeah,
chamois?
Jan's certainly worried about...
Yeah, they're good.
The old chamois were good.
Yeah, they were always good in the adverse weather conditions. Jan Shirley now on the forehand needs to get a bowl in on the head. Is it going to come all the way back? It's starting to
Can't be far away.
How's the weight?
Down
How's
to
the
speed.
weight? Trying to get it to stop.
Quick. Is
I'll
it?
be more than likely second shot fell in. That was a good bowl from 2 shots is the call from Briar Atkinson. We're holding 2, 12-10 as we play N16. Trying to get to 3 shots. Here is Tanith holding 2 was the call from Briar Atkinson on the forehand. On the wide
Doesn't
side.
like this one. If this is heavy, it's good though, because it'll be a nice cover bowl for later. So this is actually a really good bowl, even though she's probably really. Does mean now if Jan gets the shot, she can attack it, because without a back one, you'd be 4 down.
So Jan Shirley asking Kelly McKerran which is second shot, and it is the charcoal bowl out to the side of both those of Briar Atkinson's, both jack level. 12-10 to Shirley and McKerran, and it is Potiga and Briar Atkinson holding. How's the weight? How's this far is this going to come
Close.
back? How
Close.
far is it going to come back? Needs to be inside, not outside.
Oh, that's an eighth of a bowl out.
She got cleanly under that bowl. It was close. So you heard Briar Atkinson saying, you finish in this particular area, you'll count. So here is Tanith now on her forehand, that very intent look. How's this line? How's the weight? How's the
As
weight?
long as it's not quick, this is going to count.
No,
if
it's not quick.
well.
It's not quick.
Not quick enough.
And we're
Not
going to
quick
see a number
enough.
here. 3. 3 scored.
So both of those jack level bowls, the charcoal back jack level bowls of Briar Atkinson's obviously both counted. 13-12 now as we play in 17. Have we got a tie, Mark? Are we there for the draw?
It's feeling that way. And just quickly, we've had some pretty dramatic changes in the men's singles semi-finals. 2 comebacks are on. Sheldon Bagry-Howley now trailing only 13-15 to Joseph van der Pen in his quest to go back-to-back in the Summerset New Zealand Open men's singles. And Aidan Takarua leading 15-12 over Dale McWhinney Shillington. So the 2 comebacks in the process of happening there in the men's singles semi-finals. Some exciting games going on down here at Burnside with, of course, the men's singles final to follow.
Thanks, Alex.
So on the backhand is Briar Atkinson now leading the Taranaki-Wanganui combination. Are they going to create history? Or are we going to see Jan Shirley repeat her 2012 win? And more than likely, Alex, the first international player as well to win a New Zealand women's peers title.
Yep, yeah, we've had a couple win the women's singles. So we just watch from the players' end. This bowl come into the head. It's getting to the point here now. The players getting a bit excitable, and that's fair enough. That's a great shot there.
Some jack movement.
Yeah, I think we've had a couple of Malaysian players win the ladies singles, haven't we?
Correct. And Kelsey Cottrell.
Oh yes.
Here in Christchurch, in fact. Gonna finish just lower the jack. That's shot, according to what I just heard from Tanith. On the backhand is Kelly McCarrahan.
Just watch this from the player's point of view.
Trying to get
Look
to
at
the
this.
bowl of
Look at this.
jack.
Close.
Oh,
Close.
good shot.
Yeah, what a shot. What a shot.
Well played, and that's the experience as well there, Mark. Just been able to play with that weight to hold to get to the jack. Now for Atkinson to meet, play through that bowl, reach.
Yeah, Kelly's just trying to play down good lines, but here we are on this hard hand again. So, the harder side of the rink is we're picking it.
See if it stays up on the
Second you
paddock.
get down, second you get down that hand, it's a lot harder.
2 shots, I would say.
Yeah, looks like 2
I
to
think
me.
Kelly should just try and draw another one in here, and it's up to Jan to do the covering. Keep whacking them in right now.
And going to go
Oh,
by,
well.
so she'll be quite happy with that.
Yeah, that's all good. And here's one of those things. Should we just play the hand that's the easiest, even though it's harder to score, or are we going to persevere down this hand where we've all struggled?
Well, if you're going to play down that hand, Mark, you're going to have to play with weight down through there. There's no sense in trying to get the bowl to draw around to get to the red bowl. I maintain you have to play with reaching weight down underneath Briar Atkinson bowl. Who know, you might get a flick off it. And I think you've got to be playing with weight that's going to get you down through there to the jack, remembering, of course, that they have got 2 of Briar Atkinson bowls in behind their head. So here is Tanith Potgota on the mat now. And playing that shot that we spoke about. Is it
I think
under?
it's out. Nothing.
Needs
They
it to
just won't
break.
dig
Needs
back
it to
there.
break. Oh, half a bowl.
Good weight for the shot.
Goodness gracious me.
Yeah, like every bowl here on the forehand for Jan, like somewhere between the outside black bowl and the jack is where you want to. So you want to get another third shot, or third or fourth shot and cover.
So
That's what I think we should play.
as Alex just mentioned as well, those 2 singles semi-finals all tightening up.
Well, it's 15 apiece now Kevin, in the Aidan Dale game, and 15-14 to Joseph Vanderpennen over Sheldon Baggery Howley. So 2 mighty games. And look here, the women's pairs final, 13-12. You could not get a closer green.
So here is Jan Shirley on her backhand. And Kelly.
It's a little bit tight, but we'll finish. Like, if the weight's good, this is really good. This is good. Like,
Great
that's
shot.
really good.
That's really
Yeah,
good.
that's brilliant.
So the only shot there now really, Mark, is the inside of the Bri Atkinson bowl, isn't it, really, to get to that?
Yeah, look, I still wonder whether we should play the other hand and just try and draw a second shot. But if Tanif plays a good one down here, I guess I'm wrong. She's close.
Could
I
be.
think. No, she's played a good E. If
Could
she's
be
up.
wrong.
This is a,
Could be wrong. Oh, well, 2 down.
I think now that's a little bit better for Tanif because she can play a lot bigger weight now. She's got
Certainly
third
can.
shot. She's got the 3 backest.
Yeah, there's the pink and the 2
I'm
charcoals at the deepest part of the rink.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we'll see a lot bigger weight with the next one from her.
I'm sure Jan Shirley will be going deep on the rink. Oh, doesn't look like it from this point.
Interesting.
Doesn't want to be narrow.
Well, it's a
Might be a
It's a
block,
block.
without trying to be one. No,
Look
I
at
just
that.
think
Look where
that's
that's finished.
accidental. That's accidental, clearly. It was not play that
Oh,
bowl.
I think Jan just said a word, so I think that was probably accidental,
Yeah.
based on my lip reading skills.
So Tanif,
Nah, she's out of the
Didn't
hand.
like
Didn't
it.
like- straight away, out of the hand. Yusha's out on the wide side.
I'm still thinking what's happening. So we're 14-13 at the moment. It'd be a great call to start the day, wouldn't it? If I actually got it right. I know you guys will be hating it.
It's not
'cause I'll be
very
able to
often.
tell you for days.
It's not very often that a commentator is ever right, Mark. So we'll just
Yeah.
we'll just wait and see if the draw eventuates.
But
Hold all tickets.
you're getting close to getting it right, that's for sure.
Yeah, if a draw was allowed in bowls, that would be a brilliant call from the commentator.
Jan Shirley will come out on that backhand, trying to get a 3rd shot, holding 2 shots.
No danger either. If she was lucky enough to get a little bit of jack, she'll make 4.
No danger at all, as you rightly say, Mark. Here she is now on the mat, on the backhand, as we come to the end of the 17th to the 18th end of the Summerset National Women's Pairs Final.
Like chance for the jack
Oh,
for 4.
this is on a good
Chance
line.
for the jack for 4.
This is on a good
I've
line,
called
and
it.
will count. No, it falls out.
Oh,
Yeah, that's in.
No,
I think that's in. That is 3.
3 it is. There's the call. 2 in front playing the last. Well, 2 big bowls there we saw from Jan Shirley, and she has played, Mark, some big bowls in this game, hasn't she?
Correct. Especially early on, she played a couple of bombs early on, and even this that end there, she played an absolute monster.
So now, 15-13 as we play the last end.
I've been told, Kev, we were questioning about Genevieve Bowden earlier on in the broadcast. Played for New Zealand in 2009 and 10, singles and fours at Asia Pacific, triples at the Trans-Tasman and Commonwealth Games, and played 8 Nations in Delhi and Hong Kong pairs. It's from Trevor Rayner. He says from memory she won a World Junior Singles, and he reckons that some Taranaki teams from Hāroa won back-to-back pairs right at the beginning. So we're doing back maybe in the 50s and 60s.
So Trevor.
He knows these things.
I know he does. I know, and of course Dale was in that 2010 team in Delhi as well. So,
Yes.
So he knows.
That's how Trevor knows. Dale probably told him.
Yeah. So that was a bit of an unfair
Thanks for-
call, Trevor. Really.
Thanks for your help. I knew someone would help me out.
Oh, much appreciated.
So we go back to 1981. In fact, here. 1981. We go back to Trevor.
Yeah, so the pair started in the 54 or 55, so that's a fair call.
I'm sure if you go on the Is it the Taita Bowling Club?
Yes, and also the Bowls New Zealand website now. We've got a
Oh,
history,
you've got the-
history there going right back, and that's one of the cool things. I've mentioned it. We've changed the trophies. There's now big shields for the singles and pairs, men's and women's, and on the back of the shields it goes right back to the genesis of all 4 competitions. So from 1951 or 2, whenever the women's event started, all the way through, and then from the 1880s or 1890s when the men's event started, all the way through, whereas the trophies used to only go back to about 2000, which is roughly when they were created. We went right back to the beginning, so quite satisfying to have done that.
I'm sure,
So
Trevor.
here's
I was just going to
Sorry,
say,
guys. Here's something interesting with Kelly having to play on the other hand. That's quite hard.
Trevor,
This is something not good.
if the Taranaki Wanganui girls get up and win this game, Trevor, the shield will be at the Paratutu Bowling Club, and you'll be able to see it when you go up there for the Taranaki Open Fours, and you'll be able to report totally correctly on these things. So you're right, Mark. Here's this interesting thing that happened, but she might be lucky enough to get the jack level under the head, and does so.
Played it
Well
well.
played.
Yes, too.
Well played.
How good is that under pressure?
Yeah, well done from Kelly, and on a tricky hand that not a lot of people have got close on. I see though that Bry's just carrying on out there, get another second, give him a skip a chance to play the winning bowl, and she's done that quite well here. Like, this is a great shot.
So
So any trails, we win the game.
yeah, now we're looking for tennis. They change over. Her shot right without any shadow doubt, Mark, is she's looking for the trail, isn't it? That's the go, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like the first bowl needs to be trying to draw a shot trail. So, like 1 foot past the jack is the goal with the very first bowl. So we don't want to overplay it early, because we can draw 2 shots as well to get a draw. So the first one, if we draw jacks in the way, we get our 2 and maybe 2 in a measure.
Well, Jan Shirley is going for that. Sort of talking to Kelly, definitely going to go to that cover bowl, trying to get to those 2 charcoal bowls.
Yep, Jan's going to try and draw around the front black bowl.
It's taking her time. Very experienced player. Look at this on the forehand side.
Ooh, scarily narrow. Does not want that jack or the front black.
Oh, can draw a counter underneath and cut the line off to the jack.
Yeah.
No, don't. Yeah, not really.
I
What?
don't know. I like.
Not
No,
really.
I don't know. I
where
like
she
where
does-
that's landed.
Essentially flashing lights, isn't it?
Well, it certainly
That's asking
gives
to
a,
be wicked off.
gives a bigger target now to tennis on that backhand now. Play down to the orange bowl, get that out, get that into the jack. Here it is on its way. It's got weights on a pretty good line. Starts to break now. No, it won't.
Oh, it's
gonna
that sticky hand.
That sticky
Too
bit
high.
out there.
If it gets to the very back, it's really good too, though. Now
That's
she's
okay.
got the backist. So Kelly and Jan can't cover the very back and the trail. So that's the key point.
Well, it pains me to say it, Mark, but I'm feeling a draw. I'm feeling the extra end might be happening soon.
Well, if Tanith was to get the jack, there's every good chance, Alex, that her bowl would go through with it. But this bowl here, this might be the winning bowl, in fact, right now.
No, it's going between the 2
going
bowls.
in between.
Just passed.
Yeah,
So
that's
the
not
chance
helping.
there. The chance there again on.
Still on. Chance to be New Zealand champions.
Tanith on the mat, on the backhand. Looking at it on the way out of the hand.
It's tighter.
It's
This is
definitely
a chance,
tighter.
isn't it?
This is a
This is
chance. Needs
close.
to move now. Is close.
close.
Is close. Is close. Is close.
Is she out?
Is close to 1. Needs 2 though.
That was a good bowl.
I'm not sure if that's good or not good.
I can't tell. I don't know. I'm feeling quite stressed. I don't even have a horse in the race. I'm just happy watching good bowls. But what a great final this has been. And it's going to come down. We're going to see a last bowl from Tanith.
Yep, I think
Regardless of what.
Tanith has got shot.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, she has. Kelly's saying to get that cover bowl in there. And if not, Tennis still has to play with weight to reach. Oh, fell out.
Oh,
Just fell out.
that's very unlucky that that's just fallen out. But it does still give the chance to wick off the orange and trail Jack, or sit off the orange and get two.
Get the inside of the orange.
Yeah.
Well, they're not sure.
It doesn't
now.
change. Yeah, it doesn't change Tennis last bowl. I still think Jan's got to get one past the Jack near that grey bowl, grey and black and white bowl, right there, right where Kelly's foot is. That's
Alex,
perfect.
has the rain stopped?
The rain has stopped, and that's perfect because under all the pressure, I'm going to disappear. I want to go down and talk to the players after the winners won, and the rain stopped for me to do the interview. So I'll leave you guys to wrap up, and I'll interview the players after we found the winners. But what an exciting final this has been, and still some great bowls to come.
So
Just
Jan
remember,
Shirley,
Alex, before you go, there's an extra end to play.
Jan Shirley now will try and get that cover just in behind the head. You'll see Kelly McKerahan's foot there. That's ideally where she wants this bowl to go. Shirley's played some big bowls in this match. This is out. This should come back. Going to come too far,
A little quick.
Little quick.
Yeah, a little quick, Kevin.
So here's the big chance for Tennis Pocketa to get down there. Right call there from Breyer. Get to here. She gets the inside.
Yeah, just the same bowl and add 2 feet of weight, and you will be New Zealand champion.
Here she is on the backhand. Trying to reach through. Doesn't like it out of the hand.
Oh, let's have a look. Oh, no, it's not as bad as it is.
Won't come back.
Too
There
quick.
it is. Our New Zealand champions are Kelly McKerahan and Jan Shirley. Kelly McKerahan, of course, the Canadian representative. Jan Shirley, who won the pairs in 2012. And we're not actually sure who had the shot on that last end. We're going to say it was 1 to Tennis Potkita and Briar Atkinson, the Taranaki Wanganui combination. Not to be for them. Magnificent game of pairs, though, Mark. And the heads changed, and it was anyone's, of course, right to the last bowl.
Yeah, it was certainly a great game, and well done to all 4 players. Some really, really top-class bowls in that, and we'll leave it to it because Alex, I think, is coming on here to have a chat to the winners. So thanks for watching us, and we'll see you back for the final of the men's singles.
Alex Reid just bringing the players in together. Here's the bowl of Jan Shirley's coming in. That was the bowl that got them the shot for sure.
I was going to say hello and welcome, but you know where we are. We're at the finals of the Summerset National Pairs, and I've got 2 newly crowned national champions standing to the left of me. I'll start with you, Jan. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling a bit shaky, but I'm absolutely delighted to be able to get here and play the final and win with my mate. So absolutely awesome.
That's great. And can you talk to me a bit about how you guys became a pairs combination? Because Kelly, we know you, having played for Canada and domiciled in Australia. We don't really see you on our greens that often. So how did you become a pairs combination? What happened? Oh, you go, Kelly.
Oh,
I actually can't remember how we originally became a pairs combination, but this is our third go, I think, together. So we've played together before. We've swapped it around where I'm leading this time around. I skipped the last 2 times. Figured we'd change something up, and it worked.
Wow, there you go.
Oh, fair enough too. And Kelly, New Zealanders, we always like to ask overseas people what you think of our country and what you think of our greens. How have you found your experience at the Summerset Nationals?
Oh, it's been fantastic. The greens here are amazing. I always love coming here to Christchurch. Been here for a couple times, a couple World Championships, Asia Pacifics, and the greens are always fantastic to play on. Yeah, they're great.
Great stuff. Well, I can see you guys want to get and celebrate, and congratulations, fair enough too. So I'll let you go off, but don't forget to come back because we've got a New Zealand men's singles final. I can see 2 semis going on here, 17 apiece and 17-15. So come back in about 45 minutes. We'll have that for you. We'll see you then.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Summerset Retirement Villages.
And welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the 2024 Summerset Nationals held in the beautiful Canterbury region. Our players have been enjoying the sights and sounds of Canterbury when they're not playing bowls, and we've had just about 800 of them, which is the best number of entries we've had in over a decade. But anyway, that's enough of that. Let's go and have a look and see what the Burnside Bowling Club is looking like as we head into the New Zealand singles final between Aidan Takarua and defending champion Sheldon Bagri-Howley. Here we are on the first end, Sheldon with the first bowl. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, Alex, we saw two very close semi-finals when we saw Aidan up against the Australian Dale Shillington, and Aidan, ran out. He was leading 17-15, got two consecutive threes to win that match by 21-17. The game with the Sheldon Bagri-Howley up against Joseph van der Peenem, it couldn't have been any closer. In fact, Sheldon McElroy was Sheldon Bagri-Howley, my apologies, it was 15-7 down, clawed his way back, and we got to the last end, all lucked up 20 all, and Joseph played a magnificent last bowl, which we thought was going to be the shot and give him the win, not to be. So it is that Sheldon Bagri-Howley going for back-to-back. In the women's pairs final, which we had just before that, we had the combination of Kelly McKerrahan of Canada and Jan Shirley here of Canterbury, and they ran out the winners over Briar Atkinson of Paratutu in Taranaki and Tanis Potgaitea by 15 shots to 14, 15-14 in a real nail-biting semi-final. So now we're on to the big boys game, as we'll call it now, the blue ribbon, the final of the men's singles. Sheldon Bagri-Howley going for back-to-back victories, of which Alex has been looking through the record books. We think it's happened on about 6 or 7 occasions.
Yeah.
And one of those was just in here a moment ago. Mike Kernahan, of course, he was one of those.
Well, look at this here. What a start to this final.
Just the one down.
We think it's happened here 5 or 6 times, which when you think about the fact that our nationals have been going for about 120 years, to happen 5 or 6 times is quite a rare occurrence, Kev. So Sheldon will be certainly up for that.
So these two players have come through a big day on the green. Sheldon, of course, in his earlier match in the quarter-final, he defeated... in fact, last year he played Shannon McElroy in the final. As we see, Aidan rest the shot bowl out, and we saw this defeat Shannon McElroy also by 21-20. So he's had a big day. He earlier beat Peter Shane. He played Taylor Horn as well earlier on this morning and had a 20-15 win there. And if we look at what coming through the day for Aidan, he played Don Ambrose of the Stoke in his first match today, then Craig Tinker of Southland, and then of course Dale McWhinney Shillington in the semi-final. So here is
having a nibble on the forehand. We know this is a holding hand because we've just watched an entire game. Sheldon didn't know that was a holding hand because he was busy winning his semi-final, Kev, but we know that the hand to the left as we see it is a little bit lazy. It's fine, it's a nice hand, but it'll tend to track out before it starts to bite, so easy to be wide on that hand.
Well, the good news is as well that the rain has stopped, and out here in the green in front of us, the squeegees are out here. Well done, Caleb Hope of Wellington. He's been out there helping the volunteers here. Not that there's going to be any more games on it today, but getting all the water off to help the greenkeeper, to help Jamie Ferris out, so as it'll be all good for play tomorrow. So here is Aidan Takarua holding 2 shots on the backhand in this race to 21. On the forehand, sorry, but holding 2. Well, it might only be 1, but we'll wait and see when they... Oh, this just depends, you know.
Oh, look at this, though. It's going to be 2.5 because that is a bomb for second shot.
Falls in at jack level.
Just wait for an indication from the marker as to whether that was 2 or 3.
The marker is...
Oh, we'll get him some lollipops. It's fine. We'll say 2 to start off with. Nope.
Yeah, it always helps in the singles if the marker man has got some lollipops. So Jack's been delivered. Matt's up off the 2 metre mark and delivered just below the 2 metre mark. Good opening bowl here from Aidan, just coming up towards the Jack now. Look at this for his opening bowl. Sits right on top of it. Schollenberg, he'll go to his backhand.
Certainly up for it.
Just going to go by down towards the 2 metre mark. Great opening bowl by Aidan Takarua, Point Chevalier Club in Auckland.
Although he's domiciled out of Invercargill now, Kevin, but entered out of the Point Chev club on Bowl Sub Aotearoa, so dual allegiances, but certainly played at a Point Chev since almost before he could walk. He was there rolling up green, so I'm sure there'll be a large contingent of Point Chev players, and it's time to declare my bias too, because Point Chev is of course the club that I play out of when I do have a dabble at outdoor bowls, and have certainly played a few games with and against Aidan.
Well, definitely Point Chevalier, because he's wearing a Point Chevalier shirt.
Yes, which we know is now drier than it was.
I asked him when he came off after the last game, do you need to have another dry out? And he said to me, no, he said, I'll just stay wet.
On his forehand now. He's had these bowls for a couple of seasons. They're tailors of some description. His other ones got too chipped up, he couldn't use them anymore.
Well, he did used to spend a lot of time charging at things, but he's become more refined now in his shot play. And it'll take them a couple of ends just to pick where those hands are, as we noticed in the women's pairs final, Alex. There was a distinct difference, wasn't it? And they're on the same ring, can't they, as where the women play.
They are. And we found the women's pairs, they tended to favour the side to our left as we see it on the television screen. Both hands are fine, but the side to our left seemed to be a little bit more forgiving. Didn't hold quite as easily.
But we now have got the advantage that the rain has gone, the green has started to dry out, so we'll get back more to a natural running surface and perhaps some of the vagrancies that we saw in that last game where there was a lot of rain. And thank you to the players really right throughout the whole day, because they've certainly been met with challenging conditions through most of this day, into the officials, volunteers, umpires, because it's certainly been a challenging day.
And the game's all played in good spirit as well. And we have had some fantastic games, and I think it's a testament to the greenkeeper that the conditions were poor with the drizzle that we had, but the green held up and still played very consistently. So we see Aidan fall short with that bowl.
Holding the shot is Aidan, and we're just waiting to check with that last. Was it a 2 on that first end? Or
Well, we think it's a 1, but we'll just wait and see.
Okay.
The marker doesn't have the lollipops yet.
Mr. Hunt.
So what do you do here, Kev? You probably, if we look at it, if you're Sheldon, you have one down. You've only got second shot, so it's probably just going to be a gentle bowl, isn't it? Just draw it on the forehand.
Early in the game, really finding your way around the rink. I think he'll.
He's winding up. He's winding up.
Winding up for the big drive.
This is a sign of intent.
And it's going to get the front.
He nearly chipped out his bowl to the left. I suppose he figured that it would have been. You'd have to miss by a lot to remove your second shot bowl.
Well, really, he was. It was a non-danger drive, really, that he took on.
So one more there to Aidan Takarua. Just wait confirmation on the first end. And he's at least 2-0 up in this final. Race at 21. There's all the time in the world, and these guys know each other pretty well. They've come through age group representative stuff together, and Aidan putting the mat upside down and asking whether that was okay by Sheldon, which was quite good sportsmanship actually, but that's just because it's a little bit damp, so they're looking to get that sort of nice grippy surface.
And Aidan, of course, the last couple of years, Alex has been, he's had some pretty good results, hasn't he, over the last few years?
Yeah, he has. Yeah, he has. He's won a Bowls Auckland Gold Star. I think he achieved that in either 2 or 3 seasons from his first title through to his 5th. Those included, off the top of my head, a couple of champion in singles, and I can recall, I think I was part of his team for at least a centre fours and maybe a champion thing somewhere and a centre triple somewhere. So he's been certainly hard to beat for a while. Underperformed at national events. We've seen him get through to quarterfinals on a few occasions, but he would have, I'm sure, he would have liked to have done better, or thought he should have done better over the time, and he now finds himself in a New Zealand singles final and will be looking to take that opportunity, I have absolutely no doubt.
Well, his play has changed. He's got a more, what I'd call, a more mature approach to his play now than what he may have had in his younger days. He certainly backs himself on the draw and has been rewarded accordingly.
I think one of the challenges we find with bowlers who have a lot of talent is when you are as good as these guys and you can literally hit an eighth of an inch on a bowl, it's really tempting to do that quite a lot because it's enjoyable, right? And they get that, you have the success of hit the quarter of the bowl or whatever. If you're good at all the things, you don't know what to do sometimes. So just the maturity through in the game over the years certainly does come.
Yeah, here's another good bowl from Sheldon. Just going to drop in behind the jack right there on the 2 metre mark.
Good bowl.
On the backhand is Aidan Takarura, not far away with his first finish, jack level. He'll endeavour to get inside that on the draw to the Sheldon Bagley-Halley shot bowl.
On the backhand. This isn't far away here, Kev.
Coming down towards the jack.
Just underneath.
Was only just a cigarette paper away from getting a touch on the jack.
Sheldon just asking the position of the marker.
And of course, as Alex said at the start of this commentary, Sheldon going for back-to-back wins in our national singles. Just going to finish outside the bowl of Aidan Takarura's. Aidan will endeavour just to, doesn't have to improve very much at all on his last bowl. He all but got a touch on the jack.
That's what it looks like from the players' end as Aidan makes his way back in this New Zealand singles final.
It was race to 21. No time limit, the final.
Correct, yeah. It could go forever. We've been reliably informed that sunset's at about 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock in Canterbury, so technically we have over 3 3/4 hours before it even become challenging for the players.
Oh, we're safe.
I think we'll be okay. On the backhand.
So Aidan out on that backhand side, trying to get down to the Sheldon Bagley-Halley shot bowler. Jack needs to move back now. Going to go past though. Just had a, more than likely had a good line next to him, but just that yard of weight trying to get past. The good thing is though that Alex was trying to play a sensible attacking shot to get a result. That
yeah. Only very slightly overplayed.
They'll find something at some point. I'll put that line off the draw in the right one.
So conversing down there about the bowl paths of both of the players.
It'll be a chatty game. When Sheldon and Aidan are both comfortable, they'll chatter away and take it all in good spirit. But it'll be a chatty game.
So on the forehands, it got the weight to get down to count. Needs to get past the zone. No, it won't. And I thought we saw. There it is. There's the lollipops are up.
Oh, good stuff.
And there's a 2.
And the first blood for Sheldon Begri-Howley in this game. And the mat, as you can see in this long shot, taken right up. This is how Sheldon sort of made his comeback in the semi-final. He found himself well down and he started to pull the mat right up.
So the jack just below the 2 metre mark. But the mat's been brought all the way up. So
They're just asking for you'd get a measure out here, I think.
Looks like it to me. Out comes the umpire.
Ah, very good. Just as the rain finishes as well, so that's convenient.
So out comes the tape to see whether it's up to the minimum distance. That matters quite a way up, Alex, up when we look at here on that.
It's a nice angle.
And I think I heard it's not up was the call.
That is correct. So clearly, I mean, as we've explained, this is Sheldon's strategy that he's been taken into today. He was about 12 down in his game, started pulling the mat right up and successfully throwing the jack to that 2 metre mark, and just mounted an incredible comeback to defeat Joseph van den Pennen, who had a fantastic Summerset National Open singles, defeating the world champion Ryan Bester amongst others. But Sheldon was the one who just was able to roll over the top and win that game 21-20 with that strategy. So I think we will see Sheldon persist with that for a while at least, because he must be feeling like it's successful.
Well, just looking at that scorecard, Alex, he was trailing Joseph by 15-7. He scored a 1, a 2, a 3 and a 1 in consecutive ends to get to 15-14. So he had a good scoring run, and then he picked up a 3 later to get to 17 all. So he really hung in. But that last end, the last couple of bowls that were played were just absolutely outstanding. Sheldon Begri-Howley drew the shot, sat on the back of the shot bowl, which is only a few inches away from the jack. And the bowl that Joseph van den Pennen played, which everybody thought was going to be the winning result, but just got tangled up on a bowl as he watched this bowl of Aiden Takarua draws right
Great
to
shot.
the jack and not quite a toucher.
We haven't had a back-to-back winner, Kev, since Ellie Forsyth achieved that in 2003 and 2004.
And then prior to that, it was Mike Kern who had won the 2 years. Oh, great bowl.
Good shot.
Got a touch on the bowl.
That's correct. Kernahan also won 2 years in a row. Phil Skoglund did a three-peat. Ron Buchan won 2 in a row. So there's a few great names when you look back over the archives.
Ron Buchan from Tui Park.
Yes, he was a slow player, wasn't he? Is that what I've...
Slow is... Yeah. In fact, is there a word slower than slow?
Glacial.
Yeah, Ron was a very, very deliberate player. Here's Hayden now looking to get to the jack
Look at
and
this.
pull it through the corner.
Great
Fall
shot.
over. Great shot. That'll be shot at jack level.
The marker, a national champion himself, Ray Hunt, who won the New Zealand Fours in 1982 with McNish. So an experienced marker for this final, which the players will appreciate. And that's been something that's been notable to me, Kev, is the markers that have been supplied at this national championships have been of a very high calibre. And of course, if there aren't enough markers at the club, there is an option for the players to mark, because there's a bye round nowadays in the New Zealand singles. But great markers, which just makes the singles game so much more enjoyable, doesn't it?
Well, using the players mark as well. You know, I know it might be new to New Zealand, but Australia, the major events in Australia, you know, the round robin events are always in a way that, you know, you play your mark type thing. It's not, and the players played their part there, but also it was great to see that the various clubs that I was fortunate to be out and about, that the club members who were still there to mark. Big thank you to those markers, because we can't host singles, of course, without our markers, and remembering when we lined up on the 2nd of January with the women's pairs and men's singles, there was 824 players on the green, so it needed a big work from the volunteers, and they've done a fantastic job right around Christchurch. And let's hope now, as we go into the women's singles and men's pairs, that the adverse weather has left us.
Oh, just a blip. Like I said, Kev, and I meant it, it's today has been a nice day if you're an Aucklander.
It's a normal day.
We'd take it and run as far as we could. Now, Sheldon on the backhand, he's one down here, playing with a bit of weight. This is a holding hand. It could hold up for him. Keep your eyes on it. Get something square. Half a bowl underneath a result. And we're going to see this positive shot play from both of these players, Aidan Takarua and Sheldon Bagri-Halley, and they're both very handy indoor bowlers as well, Kev, which means that they are not unlikely to look for some weird shots. If there's a plant or a cannon or a shelf to use, they'll both look for that, and they are good enough to execute it.
Is Sheldon also an indoor bowler, is he?
Yes, yeah, not first and foremost, and neither is Aidan, but they've both played to a pretty high level indoor bowls. Aidan Takarua played inter-centre for the Auckland indoor team and has won something that we call our Young Gun Singles, which is 18 to 30, which Sheldon also has attended and plays pretty well.
Oh, don't tip the bowl all the way out.
Beautiful
Sits
bowl.
You made 2 of it. That's marvellous. That 2 bowl from Aidan, really. He had the weight just to rest into it, get a touch, sit on the back of it, 2 shots.
It's as good as it gets. Absolutely beautiful shot. Perfectly weighted, wasn't it, Kevin? A 6-2 lead now to Aidan Takarua in this race to 21. Very focused.
And the other good thing to date right now, of course, Alex, there's no wind at all. Look at the trees out the front here. So the rain's gone and there's no wind. So we've really got now perfect conditions late in the afternoon for this final.
Very, very comfortable. See Aidan there on his backhand. Watch this bowl come in. And those who are looking at it and thinking, goodness, that's a very narrow rink. It's not a narrow rink. Those 2 chalk marks to the left and the right of the 2 metre mark, they're solely for the player's benefit. It sort of gives them an indication of where the camera is, just as a reminder. So it's not an extraordinarily narrow rink, but just there as a reminder.
So on the backhand is Sheldon Bagri-Halley, trailing 6-2. Just going to slide under the jack.
Aidan on the backhand.
The other thing, Alex, I must compliment the clubs of around the Christchurch area of how well they present their clubs. I've been fortunate to go to about 7 clubs in the last week, and their presentation of their surrounds, gardens, etc., is absolutely outstanding. And a touch and finishes just slightly jack high. So, well done to the clubs of Christchurch, because they certainly present their clubs. They're proud of their clubs and present them in a A1 presentation.
There was a guy this morning at Burnside with a little hand trimmer going around all the concrete edges to make sure that looked okay. And I thought, well, that's someone with pride in their club's appearance. Really good to see. So Aidan just asking where's Sheldon's bowlers in relation to the jack.
So obviously we're going to see change of hand from Aidan just to try and get some cover on that bowl of Sheldon's.
On the forehand. Both got very good deliveries, these 2.
Certainly have. And we know what that hand does and how far is it going to come back. Now it's moving. Will it move all the way back to get on the inside of this bowler's shoulders?
Needs it to hold or to swing. Oh.
No, it's not in a bad position,
good
though,
enough.
really. That's fine in there.
Look at that. That's how the head's sitting. So you got the three Aidan's pink bowls sort of around in a semicircle. And Sheldon on his backhand. How's the line, Kev?
Will it get all the way back to the centre? Trying hard, but I don't think it will. Sit just jack level more than likely. Well, it was jack level weight to draw to the jack, but just a couple of bowls wide.
Does he have second and third shot here?
Well, I'm sure. Or does Aiden?
Does Sheldon have second and third? Sorry,
Well,
Kev. Aiden will just be looking to draw it on either hand, right, for second. But Sheldon's indicated he's feeling quite aggressive this morning. Well, this morning. What am I doing? This afternoon. On the forehand.
I thought the indication was that it was 2. How's that going to hold up, though? Needs to have dead weight to hold up.
He's not far away.
Well,
hard to tell.
But it gives Sheldon a very good track, really, that attacking shot that he's looking at playing.
He's one of the more accurate players in New Zealand with an attacking shot. This is what they can see from there, and the players, you can see those big balls. Very serious expression on his face there. Sheldon Bagry-Howley looking to become one of a select few to go back-to-back, and he's winding up here, team.
This is weight for sure. Here it is, on the drive. We'll get... Got the outside bowl. You heard him say, get it. It was always drifting away, though, to be fair, Alex, wasn't it?
It was sort of... It's quite impressive that the ball he hit managed to go through a gap without touching anything else. I sort of expected...
But if it cut back the other way, it could have could have caused some other results. But
yeah, expected more things to move. But at the moment, it's traffic in Aiden's direction as he scores one more point. So
single
7-2. Both these players were involved in pretty tumultuous semi-finals where one player was essentially 10 up, and then they finished pretty much 21-20. So neither will be looking at this score and thinking it's a done deal. There's so many more ends to go in this game.
Well, even Aiden earlier on in that semi-final, he was sitting quite comfortable.
He was 15 or 14-7 up, so
correct.
Double the score of your opposition, and then found himself
15 all.
15 all, yeah, and then 17-15 down.
Those two threes.
Yeah, you're not going to feel in a comfortable position until you're on 21.
The thing that's impressing me with Aiden
Great bowl.
is that first bowl effectiveness that he's got. Literally all of his first bowls have been very, very close to the jack, and that makes such a big difference.
Yeah, and he's good at that, to be fair, when he's feeling it, as we see Sheldon here on the forehand.
Close.
This is very close too.
Close.
Oh,
Might get that outside and turns it over. Well played. It's that controlled draw weight.
Great shot. Smooth delivery, very pendulum. How's the weight?
Just might die at the end, Alex. And it does.
Not far off.
Not far away. Just needed a couple of more rolls.
Sheldon just confirming that he's holding the shot, which he is.
The marker Ray Hunt confirming that is the shot.
Speaking of the New Zealand team, this is his second outing at the Trans-Tasman coming up, Sheldon Bagry-Howley, though he was capped earlier on. He played one game for New Zealand at a multi-nations. It's capped number 100 and whatever he is.
So 2023 was his first, what would say, full year.
Full competition, yeah. Both of these players have sort of been in and out of development and age group teams through the secondary school system, etc. Aiden, I think, must be about 23-ish now, and Sheldon a bit older. Looking to get back down.
Just going by.
Easy to miss just a little bit wide in these conditions, isn't it?
It is, and to get that weight, the weight and line all in that, coordinated at the same time is challenging. He doesn't like that. Does Sheldon Bagry-Howley straight away out of the hand? He gave that I'm not looking at that, but it's still coming by.
Look at this.
He sits clean on it. He'll make two. Well,
now that's a target.
I think I know what's coming.
Well, it'll be an indication of how Aiden's feeling, because some days you wake up and you think, oh, I could draw the eye out of a needle, and other days you wake up and think, well, I feel like I could do any of the things. So it'll be interesting to see for me what weight Aiden plays this with. Is he thinking about his collision bowl staying for 3, or do you just go, I've got the next 2 closest pretty much. There's a 2-bowl target. I'll have a nibble. I don't know.
Well, you would know, Alex, from Harry addresses the mat, what sort of weight he's likely to play.
It's not going to be short. I let it go with a bit of a dump, so he's going to need this to hold on.
Well, it will depend on that weight, as you said. Alex ducking now. Will it get to the front bowl and
a good
turn
result.
it over? Not enough, I thought.
So he tried to play a perfect bowl there, didn't he? Instead of just going that 2-bowl target.
Yeah, look, one of the, I'm not going to say dangers, but on these Christchurch greens especially, you know, let's say the in-between shots, you can miss your green by just a fraction and have a completely ineffective. Looks pretty good to here.
Very close here from Sheldon
Looks
Baggery
pretty
Howley.
good to here.
Is he stuck with the jack?
Yes, he has.
Yes.
And it'll be a 1 to Sheldon Baggery Howley. Took until the last bowl to really get a result, 9-6. Smile on the face there, Sheldon Baggery Howley. He sort of
Beautiful shot. And look, he's put the mat right up short. I really like this from Sheldon. It's cool that he sort of turned up with a game plan.
Well, he has, and he's showing how he wants to control the game. And this is the way I'm going to play it.
Yeah.
And you know, I back myself to be able to play accordingly.
We're going to see him try and throw the jack. You've got between, essentially when you pull the mat up that far, you have to throw it between the 2 metre mark and the ditch. You can't really fall short of the 2 metre
You've
mark.
got a 2 metre tolerance. That's it, isn't it?
Yes.
Really.
And he has essentially managed that. See there, the jack's, I don't know, 6 inches, 8 inches shy of the tee.
So obviously the mat is up back a wee bit.
Yeah, you can see there, it's just back.
Yeah, it is
just
back
enough.
a bit.
It's about right. So he's given himself a little bit of room to play with, but psychologically it still feels like the mat is all the way up there. And look, it's taken almost no time for the bowl to get down to the jack. I like this from Sheldon. It's interesting.
Well, that's his comfort length, isn't it? You know, that's his comfort. That's where he wants to control the match from, and he's doing so. He's controlling the length and getting that first bowl effectiveness.
Is he going to have a nibble?
Early
Yes, he's
on,
going to have a nibble. Let's pay attention to this. Look at this bowl.
And
He's got the jack out of bounds. That's a great shot from Aiden
and
Takarua.
it's a first kill of this final. He was looking for the bowl or jack in the ditch, either one, but got on the side of the Sheldon Baggery Howley bowl. Thus, it sort of went out of bounds. So
Yeah, good shot. And some confidence. That's a sign of confidence, isn't it? Because it's Sheldon's first bowl on the jack. Aiden's going, well, you've pulled the mat up, which in theory makes it easier to hit things. I'll have a nibble at this, and that was a great shot. So let's rinse and repeat. Welcome back to our YouTube viewers. Spread the news that it's returned, please. You can tune back in and watch this broadcast on YouTube as well as Sky Sport 4. And the jack delivered. Is it going to be overplayed this time? Oh, just into the ditch. So Aiden will consider it a success that he's managed to kill the jack, because now, look at this, all the bowls going to get kicked back. The mat's going to go all the way back to the tee. Fascinating. Bowls is as much about psychology as it is rolling a ball along the ground, isn't it, Kev?
Oh, it certainly is. It's you play where you know your strength is and where you can endeavour to get an advantage on your opponent, and that's what Sheldon's endeavouring to do. And now, Aiden says, "Well, we'll now go back and we'll play my length."
Aiden delivering the jack. Let's see where the jack ends up. So he's thrown longish, probably not as long as he may have been hoping for, but certainly a different length jack to what was delivered. You can see there the jack is maybe 2 mats up from the tee, and the mat pulled mostly back, and I think now we've lost Sheldon, so we lost Aiden for a comfort stop earlier, and now Sheldon's disappeared. No time limit, of course, in this national singles final. There's no rush to get anything done, really. We've got light in Christchurch until 9 o'clock, and it is just a race to 21 points at the moment. Aiden Takarua leading 9-6.
Well, one would have to be impressed early on in this match, Alex, the quality that these two players, as we expected, that they are displaying on the draw and the run shots. They're certainly, they're certainly playing what I would say top players.
Ball here from Sheldon Begri-Howley.
And
Yeah,
really,
pretty
it's
good
that.
start.
Yeah, well, they've been, except for two ends, Alex, the first bowl effectiveness has been very strong from both of these players, which just it just makes the head, just makes for a far better bowls, doesn't it?
It does, because they're building on to already good heads instead of trying to salvage bad ones. So it's interesting. It'll be interesting to go through and count effective bowls. Essentially, 1.5 effective bowls here. They're roughly in the area.
So slightly lower the jack there was Aiden Takarua. And there's Sheldon Begri-Howley, who holds shot, trailing 9-6. Of course, ends don't count in this final. It's a race to 21.
How's the weight here?
And this will break in towards the jack at jack level, and does so.
This is what these two can both do. If their first bowl is close, there's no reason why the next three won't be exactly where the first bowl was. Aiden on the backhand, playing with forcing weight, just underneath looking to get just underneath his bowl. Rest the bowls and the jack. He's not far away here, Kev.
Might get his own bowl here and assist him.
Good shot. All in the area, wasn't it?
Oh, it was always going to be within that metre.
Sheldon Begri-Howley asking the situation. The marker indicating that he holds one shot. So Sheldon will play on his forehand side.
Out on that nice arc again is Sheldon, and he'll be quite happy if he gets a wee bit higher. The jack gets a bit behind the head. That's fine. And Aiden coming up to have a look. I don't think much has really altered really for Aiden for that shot.
Yeah, it's interesting because from the players' end, it's useful that he's come to have a look. From the players' end, this is what they see. And those two bowls of Sheldon's look more level than they are. It can be tempting. You can get tricked into playing shots sometimes.
So Aiden's had a good look. Sheldon just checking that he's got the shot.
Be interesting to see what hand Aiden opts to play, because the backhand has dangers to it now. If you just nick the jack, you could run through and be 3 down. So I think he is switching to the forehand side.
And may well play with searching weight to reach the two bowls and get the split on the bowls.
Giving himself half a chance here.
Well, all I'll say, Alex, that if you're going to play that weight, we know on that hand from earlier on today that it's certainly got a different line. But if the bowl stays up, which it will do, you see it there, it still could come into being an effective bowl.
It's an indication that the weight he played was a nice weight for the shot. And that's what you see
correct,
from the top players. When they miss their intended target, their bowl more often than not makes the head better rather than worse.
It stays up and in a good position, and Aiden knows that if he's going to play that shot, really he can play with that weight and just needs to adjust that line slightly, because on that hand, if you're going to play with weight, you have to play. You've got to play with more weight as well, because we know that it's more challenging. So here is.
Oh, this is a good call here from Sheldon. He's looking to go inside out
to get the bowl, and is going to do so.
Classy
That's well
stuff.
played. It may be laying 4.
You talk about a perfectly weighted shot, and that's what I think. Yeah, the collision bowl's gone no more than 4 inches.
And counts.
And counts, yep.
So Aiden here, what's he going to do here? I'm thinking he'll go back to the other hand. He is going back to the backhand, trying to get to that draw. Here he is on the backhand. Young Point Chevalier player.
More weight.
More he's playing for. reduction.
He's close here. Anything square's good. Oh, he's got rid of two of them.
Well, that's a good result.
He'll
Really.
be happy with that.
It's a good result.
He'll be happy with that. Two there. Been played in good spirit, clearly, this game.
Didn't get the exact target, but reduced.
Oh, half a bowl narrow is fine. So we see two there indicated. Sheldon Bagri-Howley continuing to tighten this game back up.
Well, as we've seen right throughout today's play from the last 16 through, that he's done that in each game, hasn't he? He's never really, you can say, had a big lead to play with on the way through in any of his matches today. He's had to work all day. Has the the New Zealand defending champion.
I would imagine that makes it more satisfying when you are successful. Now, he's lost the jack twice now, and you can see how frustrated that has made Sheldon there, because he just would have backed himself to be like, well, I'll pull the mat up, I'll throw the jack to my length and continue this plan, but he's been unable to do so. So Aidan now can set the tone, and that's 2 or 3 times now that Sheldon's lost the jack trying to execute that plan, Kev.
Yeah, so I just wonder, do you sort of have a rethink and say, well, I still want to play that length, but I'm going to take the mat back and just play it shorter over the peg to not get myself in that position where I'm going to lose the jack. And Aidan's coming down. This will be close to the 2 metre mark. In fact, it will be literally right on the 2 metre mark.
Good bowl. Good bowl. Good jack. I'm so used to saying good bowl when someone executes something well, Kev.
9-8 on the backhand is Sheldon Bagri-Howley of the Gore Club, the defending champion and current New Zealand skip. And he'll be disappointed with this opening bowl. This opens the door up straight away for Aidan Takarua. He's got a metre there, and he'll come on the backhand.
Part of his pre-shot routine, if you watch Aidan play, is always to check the bias, Kev, which I think is a very wise thing to do. So I would be surprised if he's played the wrong bias, because he always just sort of cocks his hand a little bit, looks down and makes sure that the bias is correct.
That's a good adjust. It's a well played, sitting jack level, just outside the centre line. Playing on the backhand again is Sheldon Bagri-Howley, who was short with his first, endeavouring to make that correction. With Aidan Takarua leading 9-8 in the race 2:21. Has he put more weight on? Yes, he has. Will it get all the way down? Yes, it will, and go by.
Oh, just passed. That was a mighty effort there from Sheldon Bagri-Howley. Look, his bowl's finished to the left of our screen. And he didn't take the jack with it, Kev.
I thought he was in a dead line to the jack, actually. It's a couple of feet out. Here is Aidan Takarua again. Takes a different line on his bowl to Sheldon Bagri-Howley. You'll see it now come down towards the jack. And how's the weight on this?
Needs to follow it. Needs to follow it.
He's one down.
He'll be disappointed with that.
He would be disappointed with that one because he had the control of the head. And you got the Sheldon Bagri-Howley asking, do I have the shot? Yes, I do. On the backhand again is the Gore player.
The beauty of this is he's just playing exactly the same bowl he just played, Kev. Because
Correct.
if he does that, his bowl will end up touching the jack.
And he's really well down again. Is it going to get past this front one? No, it won't.
Just pulled up short. Aidan going to ask the situation. Marcus says you're one down. So switching to the forehand side, just the side where he can see Sheldon's bowl.
So I'm going to play down to the Sheldon Bagri-Howley counting bowl, which is jack level. But again, I'm sorry for Alex, but it's just the challenge of that hand, isn't it?
Yeah, it has made it difficult for the players. I think we've seen in both the pairs and the singles. Nothing wrong with it. It's just holds.
No, there's nothing wrong with the green whatsoever. It's just, it's a different
holding situation.
It's a different line, isn't it? Down there, coming down that way on that hand. It certainly is. But Aidan will know that. He knows. We'll see what Sheldon does with this bowl.
The beauty was he was aggressive with his third. So usually we talk about singles theory. You talk about being aggressive with your third bowl so that you can then be aggressive with your fourth one if you need to. So you have sort of two goes at it, sort of thing. So If Sheldon doesn't draw another second shot here, we will see Aiden continue that aggressive approach, but Sheldon looking to draw a second shot. How's the weight here? He's not made it, so Aiden's been given an opportunity.
He'll play that same shot.
Makes his way down. That's what you can see from the player's end. Look at this. It's a long walk back. You're in a New Zealand singles final. Leading 9-8. One down on the head. Big bowl. On the forehand. Giving himself half a chance here.
Well,
it's going to try and drift.
Doesn't want to get that bowl.
At lovely weight. I don't think he's made it to. But we'll just wait and see. One indicated there by the marker. So we find ourselves, Kev, 9-all in the race of 21. And Sheldon persisting with his plan of taking the mat up, which is interesting because he's actually won the last couple of ends. But just must feel more comfortable there.
As long as he can just hold on to that jack control, that's the big thing, isn't it? That's the mat right up. 9 apiece in the race to 21 in this final of the Summerset National Men's Singles here at the Burnside Bowling Club. The rain has gone away and we've just got cloudy conditions, just a little zephyr. The flags are hardly moving out in front of us here. And of course, earlier on, we saw Jan Shirley and Kelly McCarran win the final of the women's pairs. 15 shots to 14 as he watched this bowl of Sheldon Begley-Howley's just sneaks towards the jack. Will go by on the centre line.
Bowl. Very good bowl here. So Aiden Takadua now on his forehand. We know is seems to be the favoured hand by the players. Give slightly more forgiving on the forehand side, which is to the left of the screen as you look at it. Means you're going away from your body if you're a right-hander.
It's got a kind of draw, and just dip under the jack level line. Bowler Sheldon's will also nip under that centre line. It's out on a better line. It's a wider line to the jack, but more than likely it will need to stop. It's got a bit of weight on it.
It's running through. Now, of course, Kev, Aiden and Sheldon both now play out of the Southland Centre, although Aiden has entered out of the Point Chev Club. He also is a member of Waikiwi. And I wonder, to technically member of Waikiwi, so 2 Southlanders in a New Zealand singles final, that can't have happened much.
No. Well, there's a great bowl.
I imagine there's a lot of excited people right down the bottom of New Zealand at the moment.
There is, and you know, Southland's a centre. You know, got a lot of clubs down in the Southland. There are a big number of clubs that are a very competitive centre. And of recent years have been, you know, they've featured in a number of events. You know, they're very strong centre, Southland.
Could be having a nibble at this, Aiden Takadua. He's got that look in his eyes on the backhand. A reaching bowl here. A reaching bowl here. Needs to get down to the jack.
Gets the jack and
good shot.
Will be shot.
It's both the good thing and the bad thing about having the mat so far up is that those shots are easier for both Sheldon and Aiden, and they're both exceptional exponents of those shots, Kev.
Yes.
You're reaching bowls. They can both play them till the cows come home, and we've seen Aiden execute one there. That's a very good shot.
Certainly, you're right, Alex. It just makes it, I'm not going to say easier, but for these good players, it just gives them that more opportunity, doesn't it?
More tempting for both of them, I would say.
Absolutely. So here is Sheldon Begley-Howley. He's one down with the jack in the ditch. We'll see where this bowl comes to rest in a moment.
Has he made it? So the jack is by there's that little white dot there, out where the marker is standing, and it's just indicated to Aiden that Aiden's holding one. So he'll come and have a look at the head.
And also Sheldon Bagley-Howley there also acknowledged that Aiden had the shot as well.
It's been really good sportsmanship.
That is great
these
sportsmanship. They just acknowledged, yes, you've got the shot.
Yeah, I've just been impressed with the manner in which this game has been played. We saw Aiden ask earlier if it's okay if the mat could be flipped. All that sort of stuff is just nice. A nice level of etiquette on show here in this New Zealand men's singles final. As Aiden Takadua pulls up.
Deliberately got out on that wider side as well. Yeah. Holding one, safe one, 10-9 in this race to 21. And remember when we started this morning, we had 16 left in the field, and they've had a full day here on the greens. Challenge with the weather.
Yeah, the marker's getting tired, I think, if ever
getting the mat up.
Pick the mat up all the time, because we find both the players end up down the other end.
And also, Alex, for those who want to listen to full updates and reviews of what's gone on, there'll be updates from the Nationals tomorrow on SENS, Radio SENS, at 8:30 a.m. and at 10:40 a.m. and on Newstalk ZB at 8:20. And after 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Jason Pine's Newstalk ZB
great stuff.
program, there will be a further update of activity on Newstalk ZB.
Thanks for that, Kev. I believe there's a piece to go on the news at some point as well. So we've had media outlets have been pretty handy. 6:30 apparently, the news piece. So it's been nice to have the support from the media outlets here at the Summerset National Championships in Christchurch, and we're only halfway. Plenty of time to go.
So on the backhand, there's Aiden Takadua leading 10-9 over the defending New Zealand singles champion, Sheldon Bagley-Howley. He's going to sit inside the bowl or go through the gap, touches the front bowl. On the backhand, it's the Gore Rams, Sheldon Bagley-Howley. He's had a big couple of seasons, has the youngster from Gore. Doesn't like that one. Turned his back on it pretty quickly.
That's the loosest bowl we've seen in this final.
So can now Aiden get, ideally love to get a touch on the jack here on the backhand. And he needs a slight touch. He can make 3 of it.
How's the weight here? He can't be far away. This is very close. Look at this. Needs it to hold. That's classy stuff. Great bolt.
That's the shot that we were talking about.
Do we see...
I think he'll charge the head here.
Just going to say it's Sheldon's third bolt. So he's either having a nibble or he's not, but now's the time.
Jack will bowl.
And it with lovely weight. Needs it to hold along the line. Could get a really good result. Square through that one. That's not a really good result. That's the reverse. It's the reverse of a good result.
So Aiden, great chance of 4 here. He doesn't have to worry really about covering the back, because both of the Sheldon Bagley-Howley bowls on either side of the rink are actually jack-level bowls, so they're not going to come into effect. So Aiden has really got a meter that he can draw behind the head and still count. Put some real pressure on Sheldon Bagley-Howley with his last bowl.
Very interesting stuff here. All I would say is there's a very small chance, because the jack's touching Aiden's pink bowl. If Sheldon could somehow get, I don't know, half a bowl or something, the jack could spit to our right and go almost up the rink. But you're right, Kev, for Aiden, it's just about making a hold 4 and see what happens.
Well, he gets the jack round the corner.
Oh, that shot's gone now.
Oh, now that makes it really challenging.
I think Sheldon can probably get rid of 2 of these, maybe 3. If he goes
Well,
the shortest bowl of Aiden's as quick as he can, I think he'll drop a
if
1.
he drives real quick, gets the inside of that front bowl, it can ricochet across to the shot bowl.
Yeah. Well, he won't be as short here, so let's just... I'll try to be quick with the camera switching. He's on his forehand. He's close. That's the ball he needs to hit. That's the ball he needs to hit. Great shot. Well played.
I thought we picked that pretty well.
I think
actually.
so. Absolutely much easier to talk about it, but well played. Only ball he could hit to get the best result there, Kev. And
It was.
Aiden did make that head harder to play too by tucking the jack around the corner and sitting with a really good 4 before then. Easier to get a kill out of it for Sheldon Bagri-Howley, but stepped up to the challenge regardless, and we're going to see the bowls taken back. Aiden's asked for the bowls to be taken back.
Well, that's also a confidence booster for Sheldon. Full down. And
I expect nothing less in the New Zealand singles final.
And really got exactly what he was going for. The inside of that bowl onto the jack. It was always there.
So we will see the jack redelivered. Jack centred now. Aiden Takadua on the backhand. Just be trying to rinse and repeat that previous end. He had very good touch. We saw 4 bowls finish within a foot.
Yeah, it's a pretty handy opening bowl right on the centre line.
Of course, technically, Kevin, the New Zealand singles started in 1887. And the first winner was a man called John Manning from the Christchurch club. I suspect there was probably only one club in Christchurch at that point.
There wouldn't have been many, one would think.
1880s, there wasn't many bowls around, but 1887 is where we can trace this tournament back to. There's a discussion to be had if you're a bowls historian, because it was technically only, they called themselves the New Zealand Bowls Association, but only had South Island clubs. There were clubs in the North Island, and they were affiliated to a different one, but that's neither here nor there. That's how far back we can trace this singles championship. And a good bowl here from Aiden Takadua.
Just come past the jack, finishes jack high right on the centre line. And Sheldon Bagri-Howley trying to get that same line, gets the outside of the bowl, turns it right in on the centre line, 2 bowls behind. This is building up again, a good head for Aiden, just the way how the back bowls of Sheldon Bagri-Howley's situated. So the last thing you want to do is finish jack low and give a shoulder to Sheldon. And he's going to finish under the head, and
let's keep the head tight. Sheldon's still 2 bowls further past than he'd like, so Aiden potentially holding a 3 or a 4 there. So we see Sheldon's 3rd bowl make its way down the green.
Well, will he get a slide here? No, he won't. Gets the front of the bowl.
Interesting. It's an interesting head, isn't it? Because it's a narrow target as it sits at the moment. You wouldn't want to make it an easier bowl for Sheldon to play. So that'll be weighing on Aiden's mind with the shot selection here. You can see he's holding 2.5. Opting to play the backhand, and we'll see if he's looking to draw another shot close or if he's thinking more about drifting past and trying to keep that target narrow.
And got a touch on the jack.
Oh.
I don't know whether it's a good touch or not, to be fair. He's sort of Scratching his head there was Aidan Takarua. I'm not sure whether it's 1 or 2. Definitely 1 to Sheldon.
I think Aiden's holding the shot. He's the pink bowls, isn't he? So I think
Yes.
the bowl at 1 o'clock is Aiden's. So he hasn't given the shot away as he did on the previous end, or the end before the last end, wasn't it? I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see what Sheldon's bowl does. It probably made it slightly easier. Certainly a different shot for Sheldon to play now on his forehand side, and he'll really want to take advantage of this and try and make it a 3.
Trying to get to that jack trail.
If he clears the
Trying
front
to
bowl.
get to that jack trail. Gets the inside of this bowl. Turns it over. Well, I'm
Good
picking
shot.
that shot, I would say maybe 2. Well, we'll see in but a moment. Definitely the shot.
Oh, marker. Oh, did I miss the marker?
Oh, well,
That's
see what the board person does.
Got to hold your lollipops up longer, buddy. So we'll see. It's certainly 1, maybe 2.
And a bit of drizzly rain comes back over us here at Burnside. And here we've got it. It's locked up at 10 apiece.
Jack delivered now by Sheldon, and this is going to be a good one too. I mean, he's got this more often than he hasn't. He's only overthrown it twice whilst pulling the net right up, so I think worthwhile.
It's difficult as well, Alex, to get that length right. It's a challenge.
I did also, Kevin, want to mention before the finish of this final and acknowledge the passing of Helen Stallard, a long-time Bowls New Zealand and Bowls Auckland staff member. It can't help but strike you when we're running one of these national championships. This is the first time Helen hasn't been around or involved in one. She ran a number of national championships and sadly missed.
Well, you're correct, Alex, and that Helen worked with me on the board of Bowls Auckland for a number of years when I was chairman, and was a very valuable board member. Gave a big contribution to the sport, both in Auckland and in her role with Bowls New Zealand, and it was certainly, gave her best at all times, and we were so committed to the umpiring as well. She was committed to all facets of the game, and is sadly missed. And yes, this was one of her big occasions, always, wasn't it? The Nationals.
Just can't help but think. And she also used to say that when she ran at Nationals, it never rained. So I'm sure she's there somewhere going,
I'd like to.
if I'd been running it,
Well,
you wouldn't have had the rain today.
I'd like to contradict you on
I
that,
can
Helen.
hear it now. I can hear it now.
There it is, Fallon. Then the Sheldon Begley was asking the umpire then about who the marker who had shot, and the bowl just fell in.
On the forehand, on this very short end, Aidan Takarua. Lovely
And
bowl,
we'll
great
get
shot.
Set on the back of the bowl. It certainly makes shot of it. Sheldon Begley Howley trying to emulate the same bowl as what we just saw Aidan play, and he's going to draw the
Look at this!
toucher,
Oh, what a
and
shot!
Sits right on top of the jack. This is what we came to see. 1, 2, 3, 5 bowls there, all within a metre, and right on the centre line in a touch-up. Aidan Takarua now on his forehand, 1 down. Locked up 10 all in the race to 21. Here is Takarua now on his forehand, trying to get down to the shot bowl. And there's that, just there, is that challenging bit of that
Just
hand.
bites out a little bit. Clean run all the way past, so you won't be too upset with that. It's not what his plan was. It's opened up some possibilities. We'll see what Sheldon Begley-Howley does. Remember, Aidan's going to have the last bowl here. Sheldon makes his way back. And looks to play on his forehand side. Can't be far away.
Needs to work now. Yeah, good drawing weight.
beautiful weight, wasn't it?
Certainly counting weight, that's for sure.
So, if we have a look at the head, Sheldon's holding the shot. Aiden's got second at sort of 6 or 7 o'clock. There's not really any shot on to play here other than just dead drawing it, is there?
That's all there is, just a dead draw for Aiden Takarua on the forehand as he addresses the mat. And as Alex said, looks to make sure he's got the little ring on the inside. Here he is on the forehand. One down, locked up at 10 apiece. That'll stay out on the wide side from there.
Yeah, once you know you're wide and heavy, you go, well, then don't touch anything, please.
No, don't. He knew that.
So, Sheldon Baggery-Howley's going to take the lead in this final for the first time. At least 11 points. And I've had a look, careful, someone's had a look for me. And we spoke, in 1887 was the first time there was a New Zealand Championships held, and the winner then was John Manning from Christchurch, and I idly said there was no centre, but there wasn't a centre. I can tell you that in 1861, that's the Auckland Bowling Club, they're the oldest bowling club in New Zealand, followed by Christchurch in 75, Milton in 78, a Caledonian club in 1879, and then a string of clubs from South Otago, Southland, North Otago through to the mid-1880s. But there was probably literally less than 15 clubs in New Zealand when we first ran a New Zealand championship.
Interesting though, when you look at that, Alex, if you look at the South Island, Belcluitha, Southland, Meadowbank, Canterbury, Roslyn, Lawrence.
Yeah, it's just Scottish settlers, isn't it?
It's the settlers that came in.
Yeah, they brought the game across with them.
Christchurch, Milton, there's only one North Island club in all of those early form clubs in New Zealand, that being the oldest one, Auckland Bowling Club, of course.
Yeah.
And
I actually don't think it was until Ponsonby Bowling Club, 1893. I don't think it was until the 1890s that there were many more clubs up in the North Island. So the South Island was certainly the hub of bowls, but it was, as you say, the Scottish settlers who fixed the game of bowls when they took Crown Green bowls and gave it rules. Crown Green bowls is a staggering game if you've got a moment to Google it or have a look on YouTube. It appears to have no rules at all, Kev.
No, it doesn't really. They just heave these things into the middle, up over the crown, and
no thanks.
Well, it's interesting they look about crown bowls. So many of the crown bowls came about, and they were actually at the back of old English pubs.
Yes.
And that was the big thing about crown bowls. The boys would go and have a few pints and then go out the back and
roll some bowls up,
so to speak.
Oh, staggering. That was the original game. So the Scottish fixed it and took it to New Zealand, and now we are where we are. In a day and age, we've got coloured bowls,
coloured bowls, coloured clothing, computerised scoring. All the changes have been dramatic. The age factor.
Yeah. There we go. So the first time he's been in the front, Sheldon Baggery-Howley at 11-10. And Aiden Takarua willing this bowl down just past.
You talk about the Auckland Bowling Club, Alex. I remember my very, very first nationals. I think it was in 1976, and I was playing at Smart Road in New Plymouth. And we came up to the nationals, and we went to our first day in the fours was at the Auckland Bowling Club, and I was absolutely staggered that we got served with a silver tea service for our morning and afternoon tea.
Goodness gracious me!
At the Auckland Bowling Club. That was
very fancy. The Auckland Bowling Club going through a renaissance at the moment.
Certainly
lovely
is.
Facilities, and they've got a treasure trove. Their Auckland Bowling Club's president has a mural chain.
Certainly has, yes.
That was created, I think, by James
Pascoe,
the jeweller, right?
Absolutely.
So a lot of the popular men of the day played at the Auckland Bowling Club. It was a fashionable thing to do.
The dignitaries of Auckland played at the...
so many well-known names. And look at this here from Sheldon
Well
Baggery-Howley.
played. Sits Jack level. Now, is Aiden going to now look with weight for the Jack?
Oh, he'll be thinking about it. He will absolutely be thinking about it. Watch this.
Under the line.
Oh, he's missed it narrow. Probably the rain. And would be an indication he'll have another nibble, though. He's got the two backest bowls, bowl and Jack target.
The other interesting thing about the Auckland Bowling Club, Alex, is they actually are preserved. So under the deed of the Auckland City Council.
Oh, aren't they in an act of parliament or something?
They are,
Yeah.
absolutely they are.
I like that. I think that's really cool.
They are an act of parliament.
I'll wait till the end of this end, and then I'll finish my historical spiel, and then we'll go back to watching the bowls, because I've just had a bit more information, but we'll just wait for this end to finish. So Sheldon Bagri-Howley, 11-10 up, holding 2 on the head. He's looking to make it 3 by the looks. I thought he might. He would have thought about covering the back, Kev, but hold 3 and put him under pressure. Yeah, fair enough. Good call. Good call.
I think that really Sheldon's got let's say a new spurt in his confidence, and after scoring on that last end, getting to the front, I think he's now saying, right, I'm really going to back myself, and you have to get out of it.
Yeah. So Aidan Takadua now on his forehand side. He's 11-10 down on this final, 3 down on the head. This is an important end. He's lining up to draw a second shot based on that delivery. There's a little check of the bias.
And here he is on the forehand.
This is a huge bowl.
Needs to come in. Needs to come in now. Will he get a bit of luck here? He will.
The god of bowls has deemed it acceptable. He's cut it down to 1.
That was definitely heading for still to be 3 down, Alex, because that was on that wider side coming up there. And
Sheldon's heart will be in his mouth at that.
Just got that little touch on the bowl and moved it into the head for second shot.
Right, so I've got some more information, Kev. So we spoke about the first New Zealand singles winner in the late 1880s, 87. There were 17 clubs in New Zealand when we first ran in New Zealand singles, and 3 of them were in the North Island. It was Wanganui, New Plymouth and Auckland, and the rest, Timaru, Tyree, Kensington, Green Island, etc., were in the South Island, and mostly the bottom half of the South Island, which is why the Northern Bowling Association was very separate to the New Zealand Bowling Association, because they were invented later. Correct. And they didn't really have anything to do with the South Island.
And the New Plymouth Bowling Club, it's an amalgamated club, but it's still operating. A good club, a strong club in New Plymouth, and it's where, in fact, the Bowls Museum, where the museum is.
Yes,
is
great
located.
place to go have a look. I've spent a while there, and I would go back and spend more time. And they still play for a trophy, Kev, between Auckland and New Plymouth. There's a,
correct,
I can't remember what it's called.
They do.
It goes right back to the 1880s, and it used to be like a weeks-long trip, because when they first played for it, you couldn't just pop up the road. I think they used to literally sail.
They sailed
from Plymouth
up. They sailed
to
up,
Auckland.
absolutely, backwards and forwards.
Great stuff, the history of the sport, but we may as well should get back to the bowl. So 12-10 to Sheldon Bagri-Howley. He's scored, must be a few ends in a row now, Kev.
Yeah, he has. He's that's that confidence boost that we were talking about, and he's now saying, if you want to win this title, Aidan, you've got to come after me. And he's certainly putting the pressure on now at this mid-stage.
Stopped himself there. Back on the mat. Good ball here from Sheldon.
So we're starting to see Sheldon Bagri-Howley, the defending New Zealand singles title, really put the pressure on.
Yeah.
With his confidence of drawing to the head and drawing counters. He's holding 2 shots at present.
He's just beginning to stack end on end, isn't he?
And he's saying to Aidan, as I said, you come after me, we'll still be holding 2 shots.
Aidan will look at this and still think there's enough for him to draw the shot.
Aidan just needs to get back to the groove, and he's more than capable of drawing, as you rightly say, Alex, on that forehand side, of drawing the shot. Here it is now on his forehand. How's the weight? Looks to have a good line. Is it going to stay up long enough? Needs to sit on
down.
this bowl, and does.
Shot.
Sits squarely on the back of the Sheldon Bagri-Howley bowl. Makes shot.
So if we look at that, I'm not actually sure who is holding the shot there, Kev. It's hard to tell.
It is actually. I'll say it's a measure at this point in time.
Well, the marker had a look, but Isn't
pockets.
indicating one way or the
Put
other.
his hands back in his pockets.
Oh, very helpful, isn't it? We'll call it 50-50.
Sheldon, another thing which has happened with Sheldon the last 4 ends, he's really got that 4-bowl consistency in his drawing, which makes such a big difference, doesn't it? That
Not far away based on this line. It's the right line here for Sheldon Bagri-Howley. Oh, he might have overplayed it. He might have overplayed it.
just sits on that. Well, kicking the ball back in towards the head may possibly have eliminated that measure, Alex.
If Aiden's bowl's holding now, that's the sort of thing that weighs on your mind, because he was an eighth of a bowl away from sitting down for 2, and he sat Aiden's bowl.
So is Aiden having a look? He's not going to tell us anyway.
Look over here. Tell. No, nothing.
It's one to somebody.
Well, it's yeah, we can say that for certain. Now, well, so look how far up this mat is from the 2 metre mark. They're playing on such short ends, these guys, when Sheldon is delivering the jack.
So here is Sheldon Aiden Takara on his forehand. He's out on, I would say, the safe width out there.
If he's got the weight right, this
Now
is
it's
an
coming
absolute
back.
bomb here.
No, falls out.
Needed a curling broom.
It did. Needed a couple of more rolls.
Oh, let's have a look for the body language here from these two. So, looking
That
at
is
an
one.
indication, 1 to Aiden Takarua. First time he's scored in a while. At Fields, 11-12 in the race to 21. Still anybody's game here. And where's he going to put the mat? That's a big question. Sheldon's been pulling the mat right up.
So
Aiden's been throwing a more mid-length, 3/4 length, Kev.
So he's held the mat in the conventional on the 2 metre mark, and he'll play it, I'd say, 3/4 of the way down towards the deepest end of the green. Well, it's going to go to the 2 metre mark. So we've really got this is really a full length head, isn't it, this one? And we trust that, Pete, you're enjoying this coverage that we're bringing you. And a big thank you to the Bowls New Zealand staff who work so hard, to Sarah and the team and Colin, to bring this production to you. We hope you enjoy it. Enjoy bringing it to you.
I think Colin's done about 27,000 steps today as he's run up and down the stairs to
Certainly has.
keep the cameras nice and dry, or as dry as possible. Much appreciated. And I think, like I've mentioned, Kev, it's just incredible really to think that we are able to now to broadcast live on Sky Sport 4, which we're doing for all 8 days of the Summerset National Championships. It's an unprecedented amount of coverage for our sport. I would argue that we haven't had it for at least the last 30 or 40 years, and
No,
it's
we
possibly
have
the
not.
best coverage
No.
we've had. Long may it continue, and it's just a joy to be bringing it to you.
Yeah, this would certainly be the most amount of live coverage that we've been able to bring.
Aiden with a good first bowl with this different length head. This is certainly his favoured length. That's 2 lovely bowls there from Aiden Takarua.
Oh, it is.
Blocking the backhand up
I was
too.
going to say, the way how the line sits on that as well, Alex, it's just making it more difficult to get a result on that backhand. It means that Sheldon to go to that forehand side, and it's just a matter of finding that right line, and will it come all the way back? Oh, great weight to get to the shot. Perfect weight. So Aiden can. I'm surprised that.
He's just asking me the shot bowlers in relation to the jack, just so he can understand whether he wanted to play the backhand or the forehand.
I'm surprised he's changing his hand here, Alex, under the forehand, because he's got that line down to a T. But he's inside the line where it needs to be to count on that hand, that's for sure.
The bowl.
And it would just go by the 2
Needs it to
metre
sit.
mark. Is it counting? I think so.
I would say it's counting. Yeah, it is.
That's a good overview.
So-
Sheldon now on his forehand. He's brought that line in as well. You need to do on this particular hand. Needs to hold up under this bowl to get down all the way, and won't quite do so. Got a bit of an inside slide.
Not quite made it. Aiden Takura holding 3 here. This is a good response to Sheldon's few ends in a row of scoring by throwing a longer end and playing 3 good bowls. Well, Aiden's just played his forehand side. Sheldon's bowl at 12 o'clock sitting flat. There'll be a temptation to play the forehand again, Kev.
Well, because if he's inside the line, inside that jack level bowl of Sheldon's, that would go close to counting.
I mean, if you could sit with 4, that's the pressure's right on, isn't it?
Well, the big thing for him is to make sure that he is jack level or just slightly jack high, because he doesn't want to give a shoulder to Sheldon on that forehand side, but he's going to the backhand where he drew his first 2 shots.
Yeah, so he'll be concerned about giving that shoulder that we spoke about, so he's decided that the head looks well enough holding the 3.
12-11, Sheldon Begley-Harley leading in the final of the Summerset National Open singles final in this race to 21. As we watch this bowl come in, he was
there was a moment there where it's like, oh, is he going to move the jack again? But he didn't. He's essentially got the same head that he had 20 seconds ago.
Hitting to the inside of that bowl, which had gone danger of getting a flick onto the jack. And holding 3, I'd say.
Sheldon makes his way down to his end of the mat. On the forehand.
Needs to turn this bowl cleanly over.
Is that one
the
square?
And, well, he'd be happy with that result.
A good bowl.
There'll be 1-2. Aiden Takara locked up again. 12 all in this race to 21. Remembering, of course,
see the mat still left there.
They do that every year, don't they? No time limit, of course. As we get to 25-7. But, of course, plenty of daylight left here in Christchurch. Of course, coming from down the South Gore and Vicargill area, going out at 20-7 is like an afternoon roll.
I was going to say that the sun will be bright in the sky, so no worries for these 2 players and younger players as well, so they won't be too tired, I would hazard a guess to suggest, but 12 apiece, so there's still, I mean, we're barely halfway here in this New Zealand singles final, and just cheering a laugh there. Played in good spirit this game so far. So Aiden getting to throw to his length again.
You'll be happy with that opening bowl, just slightly over the jack, but
on the forehand. On the forehand again. Aiden Takadua's drawn the shot. Oh, just fallen a bit short with the second bowl. Sheldon Begley-Harley trying to draw inside that one. Another one, just... We're going to see it in this final. I said it earlier, and it does happen. There's always going to be ends where it just becomes a bit looser for whatever reason, Kev.
No,
It
we've,
just
we've only had one loose end in the whole match so far, and you're
Yep.
right. You'll have 3 or 4
every
throughout
now and
the
then
game.
they'll just fade that little bit.
Different length of the jack, or just different change around, whatever. I think Aidan Takarua he's made adjustment here as he comes in.
Lovely effort.
And he's going to finish literally just under the centre line, holding a couple. Plenty of room though for Sheldon Bagley Howley on the forehand to draw the shot. What's out on that wider side that we spoke about earlier, and Sheldon's trying to coax the bowl in.
He's not far away if he's got the weight right.
Dead weight.
I think he's drawn the shot there, Sheldon Bagley Howley. If he hasn't, he's extremely close to doing so.
Very close to jack level bowl.
From the players' end, that's what they can see. And again, that's that depth perception, right? Because from the players' end, it looks like Aidan's got the shot.
It certainly does.
And that's why it's so important to ask those questions of your marker, because you can just be misled by what it looks like from your end. We know that Aidan's, what looks like the shot bowl, is actually short of the jack by at least a foot, and Sheldon's is level. So good that Aidan was already there to have a look.
Needs to work on that line out there with that weight. You won't. I'm sure he was trying to play to get to the sit to Sheldon's bowl.
Sheldon on the forehand.
Well, that's certainly out on that wider side, Alex, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't think this is a very good bonus. I suppose it's a bit dangerous, isn't it?
Well, you've got to be safe wide,
you sit yourself out, you could drop a point. If you sit Aidan in, you could drop a point. So
if he is holding the shot, didn't want to touch the pink bowl, did he?
Yeah. I can see the measurer, or the marker, indicating one to Sheldon. So
13-12.
13-12 in the race to 21. Very tightly contested match.
And remember, in the earlier semi-finals, we saw Sheldon Bagley Howley defeat Joseph van der Penen from the Bowls Papanui in a real tussle, 21-20. And we saw Aidan Takarua defeat Dale McKinney Shillington from Burleigh, where he was not fortunate. Well done to Aidan Takarua. Scored 2 threes in a row to put him out after trailing 17-15 and 2 ends in a row. Scored six shots to take him to 21. And don't forget, all of the results, whatever you want to know, is all on the Bowls New Zealand, on Bowls Aotearoa, on the hub. You can catch up with all the results. Plus, of course, you can look at all the draws for tomorrow as we go into the women's singles and men's pairs. You can just check on where they're playing tomorrow. Another big day around the greens of Christchurch with the commencement of section play of the men's pairs and women's singles. So just go to the Bowls Aotearoa, the hub on Bowls New Zealand website, and you'll be able to see where all the matches have been played tomorrow around the greens of Christchurch.
Exactly right. Looking forward to the next half of the Bowls New Zealand Nationals, and of course we will be broadcasting all of it from the Burnside Bowling Club, one of 18 host clubs here in the beautiful Canterbury region. As Sheldon Bagley Howley here, that's a good bowl. That's a good bowl.
Touches to the jack clean and stays up.
Interesting about that is Sheldon pulled the mat up, overthrew the jack. Aidan pulled the mat back, threw the jack to there, and Sheldon's drawn a toucher.
He certainly has. Because Aidan, though, with the bowl not sitting down, Aidan can draw up to the bowl and to the jack.
I want the bowl to stay up here. He was looking to go bowl or jack, just a reaching shot. That's a nice weight to play it with your first one. It gives you a bit of room to play.
Well, you can play those bowls on bowls 1 and 2 and then see what things look like.
Yeah.
And make sure at the end of bowls 3 or 4 you're either, you're preserving it to either one down or...
Sheldon Bagley Howley here.
Well, this is a good bowl from Sheldon Bagley Howley. That's in a good spot and behind the head and counts, of course. And the target here for Aidan is to play to that back bowl of Sheldon Bagley Howley's, endeavouring to try and sit on the back of it and guarantee him to get the second shot. He's got a different line with this bowl. How far is it going to come back?
We know it's a sticky hand, but he's got potentially very good weight here. Second shot, he'd be happy with second shot.
Deserved second shot.
He did. He was a bit unlucky there, I think.
Yeah, deserved second shot. I thought he was going to sit flat on the back of that bowl, but just got a roll out of it and rolled out of the head to leave Sheldon Bagley Howley holding 2, leading 13-12 as the defending Summerset National Singles title holder. He won last year in Auckland, where he defeated Shannon McElroy in the final, as he did again today.
If he leaves this level, there'll be a temptation. Now, there's too much room. There was too much room. I was going to say if he was a little bit closer than that, there'd be a temptation to wind up here for Aiden, but there's at least a bowl and a half, 2 bowl space there, so not yet.
But there's also a bit of scoreboard danger as well, Alex, for Aiden. And he needs to make sure that he gets close to getting second shot would be a great result from that.
Needs
he's
it
going
to hold.
He will. Second shot.
You sort of feel like that's a bit of karma, isn't it? Because his third bowl, or his second bowl, sorry, was unlucky to sit out, and that bowl
totally.
wasn't unlucky. It wasn't lucky to sit in, but it got a good result. One sat out and one sat in, sort of thing. So a bit of karma there.
Is Sheldon Bagley Howley? He's looking closely here. Is he looking to play down to the red bowl, push it through the head of meter?
Absolutely what he's looking
at.
Absolutely
what he's looking at right now.
And the positive with that shot, Kev, is that his bowl's on the running surface. If he's narrow, the jack's going in the 7 o'clock direction, his bowl will follow it. He could still end up with a shot at the end of that.
Totally.
You know, it's not going to be worse than 1 down. And you'd sit with 4 if you execute it perfectly. So absolutely that is what he's thinking. And then it's whether he feels it when he gets to the mat. He'll go, well, how do I actually feel about this? And then he'll make his decision.
He's made it. There it is. Play that Australian push and prod weight. Push the bowl through the head. Here he is on the forehand. Really trying to play for 4 shots.
This is a lovely effort here from Sheldon. This is a lovely effort here. Needs it to bite it all. That's perfect weight.
Well, you make...
Oh, well, wide.
But did he make 2 of it? No, he didn't.
I don't think he did. Fascinating stuff.
Of course, where it leaves Aiden, there's not a lot of shot options on for him here unless he...
Oh, if it's a gala day, you just go the outside half of the pink bowl and be happy with the kilt.
Correct. That's...
But it's not a gala day. You're playing the New Zealand singles final and you're 13-12 down. And I would imagine that feels a bit different. So let's see.
Well, you don't want to be 17-12 down, do you?
Correct. Yeah, just going to be drawing on the forehand here. It's possible. It's a mature shot.
Holding the 1. We think just the 1 for Sheldon Bagley Howley. And no, not going to get the line or get the weight to the county near the area. And we'll see what our marker indicates.
So it will be... I think it's just the 1.
I think it was just the 1. We'll see the scoreboard change in but a moment.
Sheldon mates to play his bowl. 14-12. He leads this New Zealand singles final. In the race to 21.
And endeavouring to go back-to-back singles title holder.
So the format has changed a few times over the years. We used to play a set number of ends. I think it was 21 or 25 ends, and I'm sure at some point we've been first to 25, and we've had 2 live systems, all the different ways you can play the Nationals under the sun, Kev.
Yes, they have. I don't think that jack will be up. Out comes the umpire for the measure. Yeah, there has been... there was the old days, of course, when, of course, you used to play singles, pairs and 4s all at the one event.
Mm-hmm.
At one stage, it was similar to the Taranaki Open and the 4s, and played 6 out of 8 to qualify. 2 life system in the singles and pairs. And then we've gone to 3 out of 4. There's been all sorts of qualifying processes, qualifying methods. Personally, I feel...
Not up, he says. I think he's short on the jack throw, this guy.
Personally, I think, Alex, at this format, 4 out of 6 for the singles and pairs, I think is the best format. 18 ends, and it gives everybody a really solid opportunity to qualify,
Yeah,
doesn't
and
it?
a bit of value for money too. You play 2 days of bowls. It gives flexibility in regard to, if it rains on one of the days, you can say, well, day 2 counts instead of having to be forced into a position where you might have to qualify the field. So it just sort of...
Been there, done that.
Yeah, on more than one occasion. So
Correct.
It's sitting in a nice place at the moment, and people are clearly enjoying it because we've had the most entries into the Summerset Nationals this year than we have had in over a decade. There's about 800 individuals participating in the singles and pairs, which is very gratifying, and we trust and hope that they all have a really enjoyable week and a bit here in Christchurch. You can't say they're not looked after by the clubs either, Kev. They've done a fantastic job.
Clubs have been absolutely outstanding. Both in how they've presented their greens, but also their whole surrounds, gardens, the whole lot. But also the friendliness in that the clubs, etc., have shown as well. They've been fantastic as we've gone around the greens of Christchurch. Certainly made you feel welcome, and it's been an enjoyable experience to date, and I'm sure that will continue for the next 5 or 6 days. So Sheldon Bagley Howley leading 14-12, just edges towards the jack. First bowl of Aiden Takarua's just went by on that forehand side of the rink.
Aiden on the backhand now. Oh, this could be a loose bowl. He's willing it to just fight against the bias as it can do on that backhand. It's trying.
Trying hard. We'll give him a second shot. Whoa, yes, it will.
Right line. He's probably just short of a gallop there, trailing 12-14 now in this race at 21. So it's interesting, the psychology of singles. We're not quite there yet, but once one of the players gets to the sort of 17 mark, the whole vibe or the feel of the game changes around a little bit, doesn't it, Kev?
Here's another good bowl from Sheldon Bagley Howley. Just got a feather. And I just think that at the moment Sheldon's got that confidence within him that he's really backing his draw. And he's got that hand down to a tee.
He's feeling a little bit more consistent at this point.
Trying here though is Aiden Takarua. Trying here. Trying to get to the front of the shot pole. Unlucky.
Half a bowl out. You can see there, probably second shot at 12 o'clock, but Sheldon holding the shot. Just look out over the Burnside green. The sun nearly peeking out behind the clouds, but I don't think we might not see it today.
Oh, it's gone on holiday today.
Sheldon's bowl now.
On the backhand is the defending champion from the Gore Club. Looks as though he's under the line. I just wonder, Alex, where he was trying to move that jack around the corner. So not far away was Aiden with that last bowl, his third bowl. He's had a good look at the head. He's only got to improve it by literally 2 rolls, literally of the bowl, and give him a shot.
Very interesting here. Long walk back, New Zealand singles final. On the backhand.
On its way.
How's the weight?
That's the good line. That's the good line.
He can't be far away here. Aiden Takarua needs it to hold. What he had that?
Well, sure he had the jack.
He didn't.
That's the second time today where I thought a bowl coming into the head had the jack clean for the trail, which would have made 2 of it.
Oh, dearie me. So 1 to Sheldon Bagley Howley. 15-12 now, the score. And that was millimetres away there.
Couldn't have played that really much better, could Aidan Takadura? Could he really? Was just a cigarette paper away from getting that touch on the jack.
Did everything right. No reward on that occasion, and Sheldon Bagri-Howley successfully throwing the jack. You can see there he's pulled the mat up. Probably not quite as far as he has been, but still quite a distance.
I'm just looking at the pegs out there, and it's still quite a way up. So here he is on the backhand. Jack just below the 2 metre mark, but of course the mat is quite a way up the ring. And again, Alex, we spoke about that first bowl effectiveness.
Yeah, lovely bowl.
And here it is again, a flat front toucher. It just sort of makes it so difficult now to get heads.
Is he winding up here?
He had a good look at that. Make sure
he's winding up.
He is.
On the forehand, he's close. He's close. He's got it. Where's the jack gone?
And we'll have those back. We'll
out.
Play that
the
again.
Jack's gone out. That's a really confident bowl from Aidan Takadura. And a very smooth delivery from the marker. I can tell he won the New Zealand fours in the mid-80s. It's a lovely... oh, that one was not so good. First one came out as smooth as silk, Kev, on his forehand, delivering the Sheldon Bagri-Howley bowl back.
And that was with Bruce McNish, you say, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, yeah, in the mid-80s, yeah. Good to have him marking the final and playing a bowl on live television.
Well, Ray's done a lot for the marking. You know, he's been, both times the World Bowls have been here in Christchurch, he's played a very prominent role throughout the World Champs in his umpiring role.
But Jack, look at that. Jack throwing from Sheldon. He knew, he walked away from it because he knew he'd finish on the 2 metre mark.
So, on the backhand, we spoke about that first bowl effectiveness that Sheldon now has had the last few ends. And he's got that line and that line to the centre, got it down to a T, hasn't he? There he is, just fully lower the jack. He's going again. Going the jack in the ditch. Clean in the ditch. He's got it, but it's gone to the side.
I love this. This is great stuff. Look at that. He's with half a bowl. So he's obviously decided, look, if Sheldon is going to bring the mat up and throw the jack to the 2 metre mark, I'll just keep going the bowl on the jack.
Right smile there on Sheldon's face as they went back, and really Aidan was endeavouring to try and get the jack cleanly back into the ditch. That was a shot he was trying to, we got the bowl fine, but his ultimate target was to get the jack back straight back into the ditch.
Can't argue with the logic there. He's changed his game. It's a tweak of Aidan's game plan. He's probably thought, well, he keeps on pulling the mat up. I know that it's easier to hit things when the mat's up, so yeah, fair call. Good fair call.
So 15-12.
Getting some serious deja vu here, Kev.
Yeah, and we're safe at the... Are we safe? Yes, we're going to be
Still
safe.
going,
yes,
but
we
no,
are.
it's going to stay. And, the jack placed on the 2 metre mark. Sheldon to draw a side touch from Aidan to kill it again. See if we can go 3 out of 3.
Yeah, well, I'm certainly... I'm sure if Aidan repeats the previous 2 ends that we will see Aidan attack early. Well, it's wide of this bowl, but here it comes on that break towards the jack now. Going to go past the jack. So we'll see now whether Aidan can capitalise on his 2 drives that he's managed to.
Does he go jack in the ditch now?
Not with that bowl, how that's finished there. No, he won't be. So on the backhand is Aidan Takadura. He'll try endeavour now, say, right, when my turn to draw the shot, and I'm picking if he does, we'll see Sheldon possibly play exactly the same shot.
Yep. Fascinating stuff from these 2 very confident bowlers.
And just going to finish jack level. Will be shot.
Well, done well enough to hold the shot. Been a really enjoyable game of bowls to watch this one, Kev.
Oh, there has, and great sportsmanship and how it's been played as well by both the players. And Sheldon Bagri-Howley not making the same mistake twice. So, well, he can't see the...
if it's there, he'll play it.
I don't think he can see the line that he wants to get to the jack clean on the run. Ooh, he gave a grimace as he let that go, as he delivered that bowl. Not far away here. Just going to drop past the jack.
Beautiful bowl.
And sits right in behind.
Beautiful
Touches the jack,
bowl.
back toucher. Well played by Aiden Takarua. Of course, that just leaves really now that backhand shot. Sheldon Begley-Howley endeavour to get to the counting bowl or turn his front bowl over.
Oh, he's trotting down after this one like he thinks it's close, Kev.
Just going to go wide of what is the shot bowl. Oh. You'll see it there. Sits in behind the.
You can't get much closer. Let's be fair.
Excuse me.
Aiden's just going to have a look at the head as he trots up on a cold, drizzly Christchurch day.
It's one of those heads right now, Alex, where you walk away with one shot and be quite happy, really, because it's not a head you can build numbers on, is it?
No. And if it is a number, it's just a very gentle bonus with his last bowl. So this third bowl here of Aiden Takarua, I'll be surprised if he goes anywhere near it, really, because you give Sheldon any shelf on either hand, he'll use it.
Certainly will. If he gets a jack low shoulder, you can guarantee that Sheldon Begley-Howley will use that to endeavour to get to the jack. So he's certainly out on that safe, what called safe wider side, and won't have the weight.
That's fair enough. I've got no issue with that as a shot selection. Now Sheldon's looking at it going, well, I've got second and third shot. It's technically, no, actually you lose all your bowls. I was just about to say it's technically possible he could go his bowl at 12 o'clock to chip Aiden's off, but because his is touching his Aiden's, you'd probably drop a 1 to Aiden's bowl that sits at 3. So I don't think we'll see that. I take back that idle thought.
And would more than likely kill.
Yeah, the bigger chance is a kill, which may be something he considers, but I think, you get real unlucky and actually chip all 3 of your bowls off here. So I'd expect to see just a draw from Sheldon. He was very close with his previous bowl.
Oh, he can't score every end, can you? It's one of the, that's the trying to get to his own bowl, turn it into the head onto the bowl of Aiden Takarua. And I think, well,
draw a safe bonus somewhere.
No, it's difficult for Aiden, really. He's got to get. We'll see what hand he elects to play on. He
doesn't look like the forehand's on.
No, it's a difficult shot, difficult end to try and score anymore. Sheldon Begley-Howley leading 15-12, and with Aiden Takarua holding the one shot, going to the backhand side.
Well, how's this one? I'm not sure if he's got the running here, Kev, but he's got a lovely line. Magnificent line. It's going to fall short, so 1 to Aiden Takarua. And his shot selection worked to kill the jack twice.
Well, he won't be too concerned really with that last bowl. I think he was happy to make sure that effective bowl that came the shot, stayed the shot. 15-13. He's now got the mat, control the length.
And time to deliver the jack. Now, these yellow jacks are not heavy jacks. They're just yellow. I'll make that clear if anyone's watching. Yeah. They're just yellow jacks.
So here is Aiden Takarua trailing 15-13 in this race to 21 in the men's singles final of the Summerset Nationals here at the Burnside Club in Christchurch. Of course, Sheldon Begley-Howley doing his utmost to go back-to-back with winning the New Zealand singles, which he did last year at Orewa on the indoor.
No. Who was it? Selena won on the indoor. Sheldon was at Browns Bay, I think. I think it was the half a day of clear weather that we got over 8 days.
Yes, it was.
Or 2/3 of a day of clear weather. And he did play Shannon McElroy, and that was a great singles final. And Peter Shane may have lost 21-20, and Gary Lawson was the other semi-finalist from memory. But I've tried to blank out those that week and a half, Kev, because, oh my goodness gracious me, if you think today's being rainy, It's just literally a walk in the park in comparison to the 8 days that we
Wow.
endured in Auckland last year.
There was a sun shower we had today compared to what we had last year.
Oh, it's nothing. Nothing. So Aiden making sure he's passed with his second. Just ensure there are opportunities with his last 2 bowls.
So holding the shot is Sheldon Baggy Harley. Just lower the jack, endeavouring to get through the port to get another count up. Will he do so? Will he do so? Yes, he will. Yeah. Quickly into his work on the backhand is Aiden Takarua. Down 2 on the head, trailing 15-13.
It's interesting, Kev. This is the 22nd end that these 2 have played, and there's been no more than 2 points scored.
Well, that shows the
Just
quality, doesn't
ones and twos and ones and twos in this New
it?
Zealand
Is this the
singles
jack?
final.
Yes, it is
Look
the
at
jack.
this, what
yes,
a bowl.
it is the jack. A clean trail of the jack by Aiden Takarua, leaving it, holding him to 2 shots.
Great shot. Sorry to anyone whose ears off just damaged. I didn't mean to get that excitable. What a shot that was.
So, Bagley Harley now on his forehand. Needs to get past that front, that jack low bowl of Aiden Takarua's to make shot. Will it do so? Will it do so? No, it
here's
won't.
an opportunity.
So can Aiden make 3 of it here? He'll play again, no doubt, on that backhand.
Just as I was talking about only ones and twos being scored, Aiden's got a chance to sit with a 3, but Sheldon has last bolt, and he will be entertaining no idea of dropping any number here on this end.
Well, really, as well, Alex, it's forced Sheldon to have to play the other hand because of where his short bowl is. I can't imagine him getting around that to the shot.
So Aiden Takarua will desperately want to put the pressure on of holding 3 here. Doesn't matter if you don't end up scoring 3, but you want to hold the 3. You want your opposition to think, goodness, I'm 3 down. There's no reason why not. He's put 2 bowls there already.
Needs to start working now. Needs to work now towards this pink bowl.
Well, look, at the end of the day, he's holding 3 shots. I mean, they're not close, but he's holding 3.
So that's 3. Looking at the line.
Yeah, definitely 3
It
there,
is
Kev.
3, yes. Trailing 15-13 is Aiden Takarua holding 3 shots.
It's actually not a bad sort of pressure to put someone under because there's nothing to rest on. If you're drawing the shot, you actually have to draw the shot within 2 feet. You can't get a good result.
Got to draw it dead.
So it's harder than it looks, this, because there is plenty of room, and 8 times out of 10, 9 times out of 10, Sheldon would draw this, but there's half a chance that he might not.
Well, he's got to come past his own jack low bowl to get around the corner to get to the counting area. Here it is on its way.
He's trotting after it like he likes it.
How's the weight? How's the weight going past?
He's run over.
He has.
I think that's going to be a 3 to Aiden Takarua here. I mean, he wasn't far away there. Sheldon Bagri-Howley. You can see just the little top of his bowl at the bottom of your screen. He's conceded 1.
3 it is.
3 there. Right back in this game now. Well, as if he was ever out of it.
In the front,
back in front in this game.
16-15. 5 shots away from a New Zealand singles title. Of course, Sheldon is only 7 away, and we've seen him today come back continuously from being down in these matches in the race to 21. But that'll give, I'd say that'll just give Hayden some confidence of being able to score that 3. He's had a few challenging ends. Now he's killed those. He had the 2 drives when Sheldon got his first bowl right onto the jack. So here is Aiden Takarua on his backhand.
Looking to run it out.
Oh, it's a pretty good opening bowl. How far is it going to go by? Gets right to the jack.
Beautiful
toucher.
stuff. Of course, we are playing these national championships at the Burnside Bowling Club, and in the context of bowling clubs, the Burnside Bowling Club is a reasonably young one, Kevin, established in 1963. And the first club, of course, opened in Canterbury in 1875. They're still going. The Christchurch Bowling Club, in fact, they've been one of the hosts here at the Summerset National Championships, and over those years, between 1875 and now, there's been up to 62 clubs in the region. It's 56 clubs still going from Hammer Springs, who I think have recently rejuvenated in the north down.
They have, definitely. They put a new artificial
some
surface
lovely
down
photos
at Hamner Springs.
Akaroa, Methven and Darfield at the extremes. So a storied history Bowls has in the
Akaroa,
Canterbury region.
Akaroa, they said that they had a major fire a couple of years back. And
Great bowl.
It's right on here for Aidan, but the insurance and club members got together and restored everything. And
Is he having a nibble here? He's moved over on the mat. Oh, he's just moved over on the mat. So the way he was holding it, sorry, I thought he might be nibbling right up, but just trying to get some movement on the bowls.
Under the head. And so, have you been to Akaroa?
I'm going in between the Nationals and the Burnside Piers. We're going to go have a look at Akaroa. I've got a very distant family connection in Akaroa, so I want to go have a nosy at the little French town, and I will be popping into the Bowls Club as well.
Right on the water.
Sounds like a good place to be.
And of course, it doesn't get a rest for Burnside, because straight after this event finishes the following weekend from that is the Burnside Piers. It was, of course, initially the Stu Butter Memorial Piers, and that's an event which has been going now for a number of years. Always attracts a good field, a strong field, and again there will be, I think, 2 men's combinations and 2 women's combinations from Australia who will be lining up at Burnside. And of course, also immediately after that, on the Monday, the famous Taranaki Open Fours gets underway around the greens of Taranaki, and busy time for them in Taranaki, because shortly after that they'll be hosting the National Fours and Mixed Pairs around the greens of Taranaki. And for those who haven't got their entries in, I suggest you do, because just like the great greens down here in Christchurch, also in Taranaki you'll be treated with fantastic greens, great hospitality, great catering, and you'll have a great time down in Taranaki for the Mixed Pairs and Fours.
On the back end, Sheldon Bagri-Howley stopped himself there, got off the mat and restarted.
Twitch of the shoulder.
Moved his shoulder around. I wonder if he's in a bit of pain. Willing this bowl to hold up.
Just going to get onto the back of the jack.
They try.
Holding 2 is Aidan Takara, leading now 16-15. What's he do here? What shot is Sheldon Bag? Oh, he's just indicated to Sheldon Bagley-Halley. There go the old rag look. I'll play there. But I'm picking that Bagley-Halley will play through there to go and get the split onto the 2 red bowls.
Yeah.
Don't think you get to follow onto the jack, but he can definitely get a split on those 2 red bowls and remove them from the head. So really, Aidan Takara will be endeavouring to get another bowl in on the head.
Just try and change something around. Of course, I neglected to mention Ashburton when I was talking about Canterbury clubs, the Ashburton region, Allington. We're actually covering a game from who plays from Allington, I think, tomorrow. Andrew, as we watch this bowl, needs to hold.
That's where he wanted to be.
Has done so. That's millimetre perfect, isn't it?
That's exactly where he wanted to be. He still could get one down, but, he's covered things up a wee bit.
So what sort of weight are we expecting to see Sheldon play this shot with then, Kev?
Well, we know in that hand he will not have to play it with more weight than just, say, a gentle runner, because he's got to dislodge the bowls as well. So, but it's a great target to play and get for that split, and that's certainly what he'll be looking at.
Make sure he's got a good grip of his bowl on his back end. Giving himself every chance in the world here. His bowl square will be fine. That's fine. Well, not fine in the end.
Oh, more than likely still laying 2, I would say.
Oh, look at this.
18-15 if it is 2, as we thought it was. It is 2.
Well, now he's in check-out range, Kev. 3 points away from 21 is Aidan Takadua. Sheldon Bagri-Halley still can't go out in one end. Interesting times. This is when the pressure really turns on.
Aiden, I'd take my hat off to him. He was just Sheldon was certainly getting on top of him a few years, about 5 or 6 years ago, and the key to me was the 2 drives that Aiden had.
Yeah,
and
clever
killed,
bowls. Yeah.
and killed with his first bowl when Sheldon had drawn right on top of the jack, and then then Aiden got the jack back, scored straight away, and has now turned that into an 18-15 lead. So to date, well played by Aiden Takarua as he looks to win his maiden New Zealand title on a good opening bowl here as it comes down towards
Look at
the
this.
jack. Going to get the touch on the jack and
good
move it
shot.
off the 2 metre mark. But we've seen already today, Alex, that Sheldon comes from behind. He doesn't mind being behind.
This bowl here of Sheldon Bagri-Howley's. Both such talented bowlers. It's literally not over until one of them gets to 21 points.
There's the shot.
And a great shot.
Aiden just asking the marker, Ray Hunt, whether the bowl's jack level, jack high. There is. For us looking here, it looks to be sitting literally at jack level. So Aiden will play on his forehand.
With a bit of purpose here on the forehand. Watch it come into screen, top of your screen. Very close.
Oh,
Very
this
close.
is a big attempt.
Look at this.
This is a big attempt.
What a shot.
That's a fantastic bowl. We'll look for Jack in the ditch, I'd say.
I'd be surprised if he doesn't. Sheldon Bagri-Howley.
I'm sure this will be looking to run the bowl or run the jack cleanly into the ditch. Here he is on the backhand. Playing with weight to get to the jack is Bagri-Howley, trailing 18-15.
Watch it from the player's end. It'll come into your screen shortly. There it is. Look at this. Off Aiden's bowl onto
Flick
the
and
jack.
flick. And that's right.
Absolutely beautiful.
And that was on all the way, wasn't it? Although it was a wee bit off target, that flick was always on.
And he was able to miss wide because that bowl was there for him. So a great shot. We'll just wait for the marker. So there, that's indicating where the jack is, which appears to be right next to the bowl. A lovely shot there from Sheldon Bagri-Howley. We can see that's where the 2 bowls are sit. So Sheldon,
Holding
there he's
2
holding
shots.
2 then. This game's got twists and turns left in it, indeed. As we see this bowl.
Oh, it's
Takarua just agonisingly short there, so he's going to be.
Great
He's
attempt.
2 down on the head now.
Bagri-Howley on the forehand, trying to make through.
I think he's just about tripped over there.
He didn't. Looking at the downhill on the wood, as Bagri-Howley saying. I'll tell you what, he's close. Sits up, holds up.
Look at
holds
this.
up, and it does.
Look
it
at
counts.
that. That's fantastic. What a shot.
So, does Aiden drive that
Yeah,
bowl?
he will. I think he'll
And
be feeling quite aggressive here.
And he can remove what is the second shot and third shot, leave his front bowl there as the one down bowl.
Be happy to drop 1. Yeah, I agree with you. And I think that's what he'll be looking at. Bowl to come, of course, from Sheldon Bagri-Howley, and Aiden's found himself 3 down now. Sheldon played a really good bowl to put the jack in the ditch. So Aiden on his forehand doesn't indicate he's winding up, or maybe he's thinking he'll wind up on the forehand side. We'll just keep our eyes peeled. Following it up.
This is strange. Wait.
Just trying to draw it. He thinks he's close. Where's the bowl? There it is. Oh, he's finished wide. He had probably a good weight to draw a second shot. Maybe it's because Sheldon had last bowl and Aiden thought, if I chip my own bowl off, I might drop a 4 here.
Lane 3 now.
This
Will it be 4? 18-15 at this stage to Aiden Takarua. Sheldon Bagri-Howley making his way back to the mat, holding 3.
That is a man who is focused, isn't it? Look at him.
Steely, got the steely eyes.
Yeah, very determined, and you can see those 3 bowls there. This is a draw for 4 to go ahead. 19-18 in this singles final, this New Zealand singles final. On the forehand, Sheldon. Bonus bowls win games.
Three it is. You heard through the mic, the ground mic there. It is three.
Three it will be.
The marker, Ray Hunt. There it is, 3 shots. We're locked up, 18 all. In the race to 21.
Oh, it doesn't get much closer than this, Kev.
No. And Sheldon Bagley Howley, of course, endeavouring to go back-to-back New Zealand singles titles.
Be the first man in 20 years to do so. The last one to do it, Ali Forsyth, 2002, 2003.
And Aidan going for his maiden New Zealand title.
Yes, yep.
And I think today, regardless of what happens here, I think we've seen 2 players in Briar Atkinson and Aidan Takaroa, who I'm sure over the years to come, we're going to see a lot of those 2 players.
They will win national titles.
That playing at the highest level.
Yep.
I'm sure we will.
Absolutely.
And deservedly.
Here we go, 18 apiece. Both in checkout range. 3 shots will win either of them the game. And we'd gone 1s and 2s until I mentioned that we'd gone on 1s and 2s, and now we've seen numbers left, right, and centre. Kev, there's been 2 threes,
2 in a row. Yeah,
consecutive
it has been,
threes as we reach the end of this game.
So, Aidan just going to get in behind the centre line. Be shot. Sheldon Bagley Howley on the back end just to endeavour to draw inside and beat his first bowl, which is going to do. Here it comes now down towards the jack. And will be the shot, finishing jack low just outside the centre line. Asking whether he's 1 or 2 down, just looking at our angle, I'm picking he's just the 1 down. So here is Aidan Takaroa on the backhand. Needs to start working now.
He's half a chance here.
Needs to work clean into the head.
That's
and will do bowl. So. That's the shot.
It's a lovely bowl.
We'll finish jack level, right alongside the jack. So we'll see Sheldon Bagley Howley will try on his backhand to reach that bowl, get a couple of turns on the shot bowl.
Looking to use it. Oh, not
Yeah.
quite. 3 short bowls here, so there's there's a huge opportunity
I was just
here.
going to say it's a big opportunity here for Aidan with 3 short bowls from Sheldon Bagley Howley. He gets a touch on the jack, will lay 3. Sheldon Bagley Howley will have 1 bowl left. Surely that's a shot he'll be trying to play. Would you imagine, Alex? It's pretty safe through that port. Touch on the jack, on that backhand side. Touch on the jack, makes 3 shots. Holding 1 shot at present is Aidan Takaroa, locked up 18 all.
Game-winning opportunities here. It's not often that you're playing the national singles final. Some people never get a chance to play in a New Zealand singles final, and you never know if it's going to be the only one. So Aidan Takaroa will be thinking, make this one count. Sit and hold the title.
Not far away. Not far away.
Hold the win, he'll say.
Not far away. Just, well, would
Great
count.
Bowl. Great bowl. I don't know what you do if you're Sheldon, because you're in a world of trouble here. Aidan Takaroa's got a reasonably simple shot on. I think he's only holding the 2, Aidan. So I think Sheldon isn't quite game down, but there's a bowl left in Aidan's hand. I wouldn't want to give him that much room. You got no back bowls. What do you do, Kev?
I think he'll play forcefully through that port to try and get to. Try and get to the shot bowl.
It looks like it. There's probably a path back there. You could just about go jack in the ditch if you got it perfect. The split between Aidan's bowl and the jack is a good result.
I'm sure he'll try and play that port between his 2 jack low bowls down to the jack level bowl. And that's the hand he's going on that forehand side. There he is playing the shot that we spoke about.
Yeah, good call.
Looking at
He's very close.
Oh.
It's bounced back up the rink.
Aidan would be still holding 1 or 2. We're not sure.
That was unlucky. That was unlucky from
Certainly was.
Sheldon Bagri-Howley. He had to play that shot. He was, I don't even know what went wrong. He's half a bowl or half a jack away from perfection there.
So Aidan looking closely now to see whether, definitely got 1, whether he's got 1 or 2 and can draw for the match. Having a really good look.
I'd be shaking too much to use the finger measures.
Well, yeah, that's right, Aidan. Right there. Just put his hand out to the right, which and he's frightened of the bowls in front, obviously. Well, ask Sheldon what hand you should play, Aidan, if you're not sure.
Ah, fair enough too.
1. I
Mate.
just saw Ray Hunt put the marker at it up.
Oh, it's a
just
long
1.
walk back to the mat, isn't it? Holding 1, 18 apiece, and he's lining up on his forehand side.
He'll definitely be doing his utmost to make 2 of it to go to all but, and it's raised to 21.
Came out pretty smooth.
Needs to get past the front bowl of Sheldon Bagri-Howley's and draw in between those 2 bowls. Big attempt here, gets a touch on the bowl.
Sitters bowl and it's for 2.
He didn't roll over, it flopped over. May well have. Well, I'm sure the tape will come out.
The staggering stuff. What's happened here? Well, Sheldon's happy to concede the 1 because that's clearly the closest bowl, and then we'll have a conversation about second shot.
So, out with the measure. Aidan going to his bowl, out to the side. Definitely got 1. 1's been taken out.
Doesn't have the most modern measure in the world, Aidan Takadua. Oh, no, it's a string measure. I take it back.
Just the 1. Well, he did have a good chance there. Well, he had Sheldon played a good bowl, but the head was building up in favour of looking at 3 shots, Alex, wasn't it? So,
I mean, it felt like it could be one of those ends, didn't it, Kev?
absolutely.
And I think even though Sheldon was unlucky, we saw a result of a correct shot selection because there wasn't an opportunity for Aidan to win with his last bowl.
No, there wasn't.
After Sheldon had played his last one, whereas even if you'd tried to draw to cover, there was always going to be an opportunity for Aidan to do something if you didn't change it.
So here, that first bowl effectiveness, which we've seen both of these players being very strong with their first bowl effectiveness. Aidan will be endeavouring on that forehand side to get right onto the jack if you can. And here it comes now, arcing in towards the jack, towards the centre line. This is a good opening bowl, just going to drift by, sits jack level.
Yeah,
That's
great
a
stuff.
great opening bowl. So then on 19 is Aidan Takadua.
Sheldon Bagri-Howley following it down. Players have spent a lot of the game on this side of the rink, the left side of the rink as we see it. Slightly kinder, get a bit of turn out of it.
Sheldon likes the look of this one. Is it going to kick away now or kick to the jack?
He's got it square.
He's got the jack clean.
Good bowl. Aidan Takadura on the forehand again. 1 down on the head now. What an enthralling match this has been.
Oh, it's on that promising line, Alex. Very much on that promising line. Gets a turn onto the bowl, into there, sits underneath it.
Good shot.
It should make shot, I would say.
He's now sitting on 20 points.
Sheldon coming to have a look to see.
I see them both make their way up. And our thanks, of course, go to the Aotearoa Gaming Trust, the AGT, for their support of this event. Much appreciated indeed. As we see Aidan, he's, what's he doing? Just going for a walk. Don't trip over the camera cable. Holding 1 is Aidan Takadua.
Sitting on 19 in this race to 21 for his maiden New Zealand title. And of course, Sheldon Bagri-Howley going for back-to-back.
Be the first man in 20 years to do so. Join a pretty short list.
So on the backhand is Sheldon Bagley Howley. He's attacking early here.
Having a nibble. He's close here. Get his bowl onto the... Oh!
Now we've got things that are interesting.
Right. So, that bowl, not a toucher. That bowl should be in bounds based on what we can see here.
So, what does Aiden do here? He's holding match.
I don't know.
I'm thinking Sheldon will still go jack in the ditch with his next bowl.
Yeah, well, he's got two more goes.
Because if he's under it, he can get what is the shot bowl itself and has every chance to career onto the jack.
That's what the players can see from this end.
Sheldon's peers partner there, Caleb Hope, of course, part of a winning fours team a few years back in Tauranga.
Yes, yeah, I remember that. Mount Maunganui Green. So 4 bowls to go in this end of the New Zealand singles final. And
doesn't want to sit on the jack.
He's on the forehand. His bowl's about a mat away from the jack.
Well, he's out on that wider side. And how far is it now going to come back towards the centre line? Here it arcs now. Hasn't got the weight, though, to get all the way down.
Well, he hasn't made it. He's not made it worse.
No, I think Sheldon will try and draw that. You look at there's quite a bit. I'm not saying quite a bit of room, but with the drawing proficiency of these two players, the only thing is that Sheldon does have to willing to try and draw it on the more challenging hand. But we'll see what he does.
Well, he's got 2 bowls left, so you would expect in 2 bowls that he could draw well enough that Aiden would only score 1.
Yeah, so
he'd be 20-18 down.
So he's going to the forehand, which is we know is the more comfortable drawing hand, trying to get through these 2 pink bowls for shot. Oh, is it going to come back? With weight.
Trying.
Now where do we go?
Finished past the head. 19-18 the score and fading light here at the Burnside Bowling Club. These players have played 2 full days of post-section play, 2 full days of section play.
Back comes the rain.
Yeah, great timing. That's what more could you ask for, Kev? But the drama here, unbelievable.
I just wonder whether Aiden might change his hand here and just leave his bowl sitting there. Just his body language, he's staying on that hand. His body language to me indicated confidence of 2, but who knows? Here he is on the forehand at 25-8.
Just unbelievable stuff. Now,
he'll be quite happy with this if it gets over jack high and is going to sit down.
He's holding the win. He's holding the New Zealand singles title.
Yeah, that's a great bowl.
Sheldon's got a bowl to play. He's got room to draw to cut it down. He should draw to cut it down. Back himself to get within that space. We should be seeing 19 all, but pressure does funny things.
Certainly does.
We've been playing bowls for a long time. It's raining. It's dark. They're cold, tired.
So will this be Aiden Takarua's maiden New Zealand title? As Sheldon Bagley Harley, the New Zealand player, of course, back-to-back singles wins, makes his way back. Ray Hunt standing near the marker, very sternly concentrating on what's going on. And here is
forehand.
Very fixed look as Bagley Harley on the forehand. He's matched down. He's matched down. He's matched down. Is this the day for Aiden Takarua? Yes, it is. There it is. There's our New Zealand title holder. And Aiden Takarua of the Point Chevalier Club in Auckland. Well, I better make sure they've shaken hands, but I'm sure they have. There's 2 shots there to... yes, that's it all over. Aiden Takarua has won the Summerset Nationals New Zealand singles. Earlier in the day, of course, we saw the pairs win of the combination of Kelly McKerrahan and Jan Shirley win their final. But what an enthralling game of singles that we've just seen as they wait for Alex to get down, and he'll talk to our winner. And of course, a long-time playing mate, Alex and Aiden Takarua played many matches together. And what a fantastic final that we've been treated with here this afternoon is the fading light here at the Burnside Bowling Club. And we've got our new and maiden New Zealand title holder, Aidan Takaroa, as there's a crowd. Alex over there trying to get to Aidan. He'll be with you but in a moment, and I'll pass you over to Alex and Aidan Takaroa, our new New Zealand title holder. Alex is disappearing away. So there is Aidan now coming out onto the green. There he is, the new New Zealand champion, the winner of the Summerset National Singles, being Aidan Takaroa of the Point Chevalier Club in Auckland. We ran out the winner by 21 shots to 18 over Sheldon Bagley-Howley, the defending champion. And I'll pass you now through to Alex Reid.
That was a great start.
So here we are. Aidan Takaroa to my left, I can see your breath is steaming. It's cold and wet and miserable at the Burnside Bowling Club, but I think you might be feeling a bit different. Tell me how you're feeling.
No, really happy. I mean, this Sheldon full a great game. I saw the draw and getting him. We always knew he was going to be about it the whole time. And thanks to Burnside for keeping the greens open through this weather that you're now enjoying.
Yeah, thrilled about it to be out of the commentary box and on the green. Talk to me about the green. It actually looked okay to us from in the room. Yeah,
this hand to my left, I don't know if the camera's picking it up, but it was the wide hand that we kind of played the whole time. That was really nice, consistent. We got on this other one, had a few, it was quite straight. Nothing wrong with it, but we were scared of it. We got scared, it could get caught out quite easy.
And this is your first Open senior title. You're a New Zealand singles champion. Has it sunk in yet?
No, I don't think it'll sink in until I get upstairs to get into it. But yeah. No.
Okay. Well, please don't drop the shield. Congratulations. I'll let you go and celebrate now. But remember, we're back with more coverage tomorrow with the section play of the men's pairs. Harder than playing the bowls. Oh, I can't believe I was forced to go out there in that weather for 2 minutes. Here's the here.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Summerset Retirement Villages.